What's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Retracted of Retracted Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And sorry to be late today. Welcome to the show, Mr. Andrew Branca. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing awesome. I'm having a little trouble finding your YouTube stream live, though. I know people must be on it because I see comments coming through on StreamYard. But if you have a link to that, that would be helpful so I can share it with my own community.
Yeah, I'll put it in our private chat in StreamYard.
Good.
There we go. It appears to be up. Everything appears to be fine there.
I got it.
Okay, good. Good. Yeah, the copyright claim status seems to be just pending still. The email I got was at 5:54 p.m. 7 days ago, so I think it'll probably take effect then. Oh my goodness. Okay. What? I don't need my alarm to go off again. Thank you. I'm here. I got it, phone. Oh my gosh. All right. Let me get everything set up. Okay, so today is day 7 of the Curtis Reeves trial. Is the trial up yet?
Something is up, but it doesn't look like our courtroom. The title says "Watch Live: Florida versus Curtis Reeves Trial Day 7, Cross-Exam of Bruce Koenig." Am I looking at the wrong thing? These are different people.
Let me check. I'm about to pull up. I just got to get a YouTube window open.
It says live now.
Yeah. Who the hell are these people?
That's not cool. I was desperately looking forward to hearing more from Bruce Koenig. More of his.
That guy is like 1,000,000 miles tall. Let's see. Yeah, the law and crime chat is trying to figure out what the hell's going on too. Looks like they may have just fixed it. Or they may be nope. Yeah, they're
I got a spinning circle now.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. I've got 10 Tampa Bay has got it open. I'll send you the link in the private chat on StreamYard also. There you go. They just started.
By my instructions during the recess. All right, we'll get started directly. Mr. Escobar. Good morning.
Pablo Escobar, Colombian drug lord.
Just in time. Just in time. By the way, I did my own little video forensics of that video since I can't get the real one.
Yeah, how'd that go?
I'll send you the link to it. Maybe we can spin it up on a break.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I had a viewer send me theirs as well, and I kind of looked at it last night, and yeah, it looks like he gets hit to me. Looks like someone throws a phone at him. But what do I know?
Mr. Koenig.
Morning.
I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yes.
Where the hell is my Rumble page? Trying to get that pulled up. What's up to Odyssey and Rumble, by the way? On both of those also hosting the stream. Just trying to get my... Oh, I was going to do it a little bit different today. Not there.
Good morning again, Mr. Koenig.
Morning, Mr. Escobar.
Mr. Koenig, you know, may I approach? Mr. Koenig, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit Number Y. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that exhibit and see if you recognize that exhibit.
So I just sent you a link in the private chat to my Vimeo.
Perfect.
And are your initials on that particular exhibit?
Yes, my initials and the date.
And did you review that particular exhibit in order to determine whether that exhibit fairly and accurately depicted what was in the exhibit Y and the exhibit Q6 that came from the copy? In other words, does the exhibit Y and the exhibit Q6 contain the same information video?
Yes, sir. Yeah, this is involved with camera 12, which is the left side is in this picture.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move this exhibit into evidence.
Vimeo has live streaming now.
Yes.
Yeah, I've used it for live streaming a lot. Although I can't get it to work correctly with StreamYard,
Publish it, Your Honor.
which has been frustrating. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I can't figure out why.
Ah,
I love those Office Depot big giant seats they have there.
let's see. See, Goody says wrong Rumble channel again, you boomer. I put it on the correct one. Fucking hell. Claire Fry says, do your YouTubers know about your second Rumble channel? Also, your Rumble debut live stream made the leaderboard. Yeah, it's supposed to be on the correct one. I picked the correct
Yes,
one.
this involved,
Fucking
designated portions of the 12 camera, again, one on the left, from specimen Q6. Again, put the black frames in when there's unrecorded segments, and we have the time code there.
Right there. Stop there, Matt, please.
yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what the hell I'm doing wrong with the Rumble thing, because I picked the one. I did not pick the one with no space. I picked the one. Fuck. That is pissing me off.
Matt, you can go forward to the relevant portions. Matt, can you stop it right there?
Claire Fry says you picked the one with no space. No, I'll tell you, I specifically didn't pick the one with no space, which
Now,
is weird.
Camera 12.
Just tell people to look up Retracted and they'll find it.
in
well,
time and in recording with
There's
camera
also a
12,
link,
is that correct?
but
Yes, as I
It's
mentioned
okay.
before, it's kind of surprising. Most of these systems, all the cameras are exactly the same, on the same clock in turns. This, for whatever reason, was not.
And in addition to that, the cameras are independent of each other, is that correct? Meaning that they don't necessarily record what camera 12 doesn't necessarily record what camera 11 will record.
The motion detection systems are all for each camera separately.
Go ahead, Matt.
Britt Cormeyer. So when I go to the drop down menu, because I don't type it in to pick which stream to use, there's show as me and then stream as me and then stream as Ricada Law with no space, which is very confusing. So I picked stream as me because the no space
Okay,
one is
yeah,
not the one I wanted. But it turns out the no space
What are
one
the
on the
things
drop down
you're
menu
about to
probably
see
is the
in
one I
reference to this
wanted.
particular segment of the video?
It's again, a direct copy, no enhancements at all, and it's going to be magnified, a little easier to see.
To 200.
Again, in general, this is a very cumbersome, needlessly confusing part of Rumble. So far, I like them, but that is the one part of the platform that I really dislike because it doesn't make any sense to me.
Section, Matt, please. Oops.
Holy crap. So Jim Satala created a little simple bookmarklet, I think a JavaScript code or whatever that organizes the Rumble rants. It's amazing. Jim, thank you. If you're there, you'll probably be there later, but cord audio is very low. Yeah, let me get it turned up. Sorry, I forgot.
Matt, can you go back and stop, where I would like you to stop on segment 2?
So I got Matt's email address.
Okay.
Matt Funderburg.
Yep. But he did not reply
Can you go back? and
understandably
forward
enough in the middle of a trial, but
That bigot.
Stop.
Don't give him any credit or leeway. Oh my goodness.
There. Mr. Koenig, this is obviously after the shot has been fired. Did we ask you to give some PNGs, meaning some individual files to focus on those particular areas?
Correct. Still image files, individual images like this one were pulled off separate. That would have included this there.
Okay. And for this particular area, the focus that you had on those.
can you show us the initial strike by Chad Olson upon Curtis Reeves?
Can you show us where he attempts
Right
to
back,
murder
please.
Curtis Reeves and he justifiably defends himself against an oncoming assault?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't see how this video is relevant, Your Honor. Probative value is very low.
Oh my God.
That's
Well,
why
they
I
got
don't
a-
want the volume up.
They got a dedicated cough mic.
Okay, stop there, Matt. Mr. Koenig, please tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're about to see in this particular segment of the video.
And this segment is again magnified like the last one. It's enhanced. And again, that means the darker areas have been lightened. It's been sharpened a little bit and the contrast has been improved. So,
Go ahead, Matt.
Are they allowed to make the annotations as it's basically testimony from someone not there? Is that different? No, they can make the annotations as long as they're part of a question. And the reason they can make them is because they can be objected to in the courtroom by the opposing party.
Stop there for a second, Matt.
Well, they really, how can I put it? I don't think they can characterize the evidence in terms of a final finding of fact. So you can't annotate it, punch.
Right.
Again, Mr. Koenig, is that an area that we ask you to focus on in reference to some PNG
Which
later on?
Didn't keep me from
PNG
annotating my
presentation.
video that way.
Yes, we pulled off still images of the scene.
I noticed.
Go ahead, Matt.
I'm curious what still images they pulled. That's what I wanna. That's what I'm kind of would like to see. So everybody, my copyright strike has not been applied yet. I believe it'll be applied around 6 p.m. today, because that's when I got the email for the of the delayed strike 7 days ago.
Mr. Koenig, would you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're about to see in this particular segment of this particular video?
Yes. Very much like the last one, it's enhanced, magnified, 200%. But it's now centered on that area of intensity.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, during a break, we can recap what happened yesterday. If you want to start figuring out what happened yesterday, grab a pile of thumbtacks and shove them in your mouth and start chewing on them. That summarizes most of yesterday, actually.
You can have it go through, Matt. That's fine. I'm not going to have you stop it.
God,
Oh my God.
fucking judge.
Okay, Matt, they stop. Mr. Koenig, again, what are we about to see here in this particular segment of the video?
Okay, this is the same as the last. Enhanced, centered on an area, but now the magnification's been increased to 400%.
Go ahead, Matt.
Squizgar says these thumbtacks taste like blood. They would. They would. The salty one says, "What's up, Boomer? Here's a drink for me on all the streams." Say thank you. Hey, what's up, Manila, Philippines? Hope Heals International Ministry. How you doing?
Throw it back again, Matt, please. You don't have to stop it.
I will say, at some point, all this video should become cumulative and should be put to the sword.
Okay, Mr. Koenig, let's talk about what the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are going to see now with reference to this segment.
Okay, this is gonna be a smaller section of the last area you've been looking at, the smaller side. Again, the larger magnification is enhanced, and now it's gonna play back at 1/2 speed.
Okay, man, you can stop it there. And so that was a segment that was requested by us. Is that correct? And so that 50% playback and that magnification was on that particular area that I was circling here earlier on. Is that correct? Okay. Matt, can we do that one more time?
Good God. Mute your mic or mute yourself, you fucking horrible I hate this judge so much. Every time she coughs, I hope it's the last one. Mechanical Elizabeth says, I decided to become a member today since you've been amazing in content. Been watching you since Rittenhouse trial.
Okay,
Here
so
is
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what they're about to see now, I believe this is the last segment of this particular video. Explain to them what you've done.
Here's a 20 to tell law and crime to pound sand. Thank you for all you do. Hey, thank you, Mechanical Elizabeth. Okay. All the white noise just disappeared. Oh, they're having a sidebar. That must be why.
Cumulative.
They're gonna say it. Oh my goodness. So yesterday, the basic gist was the wife testified. Wait, the wife testified yesterday?
The aging expert, then the wife, then this guy, Bruce Koenig.
Yes. Okay, so the aging expert, the wife, and then Bruce Koenig started to testify. The aging expert was a significant amount of time testifying about her CV, her resume, if you will, pretty extensively. And then a rather short examination that amounted in her saying that, yes, old people are old and they don't function the same way that they used to. And
they know it. And they
Yeah.
change their behavior accordingly to risk mitigate.
Right. And then on cross-exam, they elicited from her the very dangerous, damaging to the defense fact that people age differently. That some people age at a different pace than other people. And so therefore Curtis Reeves is still 26, is the idea that they want you to take home from that. And then Vivian testified next, testifying that she was there, that she did not really like the situation, that the loudness of Chad made her nervous. She wished they would have just left. Oh, excuse me. All of those things. She didn't actually see too much. She did see Chad leaning over the back of his chair, but she did not see a popcorn or cell phone being thrown. I think she didn't see the punch or anything like that. So she was there. The main use for her was testifying that, well, she also testified to their age and the fact that they were not the same people they were when they were 20. And so that was helpful, I guess. And then, Bruce Koenig got up and he spoke forever about all of his various accomplishments and achievements. The defense asked him a million questions about things he had done. He's an extremely qualified witness, former FBI agent forever. And he's looked at every piece of videotape that's ever mattered in American history. Pretty clearly. If you believe his testimony on that, which there's no reason not to.
His CV is 11 pages of very small font.
Yeah, it was brutal to get through. At the end of the day, we got to the enhanced video, and at the enhanced video, we finally kind of more clearly saw what could be articulated as a strike to what's his face, to Curtis Reeves on the head, and what appears to be a thrown cell phone. And that is so that was elicited yesterday. Trying to think what if there was anything else. That happened eventually. And then after that, they dismissed the jury for the day, and the judge was asked if they could play the previews that were playing in the theater. And the judge said no. The judge said those previews were too prejudicial to the state. Can't figure out what makes them prejudicial. She also called the previews misleading, even though, I mean, they're the previews that were playing during the incident, but they don't know which exact preview is playing because the police never asked and didn't preserve anything and didn't match up times and didn't do their investigation. They don't know which preview is playing. Therefore, they can't actually play the preview in court, which doesn't make any sense to me. I think that's incredibly ridiculous and short-sighted, but that's what they did.
Yeah.
Why do the previews matter? Because the previews were playing when all this happened.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're about to see. This is your segment of the video.
Again, that's video, shorter segment than the big segment we looked at that. 100% magnification, except in one whole screen. Playback speed is now at 1/4 speed. 1/4 the back to playback.
Go ahead. And Matt, you don't have to stop on this one. You can go right through. Okay.
Can you get the coup from the internet asking for medical advice? Only when this judge coughs directly into your soul through the microphone. Good God. Why are we watching everybody leave in slow motion? Jordan Sellers. Yeah, 403 is meant to exclude only that which evidence which probative value is outweighed by its prejudicial impact. The real question is, how is the state prejudiced at all? By a preview. Or in general, in my opinion, I don't know how you can prejudice the state. The state has all the money and power in the world, and they're trying to take someone's liberty away. I'm not super concerned with with what prejudices them.
What was the Terminator movie? Was that Terminator 2?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number GD.
Wouldn't be Terminator 2. It was probably Terminator Dark Fate or something terrible. This is 2014.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And did you view that exhibit and did you
Terminator
sign it?
Genesis.
I did.
Okay, and did you view that exhibit in an effort to determine whether that exhibit had a fair and accurate representation of the contents of Q6?
Yes.
Okay. Then we remove exhibit DD into evidence.
All right, it'll be admitted as number 6, defense 6.
Go on, Lucy. Now, Mr. Koenig, this exhibit is broken down into folders, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're about to see. Are these PNGs?
These are going to be still images from the video.
And those still images were extracted from that Q6
Correct.
and they were placed in a folder.
Yes.
And that folder was called,
Well, I think they're having various folders here, like 13/26/25 to 13/26/26.
gotcha. But these are PNGs, am I
They're
correct?
still images of the video you've already seen. These are just still images of it.
Okay. Matt, can we please go to folder number 1? So stay right there, Matt, just for a second. For these two areas of interest for the defense that we wanted you to capture in a still image in this particular exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Matt, you can run through them. Now, each of those movements is Mr. Funderburg actually moving the cursor to go to each image, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, can you go backwards? Next folder, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, let me know and I'll do that for you.
One day I'm going to figure out how to not stream to the wrong Rumble channel. Someone says delete the no space channel fixed. You can't. You have to have 2 channels. It's so weird.
Same in this folder, and Matt, you can stop it now. Same in this folder, you have individual frames that we're viewing in this folder from the Q6 to the areas that we had requested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Next one, Matt. Do you want to whiteboard? Right. Sorry, Matt. Now, this particular set of images
God, that is
have been magnified and enhanced. Is that correct?
Correct. And looped.
And looped. Okay. Go ahead, Matt. Stop right there, Matt. These particular images, you're able to tell by the time stamp that we have what image goes in sequence. Is that correct?
Correct. This particular video actually has embedded in the data
embedded.
out to that number. It's a number we made up or manufactured. That's actually in the data itself. So we know exactly if it's 30 frames per second, it means each frame is about 1/30th of a second, or what we call 33 milliseconds apart.
So if you're looking at this number right here, as they go up and down, you'll be able to know the order of when that particular event happened.
That's correct.
Hey, Matt?
I swear.
Oh.
Like I think Tampa 10, Tampa Bay 10 here or whatever. I think they have
Go ahead, Matt.
post gain turned on, so it's making the cough even louder.
Okay.
What's for breakfast? Same thing that's always for breakfast. Strawberry Pop-Tart. During
And
live
the last
streams.
folder, Matt, in that exhibit.
Oh, Sabotage was another Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Matt, let's go to the beginning of that again. And then
It
stop
was?
at the very
Yeah.
beginning. Okay.
So he's in both in the Terminator and in Sabotage.
This number right here,
The bumper year for Arnold.
as it gets higher, this is the first event in the image, is that correct?
So then she designated.
Yes, that I designated. And then as it goes higher, it's later frames from that frame, is that correct?
Yes, it's in time, serial. This is what the video you watched already. It's just, these are the individual images that make up the video itself.
Matt, go ahead. Okay, Matt.
At least these guys have 1080 video as opposed to the 720 that Law and Crime and the other stream had.
Mr. Koenig, I'm going to show you what's been marked, but before we get to that, in just a second. Matt, let me have DD1. I just want to do it right when we're at it. May I approach you on? Mr. Koenig, I'm going to show you what's been marked composite exhibit DD1 coming from exhibit DD. Did you take a look at those composite and compare those composite exhibits to the exhibit DD to make sure that those fairly and accurately depict what was contained in that DD exhibit?
These 3 frames,
Yes, for those 3 frames.
portions of those 3 frames, I should say.
Yes.
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we would, at this point in time, introduce DD1 as a composite exhibit, and we would ask for permission to publish it to you.
Any objection to the admission of number 7?
All right.
Murray Rothbard says, Nicholas, I love you. Go to bed eventually. I'll try. Oh, I'll put the Rumble link in the actual YouTube video description as well. Pop-Tarts always burn your mouth. Well, I burned my mouth with chili the other day, and my tongue is still a disaster from it. Yeah, Zara BP. It was on the chili you watched me make. Yes, it. One of the bell peppers was like molten lava, and once it was in my mouth, it wasn't coming out. So I chewed it up, but my tongue got destroyed. Why are there mics on the jury box? Because the jury will eventually be polled by the court. They will have to render their verdict, and well, the judge will read their verdict, and then the judge will ask them if they agree with what happened, if that was indeed their verdict. So What are we currently waiting for? Do you have any idea?
No. Nope.
Madam Clerk.
Catherine Smith, the Rumble stream is up. The link is in the description on the
I'm going
YouTube
to show
here.
you now what's been marked as Exhibit JJ and ask you to take a look at Exhibit JJ and see if you recognize Exhibit JJ.
Yes, sir, I recognize.
And did you review the contents of that particular exhibit and compare it to what was contained in the Q6 hard drive that you received? That was the hard drive imaged from the copier.
I did.
Okay. And in fact, does it fairly and accurately depict those images that are contained in the Q6 hard drive?
Yes, sir, and I have initial limitations.
Thank you. Mayor Coach. Your Honor, we would be admitting Exhibit JJ.
JJ, we admitted it's number 8.
We may publish it.
You may.
Now, Mr. Koenig, likewise, these are digital files, is that correct?
Correct, again, still images of videos.
These were areas that we had asked for you to do that in order to be able to focus on that particular area.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I'll get it back. Okay, Matt, go ahead. One more time, man.
Riveting.
And again, Mr. Koenig, as these numbers get higher, those are the later frames.
That's correct.
They start from the lower number and progress to a higher number on the milliseconds. Is that
You're
correct?
1/30th of a second apart.
I don't know if we've had any testimony about a blood alcohol content on Chad.
You want me to turn it off?
No.
Okay. Now, this is a different segment of the video, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Matt. Stop there, Matt. We want you to focus on this particular area in these particular images, correct?
Correct.
And so each, again, the lower images to the higher images show the progression. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do it again, Matt, please. Stop there for a second, Matt. Now, Mr. Coe.
Thanks, Matt.
You realize that the cameras were up 35 feet into the theater, is that correct?
Correct, up on the wall.
You went to that theater, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you going to have a different perspective with the camera 35 feet up than someone that's seated? And for example, this seat 9, where Mr. Reeves was seated.
Yes, but definitely it's a different perspective. If you're looking at me here and there's a camera over there looking at you, it'll show the same actions, but from completely different direction.
Go ahead, Matt.
Squizgar says, my mouth is in excruciating pain due to an unfortunate thumbtack-related incident that I was instructed to conduct by a certain YouTuber. You have any suggestions for legal representation for my lawsuit against him? Yeah, I'll take the case.
Yeah, first witness now.
11 Bravo Crunchy says, Nick, I'm blaming you. Why didn't you block or
I'm going to
divert?
show you what's been marked as defense exhibit JJ1, which is a composite
second.
exhibit, and ask you if you reviewed those particular photos, images, to determine whether they fairly and accurately depict what was in exhibit JJ, but just now in a hard form.
Yes, Cindy.
Then we would move to admit JJ1 in defense exhibit.
All right, that'll be admitted as number 9.
Your Honor, may I have the publishing?
You may.
Okay, so he says, Nick, I'm blaming you. Why didn't you block or divert this winter storm that's hitting Wisconsin, making everything icy and unpleasant? Not saying it's your fault. I'm just blaming you. Well, sorry, I turned and my nose changed the entire weather structure, including the jet stream, and brought it right to you. Sorry. And SS Toad over on Rumble says, first, I love you and thank you for all you do. Second, I think it would be cool to do a poll on how many people found you through Rittenhouse and stuck with you. I am one. Well, now I have to put that poll up in like 9 different places. Oh, that was a sensible cough, slightly away from a microphone. Thank God. Oh my gosh. Curtis Reeves is falling asleep, praying that he'll die before this day is over. What? Everything they're doing should already be ready. Unless he's reviewing is he still reviewing the images? Because he handed him a stack of photos to look at. Maybe he's doing that. I don't know. Oh my God. Do anything. Do anything. Do anything in court. What are you waiting on? Oh. They're looking at pictures. The jury's looking at pictures. Oh my God. Why are they doing it this way? Even the widow is bored. Oh, thank you.
Can I approach you?
You know,
Mr. Kelly, I'm going to show you what has been marked as defense exhibit KK, and ask you to please take a look at that exhibit.
Yes.
Did you review that exhibit?
Yes.
Did you view it?
Yeah.
And did you compare that exhibit or the contents of that exhibit with Q6, which was the hard drive from the copiator?
Yes, so this is from camera 12, which is on the left wall.
And does that fairly and accurately depict what the contents of Q6 were or are?
Yes, I've initialed it and dated it.
Your Honor, we would, at this point in time, move to admit as defense exhibit KK.
it'll be admitted as number 10. Yeah.
So this is, Mr. Koenig, the camera from the left side. If you're looking at the theater screen, it's the camera from the left side of that. Is that
The
correct?
same here would be over here.
Go ahead, Matt.
Now we know why movies don't accurately portray trial proceedings. Because it would literally be hours of this. And coughing into microphones.
Eric Allen says Bruce Campbell woke up after he slept too long at the end of Evil Dead 2 and this trial was still going. No kidding.
Right there, stop, Matt. Mr. Koenig, did we ask you to pull those particular images so that we could focus on a particular area of that video?
That's correct.
And is that the area that we wanted you to pull images from to focus?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm going to object to using the video. It's cumulative evidence. We don't admit the photographs. We have no objection to the emission of the photographs, but presenting the video over and over is cumulative at this point.
First time I agree with the prosecution on anything at all. Are we going to have a 2-hour sidebar now over this? Why are we belaboring? Like, I mean, I get that they want to show this video a million times, but they already have showed it a million times from 2 different angles. Why are we still watching this? You know, it would have been less cumulative if they would have excluded all of this extra video, but allowed them to play the previews. That would have actually been a better decision. I'm actually glad they're not playing the previews because they would play them on that TV and we'd only be able to see them at an off angle and it'd be terrible. We wouldn't get to be entertained by the previews. Okay. One, two, three, four, five says your biggest Odyssey supporter strikes again. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the 1/3 of a penny or whatever it was that you sent. It's actually less than that. It's very amazing. I'm humbled. Good Lord. Okay. Let me read. Someone said you should read some of the smaller chats. I agree. This is just brutal. $11 Crunchy says, wakey, wakey, hands off Snakey. I've done more than half my workday while you've been checking your eyelids for leaks. So stuff an unbreaded PB&J in your face hole and earn some money. Okay. Tyler Mueller says, good morning, Ricada. Britt Cormeyer, Nikki still has his channel. What the fuck, Law and Cucks? Why am I paying you to take this man down if you cannot do a simple copyright strike? Correct. Let's see. T. Ryan says, no, any place for clearer video of the phone toss. Well, we'll show some at one of the breaks today. When we have a more predictable break, I'll show that. And then let's see. Jamie Moodley says, ooh, woo, Law Daddy. Thanks for re-uploading the Ray streams. Also, screw Law and Crime. Etsaru says, good to see they haven't killed your streams. Well, they haven't applied the strike yet. So the strike, again, they just said it'll be applied on today. And The initial email was received at 5:54 p.m. 7 days ago. So apparently that might be when it happens. So we'll see. I don't know what happens then, but I would prefer it if they don't actually suspend the channel. That would be, my preference. But if they do, then we'll deal with it. Michael, what are you talking about? I got like 2 hours of sleep last night. It was great. 2 beautiful hours. But then I tend to take a nap after the show, after the daytime show. Oh, Wolfgang Deo says, I mentioned the idea of sending letters into China. Found broken glasses on my porch today. Wonder if there's a CCP presence in the area. Haha. Okay. Diego Machado says, Nick, you were like a lesbian that had a pregnancy scare, latent gay. John Cream was listening to your show from yesterday. I lost it when you told Uncivil Law his video topics were all cheery. 5 minutes later, he proceeded to tell you a story about an Uber driver being murdered. Yes, that worked out very, very well. C Goody 564 says, ask Mr. Branca if he wants me to shill that hardcover discount special he has going or not. You're muted.
I just learned about that promotion this morning when I saw the email myself, so I haven't spoken to anybody about it. I don't even know what it is really. I haven't read my own email.
Well, should he shill it in the chat? I mean, it's legitimate, I assume.
Yeah, I assume it's legit. What would I know? I'll put the URL in my little title here. lawselfdefense.com/hard sale. And it looks like it's 70% off the hardcover book. Still autographed.
70% off?
Yeah, and that's pretty good. Nobody asked me, but I might have said, why so much? Isn't 50% enough? So I'm not sure how long the sale will run. It depends on how long it takes me to yell at somebody.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because you've been selling like out of all the books.
Well, they brought in, I'm looking at several hundred over there that I have to unbox and autograph and rebox, I guess. So we have books.
You are wonderfully discouraging for someone who thought they might eventually write a book someday. I'm now very opposed to it.
I tell you, man, it's a lot of work. It's torture, actually. I mean, the first draft is easy.
Oh, you mean writing the book? I thought
writing the book,
signing them.
Oh, I mean, that's just a pain in the butt. But writing it is, and having it be good is, it takes a lot of iterations.
See, your problem is that you went to that second part.
Having it be good.
Yeah. Yeah, you could just write the book and do a first draft.
Well, I did a bad one. The first edition was awful. So I certainly don't recommend anyone buy that one.
In the lore on this channel, there was a guy who sent me a copy of a pre-copy of his book that he crowdfunded. And it was a fiction novel. And asked me if I would read it, and then we could do a live stream and do a book review of it. So, oh gosh, this video is super choppy.
I get a couple books a month unsolicited from people who want me to read their books and then, write a blurb or something, I guess, for the back cover. And folks, I already work 15 hours a day. I don't have time to read books I'd like to read, much less books that are mailed to me. So if you were thinking about doing that, just don't send me the book because I don't have time to read it. I'm sure it's awesome, but I don't.
This one was another YouTube content creator. He'd crowdfunded his book or whatever. And so I start reading this thing, and it was in a rough state, right? And so we get on the live stream, and I read through like half of it. I couldn't get it finished in time. And I read through, and And he's like, so I want your full, honest, completely brutal review. And I was like, well, no, I don't want to do that because there's some issues with the book. Overall, I mean, it had just a general sort of pulp story about a kidnapping and like a Taken sort of plot line, which is fine. But the dialogue was god awful, and every woman in the book was written terribly. Like they were not women, right? They were just they were some caricature of women that was not good. There was no life to the characters. They were all just archetypal memes, negative memes of women. Every woman was so so overly vain that it became offensive and not even funny. Like, it was like, God, this is like, I mean, I get the joke. I don't think they thought of it as a joke. But so I was like, well, I don't really want to be. And he's like, no, be brutally honest. So I gave him the honest answers, and I told him what was wrong. And I was like, what you really need is an editor. You need an editor to go through and help you clean up this dialogue so that these sound like real people instead of like ridiculous caricatures sketched out on a bar napkin. They stopped talking to me after the stream. It was.
Yeah, I mean, the reason the first edition of my book sucked was because I self-edited. You can't self-edit. It's impossible. You become, after you've read it 3 or 4 times, you become blind to what you're looking at.
Yeah.
And then when you get an editor, you want to murder the editor because they send the draft back 15 times.
Right. And that's the problem. And I was trying to be encouraging. I'm like, everybody needs an editor on their book because you can't do it. You need someone else to come in and read that doesn't have your brilliant vision.
But it was worth it. I mean, I hated my editor by the end of the process, but they were absolutely right. And we ended up with a good book. I mean, the biggest compliment we get on the book is, let's face it, it's a legal book. And people say it's easy to read and understand. You don't need to be a lawyer, which is what we were shooting for. The first book is horrible. It's nothing but legalese.
D Peyton 42 says, thanks, Nick and Andrew, for the coverage. Branca process orders faster. 11 days, still waiting for my platinum status.
Well, that shouldn't be right. Yeah, 11 days is way too long for that. I would contact support in 11 days for platinum. You should have gotten an email very, very quickly, and then a follow-up envelope with materials. That'll take a few days to get to you.
And ask you to take a look at that.
The good news is that whatever horrific disease the judge has that's causing her to cough into the microphone, with all the sidebars, it's guaranteed that she'll kill one of the lawyers at some point during the trial.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the actual images that were located in Exhibit P? And did those images likewise fairly and accurately depict what was in hard drive Q6?
Q6, yes.
Your Honor, we would move to admit P1.
Can be admitted as number 11.
And we would ask that it be published.
Well, it doesn't look like anything changed after that sidebar. Or did they stop showing the video?
I mean, they just admitted something else and are publishing it. So I guess they did stop that particular video.
I mean, it's not clear to me how the state's going to explain away that video.
Me either. And they can't really, like, they can't explain it away. They'll have to do it on close. Like, they can't ask this expert. They could try and discredit his enhancements, I suppose. But it's not like they can ask him to explain how it happened. He's just a guy who came to the evidence as it was. So they'll have to, and they can't get a witness who's going to say it didn't happen because none of the witnesses saw anything. So they're going to have to, on close, just say basically it doesn't matter. Hope the jury agrees.
I wonder if they're introducing enough photos they can just make like a flip book version of the video.
So that's what they were doing with some of them. They had the photos playing in order in rather quick succession. Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Yay.
Thanks, Matt.
Oh God, get rid of the TV. What if they rolled up a bigger TV? They roll that one away and then up comes a bigger one. They're like, now we're going to show you super enhanced photos. No. Don't yay too early on cross exam. They roll it back in. No, I don't think the prosecution wants those videos showed anymore to the jury. Frankly,
Can you move this way?
I don't know, let's see.
gosh, this video is super choppy. Wonder if I can close some other tabs.
Thank you, Paul Farrell, in the comments, the super chat. Not only did he buy the hardcover and the audiobook bundle, but he super chatted $10.
Thank you.
Spreading the wealth around. Yeah, take advantage of those sales, folks, because that's frankly the only reason I can be here instead of doing actual work.
Two more questions. You remember the red square that we had in some of these particular videos and images, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did we ask you to put that red square around an area of that image or of that video that was either a reflective or emitting light?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Do you remember going with our crime scene expert to the cop theater after this incident in an effort to try to find the source of that particular emitting or reflective light?
That was the object of the visit, or part of the object of the visit.
And there was a question as to whether that emitting or reflective light was either coming from a shoe or from a cell phone.
Yeah, you advised us that it could be one of those two.
Okay. And so we asked you to go to that theater with an individual by the name of Doug Lacey. Is that correct?
Yes, my associate. Yes,
And you were there present as well?
I was.
It was in the wee hours of the morning, middle of the night?
The theater wouldn't shut down. I think we had to go when there was no movies being shown.
Okay. And did you try on that particular, your team try to see if that was even going to be possible, meaning to determine the source of that particular light?
Yeah, but we did realize that the video system completely changed, and they weren't even sure that the cameras hadn't been changed. We realized we couldn't do anything in the way of trying to identify where that light source would be or what it was.
I'm going to turn the
One
court volume
last
down just a
housekeeping
hair.
matter. We talked early on in your testimony in this case about the Aaron Hernandez case.
Correct.
Did you serve an expert for the defense?
The
or
judge
the
is
prosecution?
furiously clicking that
I made
pen.
a mistake when I said it was for the government. We actually did the case for the defense.
Your Honor, we have no further questions of this witness. We will pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Be a good time for a break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take 10 minutes. Remember my instructions during the recess and go back to the jury floor.
Before we let him go? Okay, hold on a minute.
Wow. Look at all the pens. Look at all the pens on this judge's desk. It's a child. It's just a giant child sitting up there. Clickety click, 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 click. Click, click, click. Overruled, sustained, overruled. Click, 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 click.
Don't make me stop this car, Your Honor.
The state has indicated they're not going to cross Mr. Koenig, so may this witness be released?
No cross.
He's under subpoena, but yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Koenig, you're free to go, and just if you get called back, you'll have to come.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Thank you. And you, ladies and gentlemen, may take the 10-minute recess.
All rise for the recess.
Gosh. Well, they're they clearly are not happy with that video evidence. Otherwise they would have cross-examined the guy and tried to take it apart, but they can't.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at close, they're just going to tell the jury, hey, you can't really make anything out there. It's just fuzzy, but the burden's on them.
Yeah. Yeah, and to remind the chat, the very important distinction, because I know there's a lot of people who found that video to change their mind. I mean, last night when I showed the video close up and cropped that one of the viewers put together, and they saw it, it was 78% of the chat, or no, 72, I think, still a pretty high number, said or that it was justified at that point. I think the video really is going to have massive impact. And but the important thing is, because it's hard to tell from the video it's still hard to tell if he gets hit by something or what happens. But the question is not, did this happen? The question is, do the facts lead you to believe that it's reasonably possible that this characterization occurred? Because if it's a reasonable doubt at that point, then he's not guilty. Remember, the state has to prove that definitely didn't happen. Because if it happened, then he's justified. And I think at this point, there's reasonable doubt from that video alone. To me. The state has their own expert, if I recall, and they have Detective Smith's rebuttal that they didn't cross. I think 4 people on rebuttal. Well, the state can't call their own expert, I guess, unless they call him as a rebuttal witness. We'll have to see. Whew. Well, that was a very exciting opening to the day. It's been an hour and a half, and it feels like it's only been 4 or 5 hours. So
Yeah.
that was stunning. Leaf Me says, given that in theory prosecutors are supposed to find the truth, has there ever been a case where a compelling piece of evidence came up and they just retracted the case? Yes, lots of times. Probably not often enough, but it does happen. And a lot of times it'll even happen after a conviction. They get a conviction, some DNA or whatever comes up, something like that. And then they go ahead and they go, had we known this at the time, we would have withdrawn the case due to our ethical obligations. Sometimes that happens. Twisted NTX says, why am I blocked on the YouTube chat? Stace, I have no idea. Let me check real quick, and then we can pull up your. I'll pull up your video in just a second, Mr. Branca.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't have any particular video expertise. So if someone with expertise sent you one last night, it's probably better, but it only takes a few seconds to run it. So
Let's see. I got an idea. Stace, I don't know if you were actually blocked, but if you were, it should be fixed, I believe. Yeah. They said I didn't see you in the block list, but it should be fixed. Okay, let's pull up this video here. I've got it right here. All right. So what did you do to this video, sir?
So I just zoomed in to the corner because everything happens in the bottom right-hand corner. It's still in the bottom right-hand corner, but this is about, I don't know, 1/10 of the original image portion. And then I put in these annotations. So we see some kind of strike, and then about 10 seconds later, we see the reach for the popcorn. And within a second of that happening, we see what I believe to be the gunshot, the extension of the pistol.
Yes.
So the important part here is, first of all, this was not just about popcorn. That was not the first act of aggression by Chad
Right.
Olson. There was that something happened 9-10 seconds earlier, at which point is when probably Curtis Reeves put his hand on his gun or began to reach for his gun. He certainly didn't reach for the gun in response to the popcorn being thrown, because the shot occurs less than a second after that. And you're not digging a pistol out of a pocket holster and firing it in under a second.
Right.
Certainly not in a seated position like this. So obviously something happened prior, and it sure looks to me like it's the strike described by Curtis Reeves. Given this video, what we see here, it's ambiguous, but of course the state has to disprove self-defense beyond ambiguity. They have to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And this certainly raises, in my mind, a reasonable doubt about those events.
All right, here we go. So remember, you're going to be focusing on this right side of the screen here. You can see Curtis Reeves here, and you'll see Chad Olson. It comes into this area first. So that's to give you an idea of where to watch for things. So here's Curtis.
So he's
Reeves.
coming back from the manager. He's picking up his popcorn, sits down, and then it stills because there's no movement. And there was the strike right there. There's that sure looked like a punch to the face to me.
Yeah,
that's
the popcorn.
That's not a flick of popcorn.
Yeah, the popcorn. When I first saw the popcorn, I thought he did punch him in the face. I thought he punched him on the grab.
Now, I don't know if you can freeze it at the strike because
oh, that's a good action shot right there. That popcorn being tossed is amazing. Yeah, I'm going to go back to the strike. Let's see. Let's see if Vimeo lets me go frame by frame. It does not. I might switch to the YouTube video.
Sure.
That I have, because it'll let me go. Oh, here, this is part of it.
Yeah, that's
here's the phone or whatever is illuminated by the infrared lights, assuming it's the phone, because here, let me pull up the YouTube vid, and it shows a little bit more. See. Okay, so we're gonna replay that, and then I'll go frame by frame from where the okay, so it's still frame here, and then here is the first frame with a phone in it, or right here. Here's the illumination. You can actually follow this thing as it travels, and hits. So you see it move from here to here, and then it's going to move as this happens. It's going to move and fall off in just a second, I think. Unless I already missed it dropping. I think I did. Hold on, let me go back. It moves like down this way to where his feet are. And the other thing to remember, oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'll help trace
so
it.
we see this in the bottom right? This fuzzy thing come in
Yeah. So here it comes. Here it goes. And then it's going
Bam.
to travel down this way. There. Now it's down here. Now it's down here. And this is, of course, where the cell phone would end up between the feet of Curtis Reeves on the floor. So the phone is definitely a projectile. And this is Chad's arm here coming across. His left arm or whatever. So he looks like he launches it there.
And this is not analogous to the Rittenhouse video, folks, because the Rittenhouse video could have shown either the narrative consistent with innocence or with guilt. Which way was he pointing the rifle, up or down? It was ambiguous for either narrative. This is not the case. There's no narrative consistent with guilt where Chad's arm and phone are in Curtis Reeves' face.
So again, that's the issue there. This is consistent with his story that he felt like he was struck by something, and that's very interesting to me because I didn't buy it at first. I didn't really see it when he grabs the popcorn in the far out video. When I first saw it, it was like it kind of looks like he's grabbing the popcorn. I don't know, but yeah, after watching that video, that sure looks like something happens there. But trying to think what else I was going to say. But yeah, like you said, it can't be ambiguous. That's the whole point. That's the whole beyond a reasonable doubt standard, is that the state has to prove that it is not ambiguous. And I don't know that they've done that here. I don't know that they've done that at all. What else was I going to say?
Yeah, so folks, if you think it's more likely than not that it wasn't self-defense, that's not enough.
Right. Gates of Above says, looks justified, but the jury should find some guilt due to the ugly bow ties. Also find the judge guilty to accessory after the fact with the pen clicking, coughing into the mic. To listen to that during the trial is torture.
Would it be funny if it had actually been Chad Olson was clicking a pen in the theater?
Chad Olson's ghost? He was clicking a pen in the theater. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. I thought you meant in the courtroom. I was like, yes, he came back to haunt the courtroom. He's like, they won't find him guilty, but I'll torture them with clicks. S. Asp says, since the popcorn is in his lap on his person, that would constitute a robbery. Strong arm taking an item of value under Minnesota statute. Why does the defense not emphasize that? They did in their motion to dismiss argument. They made the argument, but they know that if they go to a jury and say that the taking of the popcorn was a robbery, the jury isn't going to buy it. It's a very technical legal argument.
Plus, he gave it right back.
Yeah.
did he really convert it to his own use? I mean, he didn't take it and eat it.
Well, it was a conversion, right? Because he destroys the value and the enjoyment of the property.
Well, I guess
because it all goes on the floor.
Yeah. Delete it from there.
Floor
we saw some of
corn
those early
is
witnesses.
Yep. I wouldn't. Movie theater floors are a special kind of disgusting. You got to leave those alone. You wonder why your shoes stick. Don't think about it. That's the main advice I have for you. Yeah. That's the situation we find ourselves in with this case. Let's see, where was this? Dragon's Treasure says our biggest sale for Nick Retracted will begin today at 6 p.m. Central Time. Look forward to details. Man, I hope nothing gets in the way of this $1 million deal. Yes, we have a contract for millions of dollars. Skeleton says donating now ahead of you getting taken down midstream by unlawful crimes. On the plus side, at least you can nap if the stream is down, right? Well, it'll still be up on Odyssey and on Rumble. So, Maria Rose, welcome to paralegal status. Thank you for joining. Dirt Bike says this witness looks like a mix between Lurch from the Addams Family and Jaws from James Bond. Yeah, he kind of does. Koi 540 says this comment might be in the court record. And Koi, God.
Okay, everybody, be seated.
All right, we ready to begin? Bring him in.
Next witness.
Immediately clicking the pen. Immediately. Click, 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 click. Hey, whatever court staff is watching this stream, will you tell the judge to knock that shit off? From me, heartfelt. John Nickel, no, if you paid attention, I signed up to Rumble after they offered Joe Rogan $100 million contract because I knew they were serious and I respected the move. That's what did it. Nova 902 says, why do lawyers think the jury cares about the law?
Thank you.
Juries only
Deputy.
care about what they think
Thank
is
you,
reasonable.
ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right, then. Let's get
Potter
started.
should have
Mr. Escobar?
proved that to you all
Honor,
of the
defense
show.
would call
Well,
Joanna Turner.
the jury was not explained the law on Potter. The jury was explained a incorrect definition of the law, and they applied it. Matthew Frank misrepresented what the law was to the jury, and they applied Matthew Frank's definition of, well, presumably applied his definition of culpable negligence, which did not include recklessness. So, yeah, I don't know. Again, in Rittenhouse, they got the law right. In Rittenhouse, they got the law right really pretty quickly on most of the charges. I mean, the last one took them a little longer than expected, but they got it right, and that was a complicated case. And many people would say Rittenhouse's actions were entirely unreasonable. B.A. Krim says clicking of pen can be a sign of a psychopath.
I believe that. Okay, so who is this person?
Judge Regina Chu.
I'm sorry?
Just kidding.
Go ahead, Mr. Escobar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Turner.
Good morning.
Ms. Turner, are you employed?
No, I'm not.
You retired?
I'm retired.
And do you remember when you retired?
2000
2005 sounds accurate?
2004, 5.
Okay. And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of business you retired from?
Airline industry.
Okay, what were you doing at the airline industry?
I was working in the call center.
The call center.
Mhm.
And I believe, tell me if you agree or disagree, you were in the banking industry before that.
Yes, I was.
You were a bank manager, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
4 or 5 years.
Okay. Now, I'm going to direct your attention to January the 13th of 2014. Can you tell us whether you went to the Cobb Theater that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And who did you go with to the Cobb Theater that day?
My husband.
Okay. Are you still married?
No, I'm not.
Was your husband back then Mark Turner?
Yes.
You would agree or disagree that when you arrived at the Cobb Theater, the previews were already playing?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. And so would you agree or disagree that when you went into the Cobb Theater, you sat in the very top row,
Can you tell me what
correct?
Mhm,
what
correct.
trailer it was so we can play it in the court?
In the very last two seats of that top row.
Yes.
Is that correct? So if you're looking at the screen here, it would have been that very top row, very right, last two seats.
Correct.
And can you tell me who was seated in the last seat and who was seated in the seat just before that? The last seat right next to the aisle. Who was seated there?
My husband,
Your husband?
Yeah.
And you were seated
next to him,
to the left?
to the left.
Okay. Was there a reason that you all sat there on that aisle?
Yes, we always sit on the aisle
Okay, is there a reason
because
for
he's
that?
got a back problem. So sometimes he need to stand up and stretch.
Okay. When you went and sat down and started to watch the previews, what were the lighting conditions at the time in that theater?
It was dim, but you can still see a little bit.
Okay. And what was the noise level? Were the previews playing?
It was loud.
Previews were loud?
Mhm.
Okay. And I'm going to try to take you through, the process of what took place. You're seated there. Did there come a time where you saw a gentleman that was coming into your row, meaning coming from the lobby area or the downstairs, coming up the stairs and coming into your row A?
Yes,
And was that gentleman Curtis Reeves?
yes, it is.
Okay. And so when he came into your row, was he careful in getting through?
I think he was because it's so small, such a small space. So
And did you see him actually go to his seat?
no,
You were paying attention to what?
to the preview.
To the previews. Now, did you see anyone standing up after Mr. Reeves had passed you to go to his seat?
No, I did not.
Didn't see anybody standing up. You were watching the previews. Is that correct?
Correct.
Objection leading.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Sister.
Do you agree or disagree that at some point in time, you saw someone standing up that was in the row in front of your row?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe?
That's still a leading
leading.
question.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Tall, slim.
and when you saw him standing up, would you agree or disagree that he was talking, but you could not hear what he was saying?
Correct.
And while he was talking, would you agree or disagree that he was facing the back row?
It doesn't become non-leading by
And he would
asking.
have been facing.
you agree or
would
disagree?
Disagree in the area of Mr. Reeves.
I'm sorry, repeat that
You
again.
would agree that he was facing the back row where Mr. Reeves was.
In that area, yeah.
Now, would you agree or disagree that while this was taking place, you were both glancing over there and then also looking at your previews?
Agree.
You were interested in those previews?
Yes.
Those previews were, well, let me ask you this question. Do you agree or disagree that some of those previews were action-packed previews?
I couldn't say. I don't recall.
You don't recall the actual previews that were on?
No.
Okay.
Damn.
Now, would you agree or disagree that
He's gonna do it the whole time.
tall gentleman was standing facing in the direction of Mr. Reeves, that you saw an actual throwing motion of a mug or a thermos?
Objection leading.
Agree or disagree?
Overruled.
Would you agree or disagree that you saw this tall gentleman with either a cup or a mug or a thermos in his hand, dark in color, making a throwing motion towards that back row with his left hand?
Objection, this is a leading question.
It is absolutely a leading question. They're 100% right.
No, it's not. Overruled.
Would you agree with that?
This judge is a moron.
I agree.
You're
You
muted.
agree?
Mhm.
Okay.
They find this judge
Now,
homeless in the
Would
park.
you agree or disagree
It
that
doesn't become non-leading
after
just
you
because
saw
you say,
that
do you agree or
throwing
disagree?
motion, your eyes went back to the previews to watch the previews? Agree or disagree?
It's
It's
telling you
leading if it's
exactly what
suggesting-
to say.
Yeah. It's leading if it suggests the answer in the question, folks. Every one of these is that.
Would you agree or disagree that that throwing motion that you told the juries about was a quick throwing motion? Quick.
Yes, it is.
They didn't Jedi mind trick the judge. The judge doesn't have a mind to trick.
Now, would you agree that
Her objections have
disagree?
been handled
in
this way
about
the entire
anywhere
case.
between
Just
4
no
to 6
idea what
seconds.
she's talking about.
passes?
Yes, about.
And would you agree or disagree that now you hear a loud voice, correct?
Correct.
And that loud voice was coming from that tall,
Objection leading.
Sustained.
would you agree or disagree that that loud voice was coming from that tall gentleman that you just described with this throwing motion?
Agree.
Find the substantive difference between the objected to question and the
And
agree
would you
or
agree or
disagree.
disagree that that gentleman was still standing at the time?
Agree.
He's just getting her. He's just telling the narrative, and having her just say agree.
Do you remember what that tall gentleman was saying, Mrs.?
Finally, a non-leading question.
Texting my daughter, if you don't mind.
You're
that's-
say.
That's what you remember.
Mhm.
Do you agree or disagree that at that moment you looked over towards Mr. Reeves, correct?
At which moment?
After that statement was made?
No, I was looking at Mr. Olson.
Mr. Olson, at some point in time, did you direct your attention back to Mr. Reeves?
Yes.
And do you agree or disagree that what caused you to direct your attention to Mr. Reeves is that you noticed that Mr. Reeves was sitting kind of funny?
Correct.
Would you agree or disagree that what you described as something funny was that Mr. Reeves was leaning towards his left in
Agree.
his chair?
Agree.
Do you agree or disagree that Mr. Reeves is innocent of all wrongdoing?
Oh my God, is she gagging on something?
Would you agree or disagree
Not enough.
that throughout this period of time right now,
Second,
you
I gotta-
didn't hear
my
a peep from
headphones are
Mr. Reeves,
twisted.
right?
Agree.
Would you agree or disagree that it was at this moment, after seeing Mr. Reeves kind of sitting funny, that you noticed a ring of fire and some popcorn?
Popcorn first. And then I hear the gunshot in the arena fire.
Would you agree or disagree that you did not see any weapon?
No, I did not.
But you would agree that after the ring of fire, would you agree or disagree?
That
after the ring of fire, You actually saw Mr. Reeves laying a pistol on his left knee.
I believe it's the right knee.
You thought it was a right knee. One of the knees. Is that correct?
Agree.
And would you agree or disagree that immediately after that happened, that you noticed Mr. Reeves's hands going to his head?
Yes.
You agree or disagree that at that point in time, you, Get
Agree
up
or
out of the
disagree,
chair.
counter 24. It's got to be more than that.
what do you do?
I waited until this gentleman come up to Mr. Reeve.
Click counter 87
There's a
billion.
gesture of showing a badge and hold out his left hand for his gun. And once I saw Mr. Reeve give this gentleman the gun, that's when I feel safe to stand up.
Okay, and you did. Is that correct?
Yeah, right after that, probably.
Okay. And would you agree or disagree that at that point in time, you got up and then shortly thereafter, you went down the stairs?
Yes,
Is that correct?
Correct.
And would you agree or disagree that at some point shortly thereafter, a woman who had been injured approached you
Agree.
and that you assisted her with whatever you had in your hand to control the bleeding?
Agree.
And would you agree or disagree that you then went to that back exit door to assist law enforcement to be able to come in through that back door?
Agree.
Now, would you agree or disagree that at some point thereafter, you joined a group of individuals that were congregating in the theater?
Yes. Agree.
Is anybody under the illusion
And
that
would you
this woman
agree
is telling
or
a story?
disagree, that those individuals were in fact talking?
Yes.
group.
Agree.
And would you agree or disagree that no police officer ever came up to you and told you you're not supposed to talk about what happened amongst yourself? That never happened.
Hearsay.
Agree.
And would you agree likewise?
Actually, not
that
hearsay.
you didn't
Weird,
witness any
'cause it
police
wasn't
officer
said.
talking
Well,
to
yeah,
the group?
what was not said.
Telling
Objection
them-
leading.
Sustained.
Would you agree or
Would you agree or
disagree
dis-
that at no point in time did you see a police officer approaching the group you were in to say, don't talk about anything that was
I did not.
witnessed here?
But I mean, if the judge is going to let you do this,
Oh, definitely do it. Why isn't the prosecution kicking and screaming for
Now,
a sidebar right
how
now?
long were you
Well, you'll learn
down
very
there
quickly
in
that lawyers
group
aren't actually
before
good at
you were
objections.
relocated?
They don't
I would
understand the
say
rules.
about 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, and was your husband likewise in that group? Mark Turner?
I believe so.
Okay, and is it, would you agree or disagree
no, this is
that
direct,
Mr.
folks.
Turner was likewise speaking to individuals within that group?
Agree.
Would you agree or disagree that while you were there in that group, that a voluntary statement was filled out by you?
Agree.
And would you agree or disagree that your husband likewise within that group filled out his voluntary statement?
Agree.
If you go through an entire testimony and every agree or disagree is agree, it was all leading the entire time.
And would you agree or disagree that you told your husband what you had witnessed there in that particular theater, there while you all were in that group?
Disagree.
Where did you tell
I mean,
him your version?
if she had been declared a hostile witness,
believe,
you could go leading, but then you wouldn't
after
need this
we
agree or disagree
moved to the
nonsense. You
theater
just ask the
across.
leading questions.
And we were sitting there waiting for the detective to talk to us. I believe at that time I told him what I saw.
And you told him what you've told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury here today.
Yes.
What you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury here today.
So you went from the theater in that group to what area of the complex?
I think it's a theater adjacent to that theater.
Okay. And when you went into that adjacent theater, was there a group of individuals, lay people, patrons of the theater that were in that theater as well?
Yes.
And when you went into that second theater, were those individuals likewise talking amongst themselves?
Agree.
And would you agree or disagree that your husband was within that group of patrons in the other theater?
Disagree.
Where was your husband?
He was sitting by me.
But there, where I'm saying in that theater.
In that theater, we were sitting by ourselves.
Okay. How many people would you say were in that second theater?
20, 25?
2025. In that second theater, did you hear any police officer indicate to you and your husband not to discuss your testimony amongst each other?
I did not.
In that theater, did you hear any police officer tell any of the patrons that were there in that theater not to discuss their testimony amongst each other?
No, I did not.
You would agree or disagree that the interview that
It's
you
like the
had,
camera's going to pan over and the judge is going to be on the floor, just gasping for
that was
breath.
in a cleaning room, right?
I believe so.
And
Got a
would
giant
you
chicken
agree or
bone
disagree
stuck in
that
her
that
throat.
interview lasted about 10 minutes?
Please don't give me hope.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
God, everybody's dying in that
Good morning,
courtroom.
sir.
Good morning.
You agree or disagree that guy's an asshole?
You indicated that when you entered into the theater, the lights were a little bit dim.
Yes.
And even though it was dim, you could see about 5 seats away. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. And in fact, you could see, based on the lighting conditions in the theater, up to 10 seats away. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So although we're saying that it's dim, focusing on just the word dim, you could see 10 seats from you, correct?
Correct.
This is such a strange approach to me
So it was
because
light
the
enough in the
dimness
theater for
of
you to see.
the theater
Yes.
isn't all that important, in my opinion.
And even though we have heard that the previews were playing, you could still hear, correct?
Even if he saw everything clear as
If
day,
I wanted to, yes.
he's justified.
In other words, you didn't have any difficulty hearing your husband, Mark, who was next to you, right?
No.
And you felt, even though the previews were playing, that you could hear people 5 and 10 seats away if you chose to listen to their conversation. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
So the reason you couldn't hear specific words or specific conversations was because you weren't listening for specific words or specific conversations. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you did hear the chattering in the theater, and you could hear that chattering up to 10 seats away. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it obviously wasn't deafening loud in the theater.
It's loud.
Okay, but you could still hear people talking 10 seats away.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that Mr. Reeves, when you saw him, he appeared to be a large man?
Yes.
You indicated that the first time you saw the defendant was when he was coming up the aisle and then walked across your row in order to get to his seat, correct?
Correct.
And based on your life experiences, the way you observed the defendant, you felt that he was rude. Isn't that correct?
At the time, yes.
And when he went through the row, he was trying to avoid people's feet, correct?
I'm sorry. Repeat that again.
Was he trying to avoid people's stepping on people's feet when he went
Calls
through
for
the row?
My
speculation.
feet, yes.
But based on your observation of him, he appeared to be rude.
Well,
Objection
he just
asked and
didn't say,
answered.
excuse me, just standing there on my right. So I just moved my feet back so he's gently passed.
Okay, but what I'm asking you is based on everything you observed about the defendant.
Object, she's answered that. That's it.
Sustained.
I didn't hear yeah. I didn't hear your ruling.
Sustained.
Couldn't hear it over the coughing, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can we get you anything? A lozenge, an iron
All right,
lung,
so you
a team of
indicated that you
experts?
saw the person that was shot standing up, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and did you learn his name?
Not after, not at the time, but after, yes.
Okay, and his name is Chad Olson?
Correct.
All right. So you indicated that you saw Chad Olson standing up, is that correct?
Correct.
And at that time, when you first saw him standing up, you thought that Chad Olson and the defendant here were friends.
Correct.
And that's because the conversation that you were personally witnessing wasn't anything of a violent nature, so to speak.
No, it's not.
Okay. And that was the reason, based on what you were observing, that they were just having a conversation.
Correct.
It didn't concern you at that point.
It did not.
Do you think they're still friends?
And at that time, Chad Olson was only standing in place, correct?
Correct.
Tommy Jeff, the defense did not rest. The state rested. Defense is here, or the state's now on cross-exam of this witness.
And I'm going to take this in some segments. So the first time you see Chad Olson standing, there was nothing that gave you any concern in the theater, correct?
Correct.
So at this point, when you see Chad Olson, he was not reaching over to attack or punch or do anything to the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Wasn't making any threatening statements to the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And that's the reason why you went back to watch the previews, correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that at some point in time, you saw what you believe to be an object, right?
Correct.
And you said that this object appeared to you to be a thermos, correct?
Correct.
So when you say thermos, you're talking about something that you would drink out of, correct?
Correct.
Now, you'd agree with me that a thermos or something that looks like an object you would drink out of does not look like a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you could definitively
How does this help you? A thermos to the head
you
with
could
smart.
say with certainty that it was
Yeah.
not a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Where was there a thermos recovered at the crime scene? Is a thermos in evidence anywhere?
Now, you indicated that you thought you saw a throwing motion, correct?
Correct.
You
They
did not
threw a
see any
thermos.
objects thrown, though, correct?
Correct.
And the object that you were talking about seeing was this thermos, this drinking object, correct?
Correct.
At the time that you saw this throwing motion of this thermos, did you hear the defendant say anything to the effect of, ow, I was hit, anything at all like that?
I did not.
In fact, you didn't hear the defendant say anything at all, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear it,
Since you
therefore it
were
never
looking in
happened.
that direction, you didn't see the defendant react as if he had been hit by an object, correct?
Correct.
For example, let's say an object was thrown and it hit somebody. Generally, people grab that area of their body that they're hit.
Object is to generally people, that's totally speculative.
It's common sense.
Overruled.
If people are hit by an object, they would grab the part of their body that they were hit, correct?
Correct.
Not
You did not see
necessarily.
that happen, did you?
I did not.
Last
And at
time I
that
got hit
time
by
we were
something, I
talking
didn't
about
grab
this
my body.
Throwing motion of a thermos, you did not see Chad Olson jumping or going into your aisle, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see Chad Olson virtually on top of this defendant, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you hear the defendant yelling, no, no, no?
No, I did not.
Did you hear him yelling, whoa, whoa, whoa?
No, I did not.
Did
No,
you see
no,
the defendant
no.
holding his left
Whoa,
arm
whoa,
out to
whoa.
prevent
Gotta
an
break out
incredible
the
attack that
song.
was coming?
No,
Do a Dean Martin.
He didn't have to hold his left arm out to prevent the attack. He pulled his right arm out and it had a gun in it.
Now, although you indicated that Chad Olson said something, you indicated that he was not yelling loud. Isn't that a fair statement?
yes.
Okay. So although he was loud, you would say that he was firm.
Correct.
So he wasn't yelling and screaming. He was just firm in telling the defendant that he was texting his daughter.
Correct.
And you think that he even said, do you mind? Or some words to that effect.
Correct.
So at this point, Chad Olson's just standing facing the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And in a firm voice, not yelling or threatening, said that he was texting his daughter.
Correct.
And it's during this time that you say that you see the defendant leaning backwards or leaning to the left.
Leaning to the left.
Now, you don't know if he was reaching for a firearm at that point, do you?
No idea.
Because if he was leaning to the left at that point, the only thing that was happening was Chad Olson was in front of him, just telling him, I'm texting my daughter, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see anything that was life-threatening at that point, correct?
Correct.
Say no further questions and walk away. Please spare us.
Try to impeach her with her self-defense immunity hearing transcript.
Yes, for everybody who keeps coming in late, I don't know when
And
the
at this
strike
point,
will be
when you
applied
said
to
that
the
you saw
channel.
the
Sometime
defendant
today.
doing something, Mr. Olson wasn't jumping into your row, correct?
Correct.
And
at
as
that
I
point, you
stated
didn't
in
hear
my
the
video
defendant yelling,
explanation,
no, 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 or whoa, whoa, whoa.
Correct.
In
I
fact,
don't
you never
know-
heard the defendant yelling, no, 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 or whoa, whoa, whoa.
Correct.
And
I
you
don't
never
know if
saw
that
the
will stop me
defendant
from
reaching his
streaming.
left
I
hand
don't
out
actually
as
know
Chad
that.
Olson was virtually on top of him, correct?
Correct.
By the way, Arbery federal jury came back in guilty on federal charges for all three.
Now, isn't it true that at no time, well, let me ask you it this way. Was there a female you indicated, was it Nicole Olson, who you met with later on, who had her finger that was shot off?
Yes.
At no time did you see her fighting with Chad, correct?
No, I didn't see her at all.
Okay, so when you never saw her ever? Well, up until the point in time that you helped her with her hand?
Correct.
Okay, so by that answer, you're saying you never saw her holding Chad Olson back?
No, I did not.
You never saw her having this struggle with Chad where he was trying to get into your row, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware she has a bullet hole through her hand?
Yeah, did you see the bullet enter her hand?
You never saw Chad Olson punch the defendant, correct?
Correct.
At no time did you ever hear the defendant here, and I know we were talking about with the throwing of the throwing motion. I'm talking about at no time. At no time did you ever hear the defendant say anything that led you to believe that he was hit.
Correct.
At no time did you ever see him lean over as if he was struck by holding a part of his body.
Correct.
The only time that you saw him holding his head or rubbing his head was after he fired the shot.
Yes.
How is that inconsistent with getting struck?
Let's talk about this possible throwing motion. Isn't it true that you're not even sure that you saw that?
I'm pretty sure I saw it.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a copy of your deposition?
Oh, he is. He's going to the
Papers, limits.
transcript.
You may-
And for counsel, I'm looking at page 73, 74,
That
77.
didn't work so well with the wife yesterday.
I Can Taste Fried Food says, could they have tested the sound level of the previews to compare with average decibel levels of conversations? The word loud seems so subjective and confusing. What's loud to one person may not be loud to another. Also, ... Yes, they could have, but as we found out yesterday, the police just didn't do that investigation at all. When, they could have checked the sound meter and a light meter, and they didn't do that. That was one of the complaints that the defense
First, I'm
had.
looking at page 77. Can you read lines 17 through 20 to yourself?
To myself?
Yes.
Housefer says this is such weak sauce. He didn't jump up, so nothing happened. Correct? Lol. He also says, so you would say
Okay.
that they
After
were
reviewing
having.
your deposition, isn't it true that you indicated that you weren't
Hold
100% sure?
She just said pretty sure. That's
At the
consistent.
time, I was telling Mr.
Well-
Escobar, right? This is
Yes. I mean, what I'm asking you is, in the deposition, did you indicate to Mr. Escobar that you were not 100% sure?
Pretty sure, but not 100% sure. Are consistent.
Hosfer says, so you would say they were having a polite conversation at church and then the defendant just shot him, correct?
Page 82.
Judge, I'm gonna ask under the doctrine of completeness that he read all those lines that she read because I believe it puts it in context.
If that's the case, then
I'll continue down to
You don't get to just
24.
cherry pick individual words here and there, folks.
73, did you not?
I was at 77.
Well, you started to tell me it was 73, and there is conversation in 73 concerning the black.
Right, that was, we have to approach.
That was the stuff I don't want in testimony. Your Honor.
Yeah. I'm really not. I really want to just pick out this part.
That's where
of
she
the
said she was
conversation.
99% sure.
Again, was a thermos recovered from the movie theater? Otherwise, like the entire, well, I swear it was a thermos. Great. Except there isn't a thermos. Who would have what would have happened to the thermos? No one's testified to anything about a thermos. I haven't seen a thermos in evidence. But let's please put a thermos in evidence and say, yeah, actually, he didn't throw his phone. He threw a thermos at the guy. That'd be better. Oh, my neck. Whew. I can't wait for my nap today. I'm very excited for it. Let's see. What do we got here? Koi 540 says Fauci actively funded the creation of a bioweapon. Cynthia Cotney says F's in the chat for Viva Fry from anyone who saw his stream last night. And then some prayer hands and a concerned face. Yeah, he's not happy with how the Canadian Parliament voted on the emergency powers. Or should I say the permanent powers, because they're never going to let him go. You don't get anything. You live in a dystopia. I just laugh because of all the bullshit I've heard from Canadians over the past 5 years about how great and free their country is. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Also, if you actually like freedom, get out. Get out quick. It's only going to get worse. Koi 540 says, don't have to read my $2 comments, Nick. Justin Holland, thank you for the donation. United States of Q says, what's your favorite popcorn? Well, right now, popcorn tastes like trash. So I don't, but in general, I like just regular movie theater popcorn. I do not like butter. I like salt. And I do not like air popped corn. No, I want it popped in oil. And then, salted right after it comes out so that salt sticks to the kernels because of the oil. That's the beauty. That's the wonderfulness that we're looking for. Over on Odyssey, we've got someone sent literally a fraction of a penny, and it says unbreaded. Nog says, I prefer a world where people fear being an asshole because someone might blow them away to a world where people fear defending
going back to the
themselves
question, you
because
indicated
everyone
that you
has
were
to
not
take a
100%
beating
sure,
now and then.
correct?
I'm not 100%.
Page 82, lines 22 on page 81 through line 4 on page 82. So this part right here, just read that to yourself.
You can order the movie theater salt from Amazon. It's called Flavocal.
Okay, upon reading that, does that refresh your memory that you indicated, I think I saw a cup in his hand, that little throwing motion?
Yes.
So you'd agree with me, you said you think.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta answer aloud, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I think I thought I saw you try to throw a thermos.
And would you agree with me, the way you were testifying, you said the word throwing motion, but isn't it true that you actually saw something that moved real quick and not a throwing motion?
Can you rephrase that question?
Yes.
I don't like the phrase throwing motion. Could we do away with that, please?
The motion that you saw, was it just a real quick movement towards the defendant, not a throw?
Yeah, it's just a quick motion,
Okay, so it was not a throw.
not a throw.
It was more like a blow.
And again, during this time that we're talking about, this quick movement that was not a throw, you didn't think anything was happening that you had to pay attention to, correct?
Correct,
And that's why you went back to watch the theater previews.
correct.
But she wasn't worried about it because they looked like
And that
friends
quick
anyway.
motion you're talking about, you didn't even think that was in a threatening manner because you still thought they were just friends.
Correct.
Do you still think that? Did anything happen that would change your mind about that perception?
And you heard the gunshot after the popcorn, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't the shooting death that concerned me about their friendship. It was when the one guy showed up at the funeral and shit on his casket.
Did you see Chad Olson walk down the aisle and fall down in front of the other people?
Yes, I did.
And was that fairly quickly after the gunshot?
I think it take about 2-3 seconds when he started walking.
Okay, and then he fell at the feet of other moviegoers?
He walked like 2 steps.
Okay,
like
so
he's
after getting
gonna
shot, he
exit.
took 2 steps and then he fell.
Yes.
Kind of moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Oh, thank God. Next we got B.A. Krim says at least Krause and Binger were more prepared than this prosecution with cross questions. Seemed like they are working on the fly. Some of the times it has seemed like they're very
We're
unprepared.
going to talk about the times after the shooting when the police became involved. When you went down by the screen after the shooting, you'd say that there was less than 20 people down there, correct?
Correct.
When you were given the written statement, you weren't given any instructions, correct?
No.
No, you weren't given instructions.
Correct.
And you were asked if Mark had spoken to anybody. You remember that question?
No.
Okay, well, defense counsel asked you whether or not your husband, Mark, had spoken to anybody in the theater after the shooting.
Oh, yes.
Did
Correct.
you hear what they spoke about?
No, I did not.
So you have absolutely no idea what they talked about.
No, I did not.
And when you agree with me that although the people that were in the theater were still in the theater, they were scattered around the theater.
Correct.
And you and Mark actually separated yourself from other people.
The theater across?
Correct.
Correct.
And when you filled out your written statement, you filled it out separate from your husband.
Correct.
In fact, wouldn't you say that it was very quiet with all those people for a couple of hours?
Correct.
And if other people were talking, you have no idea what other people were talking about.
No, I did not.
Okay, you did not know what other people
I
were
do
talking
not
about.
know.
So if you just heard some chatter, you can't say specifically what they were chattering about.
Correct.
This guy's piercing
Now, one more
S's
moment
You
into this microphone kill me. When they have these mics with the gain so high and they're like, it's like, oh, stop, stop. Oh, God. Jason McConnell says this country, Canada, hasn't been free since they told us we couldn't shoot the French anymore. What is freedom if you can't shoot the French when you really get down to it?
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, good.
Redirect?
Oh, not good.
Good morning, Ms. Turner again.
Good morning.
Ms. Turner, you remember having a hearing here back in 2017 and being placed under oath. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Page 265, lines 3,
Now he's going to provide the context.
6. Remember the following questions that was asked of you by me.
I have an objection as far as the forum,
Yeah.
what we're doing here.
Is there a question or?
Oh, yeah, it was her previous statement that
Well,
I am now, can we approach?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me what I'm doing. I don't know my job. I'm not following along to the fact that the guy didn't actually read the complete statement for the purposes of completeness. And now I'm going, you need to rehabilitate the witness on redirect because when she said she was pretty sure, she meant she was pretty sure. That just means some point slightly lower than 100%.
Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you meant by a throwing motion? You would agree or disagree with Mr. Olson's left hand, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you believe you saw in the form of a throwing motion. You saw this. Okay. And what you're saying is that what was in that hand, you believe to be a dark object. Would you agree or disagree?
Agree.
And would you agree or disagree when you went to the theater that day, it was not to pay attention to all of the other patrons in that theater, but instead it was to watch the previews and eventually watch the movie, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree or disagree that that is what you were focused on, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to beyond the scope of cross-examination. This is just pointed directly.
No, he asked her on cross, nothing
Yeah,
but you didn't see this, you didn't see that.
All overruled.
Would you agree that's what your focus when you went to the theaters to watch the previews and watch the movie, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you told the prosecution on cross-examination that 10 seats away in that theater, you could hear what people were saying to each other. Is that what you're telling us today?
No.
You would agree or disagree the reason that you couldn't hear, you heard some chatter, but the reason you couldn't hear what was being said was because the previews were loud.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's a ludicrous assertion, by
I
the
wasn't
way.
paying attention, trying to hear what people are saying.
And you would agree that when, agree or disagree, that when Mr. Olson first stood up and turned around, you couldn't even hear what he was saying at that moment, correct? When he
No, I
first
wasn't
stood up.
paying attention. Yes.
And you couldn't hear it, right? You couldn't tell this jury exactly what he was saying, right?
No.
And the reason you couldn't do that is because the previews were loud, correct?
This is leading.
I will rephrase it, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You would agree or disagree that the reason you couldn't hear that is because the previews were loud.
You would agree or
Correct.
disagree, and
I
I'm going to
wasn't
give you the
paying
words now.
Weren't paying attention either.
Right.
And so you would agree or
Imagine
disagree,
having
the
this
only
fucking
time that
judge.
you decided to, hey, I'm gonna look over there, was because you were being distracted from the previews that you were,
Your Honor, this is leading.
That is leading, sustained.
would
All
you
of it's
agree
leading.
that the only reason you looked to your left and distracted from the previews is because you heard something going on over there, right?
Objection leading.
That's not.
Sustained.
Oh, the judge is. She flipped the coin now and switched.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your husband. He was seated to your right, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And immediately after the flash and the shooting and the gentleman picking up the gun from Mr. Reeves' knee, you decided to get up. Is that correct? Because you felt things were safe at that point.
After the gun is being possessed, yes.
Okay. And that's when you went downstairs. Would you agree or disagree?
I went to the platform, yes.
The platform, down below.
Down below, bottom of the stairs.
Okay. And you would agree or disagree that after that you went to the exit door?
Correct.
And it was only after, you would agree or disagree that it was only after the exit door that you then joined this group that was standing or sitting there in the theater, correct?
Correct.
Individuals that had gone to the theater.
Correct.
Okay. And your husband, would you agree or disagree that he was in that group as well?
Agreed.
Now, on cross-examination, you told the prosecutor that you were pretty sure about this throwing motion, correct or disagree?
Correct.
Correct or disagree?
And
He
you
just
told
makes-
this prosecutor, agree or disagree, that you believe that in that throwing motion, in that hand, the left hand, was a dark object.
Correct.
You're pretty sure of that, agree or disagree?
I'm pretty sure.
Amazing.
Your Honor, if it's okay, based on recross, I have 5 questions if I could.
Sure. Defense will get the last exam though.
Thank you.
Haas first says, make sure you push.
285 and 286.
Make sure you push the plus rumbles so we can get Retracted to the top of the list over here. Hey,
Is there a
thank you.
question?
Is there a question? No, Your
I'm just
Honor.
going to talk about the lighting and the sound.
Okay.
And
I'm
going,
going to ask about it. Again, we're going to cover this.
isn't it true that you could see 10 seats away when you were in the theater at the time of the shooting?
Yes.
And isn't it true that although the previews were on, you could hear people 10 seats away at the time of the shooting?
Correct.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Anything further from defense?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
But we haven't understood that she can be released for now.
Okay, you're free to go for now. If you get called back, you'll have to come back.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's cool. I was going to read this. Odyssey chat. Joey Brazoni. Oh my God.
Who's next?
Says, on behalf of the Odyssey chat, because we're family here, like that movie from The People Under the Stairs. Yes. DR0365 says, keep up the good work despite the boring trial and the idiots at Law and Crime. Thank you. Thank you. And IMAV says, watching on Rumble, the Fire TV app finally has account login functionality. Do you use StreamYard to stream directly to Rumble and Odyssey as well as YouTube? Yes.
My God, they've got another giant book.
Isn't that the same giant book that they've been using?
Is it? I thought it was a different one.
No, it is a different one. I just saw the other one behind him. When he shifts to the side, you'll see it. There's this other binder. I know more about this witness than the witness knows about themselves. I know their loves, their dreams, their fears. I know their hatred, and I know what jelly they like. I especially know what jelly they like. By the way, shout out to Rumble with over 1,200 people watching live. Pretty
Wow.
crazy.
Wow.
Whoa! Officer Bowling Ball has entered the lane. What? I came in like a wrecking ball.
Man, if he fell down a hill, he'd never stop. He'd end up in the ocean.
I have a catastrophic fear of the watershed. If I go west of the Rockies, I'll end up in the Pacific. 10 times out of 10.
Go ahead, Mr. Escobar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant Duff.
Morning, sir.
His
Would you
name
please
is
state your
Sergeant
full name for
Duff.
the record?
David Wayne Duff II.
And Sergeant, would you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit of your history concerning your employment? You are
I'm a deputy.
sergeant?
I'm a sergeant with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office. I've been employed at the Pasco County Sheriff's Office since September of 2005.
Officer
During my time,
Peter
I've served as a
Griffin.
patrol deputy.
Understand?
In District 2, I've served as a field training officer, property crimes detective, and a patrol corporal. My current assignment is a patrol sergeant.
Okay. And so you would agree that you are pretty familiar with
Oh, that
how to
breathing.
conduct proper investigations, correct?
Yes, sir.
Done it all your career.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to direct your attention to January the 13th of 2014 and ask you if you were called out to the cop theater that
Is it,
day.
I responded
is it
out there,
true
yes,
that
sir.
you never
And when
passed the
you
physical
arrived there,
exam?
You would agree that you went to the superiors over there to get your assignment for that.
Yeah.
I did.
Is that
He
correct?
was slim and then he got
It's,
frightened.
something you've done before,
Well,
correct?
at SeaWorld.
To a location, whether it's a theft or a burglary or what have you, and you're going to be interviewing people, right?
Yes, sir.
You're pretty familiar with that process.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that on that particular day, you were given the assignment to interview witnesses.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in total, you interviewed 6 individuals. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No one gave you a list of individuals to interview. You were just supposed to go out there and find them.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your preference certainly that day would have been to go inside Theater 10 to at the very least be able to view the inside of that theater and any evidence that may have been present there in that theater, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the reason that's your preference is that if you get a good layout and you find
Section
out where the
leading.
evidence is at, it's going to allow you to pose appropriate questions to witnesses. You would agree with that?
I would agree with that. Yes, sir.
And you've certainly gone in your lifetime as a law
Oh, wait.
enforcement officer, you've gone to
This is an
many
LEO. He
crime
can lead
scenes,
this witness.
and viewed crime scenes that gave you a great deal of information that you could later use in an investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you weren't allowed to go into the theater that day, were you?
I don't know if allows the right word, sir. I believe I wasn't afforded an opportunity.
You weren't afforded the opportunity.
Yes, sir.
If you had, you would have done it without a question.
So yeah, probably yes, sir.
Okay, now, you first started somewhere in the concession area, is that correct? Trying to find witnesses?
That
He
is
spent quite a bit of time in the
There was a
concession
group of
area.
individuals there at that concession area. is that
That's why he didn't make it into the
At
theater.
no point in time did you tell any of those individuals there in the concession area not to speak to each other, correct?
I did not, sir.
In fact, when you approached those individuals, they were actually talking to each other, correct?
I don't recall, sir, specifically on that one.
Well, certainly as far back as your initial classes when you became a police officer, the word contamination, witness contamination, has been taught to you, right?
I'm familiar with the term, yes, sir.
And you would agree with me, the term is that you shouldn't have witnesses to an incident together
Oh,
because
boy.
you don't want them to contaminate each other with information, right?
In an ideal situation, yes, sir.
Okay. And so there were quite a few police officers there that were sent over to the cop theater, correct?
I don't know the specific number, sir. There were several deputies there, yes, sir.
Quite a large group, right?
I
don't know
am a large
There were
group
several
by
deputies there, so I don't know
myself,
whether
sir.
it'd be large or not. I don't know the exact number.
Detectives as well?
Yes, sir.
upper echelon of brass, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Sheriff Naco was there.
Don't know if the sheriff was there when I was present, sir.
So, first person that you interviewed was an individual by the name of Mr. Perez. Yeah, you can always let me know if you need to refresh your recollection with your report,
Take a look at my.
and I will ask the
Yes.
court if it's appropriate at the time that you need it, okay?
Wow. Whew. Oh man, that concession line killed me. I could not have asked for a funnier question than you started at the concession stand, didn't you?
And ended there. Never been defeated by a movie theater concession stand, never will.
Squizgar says, once you were done draining the nacho cheese into your gullet, did you move on to the candy bars or go straight to the soda fountain?
Had a terrible air compressor accident.
Wow. Hold on. Trying to get my bearings here. Let's see. There's someone who sent a follow-up chat to their other chat. There, I can taste fried food says bought Get Hard bundle on and Florida Defense Book. There you go.
All right.
Very cool.
Glad to hear it. So, well, let's see. What is that bundle? The 70% off the hardcover book is lawselfdefense.com/hard sale. Hard sale. Sunday, hard sale.
Sergeant, you interviewed a Mr. Perez, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't even know prior to interviewing Mr. Perez that Mr. Perez had actually filled out a written statement, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you're interviewing people, that's always the first thing to look at, right?
Depending on the circumstances, not necessarily, sir. I've done interviews with somebody prior to obtaining a written statement.
Why wouldn't you want to read the written statement before you even ask them the first question so that you can get some handle of what this person may have viewed or not viewed?
Do the same thing with a interview, sir.
You would agree you never even looked at that voluntary statement because you didn't even know he had one.
Correct, sir.
So did he come to you without any paperwork at all?
Yes, sir.
Well, I certainly didn't walk to him.
You know, have you filled out a voluntary statement? You never asked him that question?
No, sir, I did not.
You knew that they were passing out voluntary statements. You know what those forms are all like, right?
I know what the forms are. I wasn't aware they had been handed out at that time.
So the individuals that gave you the instructions to interview witnesses there didn't even tell you that.
No, sir, I wasn't given that information.
You never asked Mr. Perez where he was seated in the theater, correct?
No, sir, but referring to my report, Mr. Perez said that the incident occurred 8 to 10 rows behind him.
What does that mean? It all depends upon where Mr. Perez was, right?
Yes, sir.
Was he on the left side? Was he on the right side? Was he on the center? How many people were between him and the incident? Those all would have been great questions, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you would have wanted certainly for you to specifically know the seat that Mr. Perez was sitting in, right?
It would have helped with the interview. Yes, sir.
You never asked him about the noise level in that theater, correct? At the time of the incident?
No, sir.
You never asked him about the lighting conditions
No,
as well,
sir.
correct?
No, I did not.
You never even asked him specifically what seats this incident took place at.
I did not.
So is this entire witness testimony just
yourself
to
were
show that they did
unfamiliar
a
with this
shoddy investigation still,
I
I
had
guess?
been in the cop theater prior to this date, sir, both as a patron and as working off duty
But
details.
not in Theater 10.
I have been in Theater 10 prior to this date, but not at this incident, sir.
And when was the last time you had been to Theater 10 prior to this incident?
Don't have a specific date, sir. I'd have to determine when I worked the detail or if I saw a movie in there.
Okay. You would agree, would you not, that it is extremely important to try to obtain as much detail as possible from witnesses when you're first interviewing, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also agree that it's important to ask those witnesses when you're interviewing them whether they have had discussions with other individuals concerning the incident prior to your interview.
Can you repeat that question, sir?
Sure.
Watch it.
You would agree that it is important to ask the witnesses that you're interviewing whether they have spoken to other witnesses about what those witnesses had seen prior to your interview because of the issue of contamination. You want to know whether, is this a purely statement by this person or?
How big you think that dude's washing machine is?
That's important.
I would agree that is
It's
important.
got to be one of those 10 loads laundromat ones, right?
Just a lake.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't do it on this investigation.
No, sir.
You would agree that your interview with Mr. Perez was extremely short.
It was brief. I don't know.
Okay, I'll take brief. It was brief.
Yes, sir.
You never even asked Mr. Perez who discharged the firearm.
I did not.
Click, 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 click. It's
You
furious.
then interviewed an individual by the name of Mr. Mickley, correct?
Referring to my report,
Anytime you need to,
Okay.
Your Honor, may I
I-
have him refer if he needs
Yes,
to?
we can refer.
I interviewed Ms. Perez after Mr. Perez.
Okay,
And
we'll
then
do them in that order then.
okay, yeah, I'm just going off
Yeah.
the report.
Would it be
Let's
safe
talk
to
about
say
all your
all the questions that I asked
underperforming
about
interviews.
Perez, you would answer the same as to Mrs. Perez.
Correct, sir.
Okay, save some time. You then interviewed Mr. Mickley, is that correct?
That would be correct, sir.
Okay. And again, you didn't even know if Mr. Mickley had a voluntary statement that he had filled out
I did not.
because you never asked him.
I did not.
You didn't ask him where the lighting conditions were.
Did not.
Did not ask him what the noise conditions were.
I did not.
Did not ask him who discharged the firearm.
I did not.
Isn't it true you only asked him if he had any food on his person?
You did not know where he was seated.
I did not.
Oh, God.
McCullen. Remember that witness, McCullen?
Yes, sir.
Never asked about the lighting conditions.
Oh, man.
No, sir.
Never asked about the noise level.
No, sir.
Never asked about where that person was seated.
Did not.
Didn't even know whether that person had a written statement or not.
No, sir. I did not.
Did not ask him who had discharged the firearm.
Did not.
Did not ask him who was shot with the firearm.
Isn't it true your BMI is higher than your body temperature?
Stahlmeyer, another witness you interviewed.
Yes, sir.
Same questions, same answers you're going to give.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true your doctor
Same
used your
brevity
cholesterol counts to develop an
interview?
entire Powerball
Yes, sir.
ticket?
You did realize this was a shooting that resulted in someone's death.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask any questions that mattered at all?
You obtained these people from the concession area, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that there was an excess of 20 people there in that concession area.
I don't remember the specific number, sir. There were several people in that area. That's the number that it's there, then
And then, were you sent home after these interviews?
we completed our interviews and then we were released from the scene by our supervisor.
Wouldn't say I went home
can
more
you
to
tell the ladies and
Dunkin'
gentlemen of the jury
Donuts, which
how
is kind
long
of
you
like
were
home.
At that scene, conducting these 6 interviews?
I had to look at the CAD notes, so I don't have that time frame in front of me.
Less than an hour?
I think an hour, probably at the minimum.
I know. No further questions.
Oh, Minister of Time Travel and Astral Projection says, it may be leading question, but will you agree, yes or no, peanut M&Ms are more tasty than nacho cheese, correct or no? Correct or agree? I love when he said correct or disagree. Just lets it out, just leading the whole time. Completely ridiculous.
I wonder if Rosenwasser is a little worried about getting within arm's reach of this guy.
I'm not big enough.
Come
to
on,
resist.
guys. I'd be a snack. Appetizer.
I've seen this guy put 18 of those puffed Cheetos in his mouth at one time. What do you think he'd do to me?
He's got a Jimmy John sandwich in his mouth right now. The whole thing.
It's just stored in his left cheek. I might get hungry later. You know what's amazing about this? If anybody is worried about dying, right? The cold embrace of death approaching them too quickly, you could just watch this trial and you'll live so much longer than you thought you ever would because time moves so slowly. It's only 10:30.
No questions, Your Honor.
We haven't even had,
Thank you.
we haven't
May
even
this
had
witness
lunch.
be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, break for lunch. Maybe. Oh, it's too early.
Who's
Feels like we
next?
should.
Your Honor, the defense would call Deputy Christina Demas.
Oh, these are all going to be the same.
Yeah, you didn't do anything. What did you even investigate will be the question.
I'm doing that.
Sure. Deputy approach, please. Do.
So did
Your
you
Honor,
catch-
we'll stipulate that the investigation was garbage. Hot,
Did you-
stinking garbage.
Did you catch yesterday the objection to how they had their binders set up?
Yeah.
I haven't seen what's on the binders that was so
It just be like evidence of innocence. Reasons to acquit, volume 6.
the chart in Borowski's courtroom just said guilty on it from the state. For Edgecombe right at the bottom, sat there during the entire closing argument for the defense. I want to see his answer. Well, he is. Objection, Your Honor. Why? You know he did it. You know he's guilty. Tired of this? Can we just get done with this trial?
Go ahead. Oh, she didn't swear. Right. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Back us.
I'll do it the right way. I'll do it the right way. Chief,
Thank
swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this call to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Clerk.
I remember how to do it.
Stop clicking.
Ms. Demas, you finally get on. You've been
Finally.
waiting quite a long time, haven't you?
Yes.
Would you please state your full name for the record? Let's do it right?
Christina Demas.
And how are you employed?
I'm a canine officer with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office.
Would you please give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some
Did the
history
previous
concerning
officer
your
eat your
law
canine
enforcement
unit?
career with the Pasco County Sheriff's
I
Office?
will.
That was your only law enforcement position, is that correct?
With canine?
No, I'm talking about you were never served as a law enforcement officer anywhere else?
No, this is it.
Okay, so let's take it from the very beginning. Let's give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some background concerning your law enforcement career.
So
She looks like that swimmer who's winning all the women's races.
I started as a
Come
road
on.
deputy, and then I went into Vice and
I was gonna
Narcotics
say
as an
this
undercover
officer's
detective.
name is Eric.
After that, I was a bailiff.
a corporal in the bailiff sector, which is what she does. And then after that, I went to the road and I worked under the warrants division as a detective. And after that, I tried out for canine, and I've been a canine officer since then.
And what is your rank?
I'm a corporal now.
You're a corporal.
Mhm.
So I will address you as Corporal Demas.
As of today, yes, I am
As
a
of
corporal.
Today you became
Today
a
I
corporal?
am it. Yes, I'm back as a corporal.
You're
Yes.
back as a corporal.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to.
He's pretty flirty, Escobar, with this
January
one.
the 13th of 2014, and ask you if you.
It's his
recall
kind of
me,
woman.
He wasn't treating Sergeant Fat like
going
this.
to the cop theater that day.
Yes.
Okay. And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you were with that day when that request was made?
So I was in the warrants division at that time, and I was partnered up with Detective Monty Schuler, who was my partner. We actually rode in the same vehicle together. All
was
the time.
nice.
I was never alone.
You think
I
if
was
she
never-
undoes that bun, her whole face kind of sags
And
forward?
so once you got the call, you both went together to the cop theater?
That is correct. So we were in the vehicle in Zephyr Hills, and the call came out, and we decided that we would go at that moment in time.
Okay. And when you got there, what area of the complex of the cop theater did you drive to?
So we drove around somebody was actually standing outside directing us exactly where to go. So we responded to the rear of the movie theater to a door that led into one of the movie theaters itself.
And is it true that while you were there in the rear of the theater, that you were able to see Mr. Reeves coming out of the theater in handcuffs? Is that correct?
That is correct. As I arrived and walked up the sidewalk area towards the door, they were coming out with Mr. Reeves.
And you would agree that Mr. Reeves was cooperative?
He was.
Okay.
Well, he was
And
handcuffed.
so at that point in time, you decided that you were going to proceed into the theater, correct?
Well,
That is correct.
And
some people
you
manage to
opened the
resist
door
in
to the
handcuffs
theater
still.
and you looked inside,
I did.
and you would agree that it
Usually
was
not when they're
pitch black.
71.
So it was black because I was coming in from a very sunny day. So if the lights were on, I wasn't sure at that moment in time. I had to let my eyes adjust.
And you did that.
I
You,
did.
let your eyes adjust, and then you actually went in. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And when you finally went in, what were the lighting conditions once you got that adjustment made?
I don't remember at that moment in time. I know that eventually the lights were on.
Okay. So at some point in time after you enter the theater, your belief is that the lights went on.
The lights were on at some point in time. I just never paid attention until at that moment.
Okay. And then it was rather light in there.
It was.
Okay. Now, light enough certainly for you to be able to do your job, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so the job that you were given initially when you went in was what?
I asked if anybody needed assistance, and they handed me a roll of yellow sheriff's office tape, and I proceeded to tape off the area of which the incident had occurred.
Okay. And you did that alone?
I did.
Okay. Now, while you were there in the theater, you saw a group of people,
In
meaning
the
patrons
theater.
of the theater, congregating in one
Theater.
section of the theater. Would you agree?
They were on the ramp area on the side of the movie
And,
theater.
and did you approach those individuals to make sure that you told them that, hey, don't discuss anything you saw in reference to this incident amongst yourself?
I did not.
Okay. And you would agree that likewise, you never overheard anybody doing the same?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you were in that area for what purposes other than putting the yellow tape?
That was the only reason.
That was the only reason.
That was it.
Nobody gave you any other assignments, correct?
Correct, at that moment.
And you were kind of just waiting for some of the brass to do just that, right?
I was waiting for whoever was in charge at that moment to tell me.
Give you instructions.
Correct,
You're there to help, right?
correct,
And you would have
Instruct me.
helped, right?
correct.
You would have done anything possible
You're the
Yes.
to
best.
make sure that this investigation was a good one.
Yes.
You're the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down.
There was a lot of people in that theater.
There was. Not in the theater, that theater, but out in the, yes, throughout the entire movie theater, yes.
Now, There was quite a few officers. You saw at least 10 police officers,
10 that
right?
I can remember.
Okay. And of those 10 that you saw, you never saw a single police officer making any statement to lay people to, you can't be talking, guys, let's separate you, right?
I did not at that moment, no.
Did you know that there was, what, 16 theaters in that building?
I actually did not.
And so you're asked by another officer to hand out some voluntary statement forms.
You
correct?
get to lead
Correct. So
police
after I
officers
marked
as
off the
defense
tape,
counsel.
I went outside into the, I guess it's the open area where the
Concession.
concession stand is. And I asked if anybody needed assistance, and they provided me a stack of written statements and pens and said, there are people sitting in
judge
the
just
concession
perked up.
stand at
Pens?
the tables. Could you
Do they
please hand
click?
them out to them?
Now, the instructions that you were given were not, however, separate all these people and then have them write their statement.
No, the people were already sitting at the tables.
Well,
There
the
was
jaw
4 or
mystery
5
was solved.
chairs around every circular table, and there was about 4 or 5 tables.
And so you're just handing out these voluntary statement forms to these individuals as they're sitting all in a round table.
I am.
You don't know what the people were talking about, but clearly they were talking.
People were talking. I just didn't hear what they were saying.
That process didn't take a whole lot of time, did it?
It did not.
And when you were finished with that process, you were told and your partner was told,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
well, let me ask you this question. How long were you there at the Cobb Theater rendering assistance as a law enforcement officer in this investigation?
Between
I'll explain
45
the law
minutes to
enforcement-
1 hour.
I'll explain the law enforcement thing
And
at the
before you left, you
next
wanted to
pause.
make sure that your services weren't needed, right?
Correct. I walked outside of the front door where the higher ups were and asked if anybody else needed assistance, and we were told no more assistance was needed.
And in 45 minutes to an hour, you were sent away.
We were sent home.
I don't have any further questions.
We were talking about the house lights coming on. Would you agree with me that the best evidence as to when the house lights came on would be on the video?
Oh, I would have no idea. I've never even seen the video, boy.
Okay, so what I'm saying is when you say that you think that the house lights came on at a certain point, the video would be the best evidence as to when the house lights came on.
I would assume the video would show it.
Wait a minute.
And
She can't
you indicated that
testify
you
to
were
what
there
the
for
best
45 minutes
evidence
to an
is.
hour, and then you were told that you could leave.
That is correct.
And is that because all of the detectives from the sheriff's office had already come down to do their investigation?
At that moment in time, almost all of the east side and the west side major crimes detective had arrived on scene, and they were already conducting their investigation.
So in other words, the reason you were told it was okay to leave within 45 minutes to an hour is you weren't needed because all the
Objection,
investigators
hearsay.
were there that needed to be there.
Objection
Calls for speculation.
and hearsay.
To the extent she knows, overruled.
Objection,
Oh,
hearsay.
okay. That they didn't tell me why. They just told me I was free to leave.
Okay, but you know that all the detectives from the east and west side that would investigate a case like this were at the scene or at least on the way to the scene.
For the most part, yes.
I don't have any further questions.
May this witness be released?
She's under subpoena, Your Honor, but we're going to release her with that caution. We
Okay.
can call her back.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're free to go. Let's pick the recall.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Click. Click again. Fucking
All right.
judge.
Council, good time for a lunch break?
Oh, yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an hour for lunch. Remember my instructions during the recess. Don't
This
do
is going to
any
be the
independent
shortest hour of
research
the
any
day.
sort. Don't discuss the facts of the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, and enjoy your lunch and report back to the jury pool room at, yeah, hang on.
Okay, so the reason, basically, cross-exam is for, or leading questions are for cross-examination because the witness is presumed to be for the other party and favorable to the other party and not favorable to you. So rather than eliciting the story from them and having them kind of equivocate or just simply filibuster you, you get to cross-examine them and direct the storytelling with leading questions to which they can agree or disagree. They can say yes or no to them. You're trying to get a yes or no answer. That is because the presumption that on cross they are a hostile witness, and if you ever do that again, I will remove you immediately. But you actually weren't close enough to your microphone for it to be effective. I mean, you have to be like right. But anyway, so that's the issue with why leading questions are allowed in particular situations. When the defense in a criminal investigation is calling a police officer, the presumption is that the police officer is a disfavorable witness to the criminal defendant. So that's why they allow cross-examination, because police officers typically aren't going to be testifying in favor of the person who's on the hook to go to jail. So I hope that helps out with that whole thing. I don't know if you guys can even hear that. Yeah, Pete Bronson, I'm happy too, but the strike has not presently been applied to the channel yet. So just for a lot of people who came in later, the copyright strike will happen at some point today. The current thinking is at 5:54 p.m. Central Time. That is the time in which I received the email 7 days ago, indicating that in 7 days there would be a strike. So I don't know if YouTube system goes down to the minute, but the video is still pending a takedown on today's date. Not sure when that'll happen, but that's where we are. I'm also not positive, as I stated in my video about this situation, I'm not positive that this will automatically stop me from live streaming or uploading videos. It might not. I've never had a copy strike before, and their wording on it is a little bit ambiguous, if I may be so bold, as to what happens with that copyright strike. I mean, the strike will be applied to the channel, but whether it will prevent uploads and live streams is another question that I don't have the answer to. The overall consequences of a copyright strike are that I will have to go to copyright college, whatever that means. Probably watch a stupid video and do a stupid quiz. And then the other consequences, the strike will remain on the channel for 90 days. And if I were to receive 2 more strikes.
I'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay. This looks like 10 Tampa Bay probably just shut their stream down, because some of these channels do that. They shut their stream down during the lunch break. But you keep your strike for up to 90 days. If you get 2 more strikes within that 90-day period, your entire channel is deleted. So that's the risk of the copyright strike, which is complete bogus nonsense, but that's how it goes, unfortunately. Please strain the training to alternate platforms if you have to do it. I'll see. That would be funny, because that'd be like another copyright strike. C. Goody says copyright college is still more legitimate than most universities these days. True facts. IMAV over on Rumble says, did you get early access to Rumble and Odyssey integrations with StreamYard? No. Their interface and their support pages both state they do not currently work with Odyssey and Rumble. They don't specifically work with them. They do allow custom RTMP access, though. It's a lot more cumbersome and a lot less functional, but it still works. So you put in your stream URL, your stream key, and they will broadcast to that location. But that is basically the extent of the support that you get. House First says, just ordered my signed hardcover book, audiobook, Kindle book, and my state breakdown at lawofselfdefense.com/hardcover. I feel harder already. And Eli 580 says, is she formerly a WNBA player? She's formerly a men's NBA. Men's NBA player, I think. The Gun Santa says, rackets. William Hustle, Dr. Death trial started today. I know you can't cover both, but heads up. And Rumble username sucks says, agree or disagree, agree or disagree, agree or disagree, agree or disagree. The defense attorney questions every damn witness this way. Going to find some popcorn to throw at Reeves. He hasn't been doing that too much until today when he found out that it worked. He found out the judge doesn't actually know about hearsay. So that's, I guess that's why he's doing that. More power to you, I suppose. If you can get away with it. Koi 540 says maybe just use them as evidence of damages. Oh, your $2 comments. Thank you. Saran. Gosh, I always read that wrong at first glance. Saran Concord says, naming your channel Retracted Law is an injustice. You should call yourself Cyrano de Bergerac. Cyrano de Bergerac is a fantastic play. By the way, it's a play you can read, and it reads really well. I would like it. Oh, Law and Crime is people in the Law and Crime chat are stealing our fat jokes about Officer Rotunda. Retracted Law looks like the dude who always gets hurt in the mosh pit. Justin Holland says, what is your ideal trial to cover? The Rittenhouse trial was really close to what I would consider an ideal. I thought it was an obvious injustice, knew a ton about the case. There's a ton of publicity. People were really interested in it. And it's a pressing issue. What are the extensive self-defense? Is basic, straightforward, and obvious self-defense on the chopping block. There was nothing legally riding on that trial, but there was a lot riding in the minds of America. So it made it a good one. Dorby says boomers do digital video. Yes. Chad D says, here's $5 from money I earned from Google, who happens to own YouTube. So hope this helps with your defense against YouTube. To be clear, I mean, a lot of people are bitching about YouTube and this copyright strike. Let me say a couple things about it. YouTube's overall copyright system is garbage, and they deserve all the ridicule in the world for implementing a garbage copyright system that is punitive to creators and favors copyright trolls. That being said, with that important caveat out of the way, they're applying their shitty policy neutrally. They're not doing anything particularly bad to me in regards to this. So it's while they have a garbage policy, everybody for the most part is under that same garbage policy. So I just wanted to put that out there. Justin Holland says, this area is retirees. Why isn't this judge retired? And I wish. She's terrible. Gosh, hold on. I'm stretching. I'm so tired. Got to stretch from time to time. My Awesome Channel says, attention Odyssey users, vote for your favorite Libri related project by searching for Libri Foundation QF Round 1. You vote with LBC tips examples. And he has a couple different examples: Hound, Mediator, and Bellicor. So there you go. Give that a shot if you're interested. Reflection. Nick, is there a way we can help the fight with law and crime? Gosh, give me a nap. How about that? They violated the nap. Right now, the best way to help is just to hang out, watch shows that you would normally watch over here, and enjoy the content. If it escalates to a full-on fight because they want to bring it to court or whatever, then we'll talk at that time. But that's going to be a long time from now. Long time. Other than that, there's not really much to do. Now, there is a possibility that we'll get some information that will make and if YouTube takes down my ability to stream for a couple days or whatever, we would be very much exploring our options on the retaliation front. But that said, we need a little bit more information before we'd be confident enough to take that action to the court. So we'll see. Trying to gather that information today, and who knows what'll actually end up happening. But take it from a guy who's been there a little bit. Pretty much anybody who can avoid court does. But we'll have to see. I'm not going to rush into court without being really, really confident in my outcome.
Did you miss me?
I did.
Sorry about that. I had to take care of some work stuff.
No, that's fine. I've been just yakking about various things, and my mouth is exceptionally dry. So that's nice. I'm about to have to step away for a minute and grab some lunch and a drink. But was just having some conversations with the chat as we go. But yeah, I'm fully if law and crime sues me, I am fully willing to fight them all the way to appeals courts and Supreme Courts if necessary, to set some guidelines around what actually is fair use in regards to newsworthiness, because I think that that's really, really important with the rise of citizen journalism that's out there. And I have a feeling that there'd be a lot of citizen journalists who would, maybe consider helping out with that sort of cause. But that said, that is a whole chain of events has to happen for that to be something that can go forward. As far as for like my own personal loss and stuff, that'll depend on if YouTube takes my channel down temporarily, if we can gather enough evidence to show actual bad faith other than we're just idiots who don't understand copyright law. That's the question. And I'm not keen on entering a lawsuit without a high degree of confidence in the outcome, because I don't want to spend my own funds and potentially ask other people for funds if I don't think that there's a really good shot. But with that said, all of the stuff that I do is done out in the open. So as this progresses, I will keep everybody apprised. Brian Schultz says previews on the TV means copyright from New Line. Yeah, probably, but they didn't do that.
I mean, it's such an embarrassing thing for them to do. It must be humiliating. I mean, they're a multi-million-dollar media enterprise. If they and you have the same court feed, they can't outperform you. I mean, no criticism intended, but
no. That's what I said. I said, why can't they just do this?
I mean, what are they spending all that money on? They have all those people.
Right. Do it better. I'm kind of curious, like where they monetize. I mean, I guess they monetize it all on their own site. That's got to be where the bulk of their income comes from. Because I mean, I can look at the numbers and estimate how much they make per stream on YouTube Premium revenue, and it's not a ton. I mean, it's not bad. That's the benefit of streaming these long trials and doing 8-hour long live streams is once you get a certain amount of people in there, I mean, they kind of pay off. But you know, it really depends on how many people you've got watching. Let's see here. I can estimate how much they're doing on these on their Curtis Reeves streams, for example. So, okay. Now, not counting the ones that they chop up and are getting like no views on, because not a lot of people are interested in this Reeves thing. But so 18 hours ago, they have 8 hours, 46 minutes, 71,000 views. Okay. That was from yesterday's stream. So my stream yesterday has perfect. It's really close. 9 hours and 2 minutes and 79,000 views. So just a little bit more in the view department and slightly longer. And oh shit, I'm not going to be able to see what that one made. I wasn't thinking. I'll have to go to the one 3 days ago. So day 5, because that one's got the actual preliminary numbers in. Day 5 is right here. So their day 5 stream is 7 hours and 9 minutes, 70,000 views. Mine is 8 hours, 15 minutes and 84,000 views. So mine will make a little bit more than theirs, but this will give you a good comparative idea. So YouTube Premium revenue, which is the only monetization I can see on theirs, because they don't run ads on their trial streams, as far as I can tell. For that video for me was $376. So you can imagine that their 7-hour video there made $300 to $350, somewhere in there, to give you a rough estimate of how much these things make. That's it. That's all they're making on these things. And then they have their clips, which are getting 4,000 to 12,000 views each. 3 of those. I mean, they're not making a lot of money on this trial. They're not doing great. So, but consequently, the amount of losses I'm sure they're blaming me for how bad they're doing on this trial, but that's a little too bad for them. Wait, the women's soccer team won? What are you talking about? You've seen some of their trial footage have ads? Okay, well, I the one I checked the other day did not. The one that was in question, the Chandler Halderson one. So,
So Law and Crime has comparable performance to a small town lawyer in Minnesota.
Yeah.
With a fraction of their capitalization.
And only half the subscribers. So, but that's, that's the thing. If they wanted to perform better, they would have to hire lawyers, I suppose, to do running commentary for 8 hours a day. Whereas I am able to hire myself for 8 hours a day to do that, and rely on, good relationships with people, with good people like you and the rest of the law crew, who come on, and we all push our own wares, so to speak, and use the networking opportunity that exists. But that's the advantage we have. Not that Law and Crime couldn't do a similar thing. They absolutely could, but they don't, or, and that's their choice. But they can't be mad at me for them losing. It's their own fault for losing. Win, try better, do better. What was that movie? Move faster.
I don't know if they could do better. I think they look at, they try to drama things up too much.
Yeah.
They stray too far from the actual law.
Well,
like
they're
court
not
TV,
Yeah, they're not at the end of the day, they're not lawyers for the most part. I mean, Dan Abrams has a JD, but he's not the guy on camera. And the other people that they have running the law and crime, the women they have running it, I don't think that they're JDs, as far as I can tell.
You know, my experience being interviewed on those shows and having other lawyers also being interviewed at the same time is those other lawyers are not actually watching the trial. They're contributing the 5 minutes or 8 minutes or 10 minutes that they're in the interview, but they're not actually watching the trial. So they can't have an informed opinion because they literally don't know what they're talking about. Not that they don't know the law, but they don't know this case because they're not actually watching the case.
Yeah, and part of the reason I think for that is it'd be really expensive to pay lawyers to watch these cases, and so that's why the commentary is usually weak. They only have time to check out some snippet or some prepared footage from a non-lawyer editor who puts it together and then says, "Hey, can you review this for our interview for 8 minutes or whatever they're going to do?" And then they check that out. But that again is the advantage of the medium that we have, that I'm able to, do this as my profession, and doing it is that's what's monetized. So I don't have to worry about that same issue. But again, if they wanted to figure it out, they could try. They may not be able to afford it. Certainly they could get some fresh out of law school person to do it for an hour.
But what would they know?
Who cares? Get a cute law grad, right, to run the show. Put her on Twitch in a low cut top and watch her get $1 billion.
Law and crime OnlyFans.
Law and crime ASMR. Ooh.
After hours.
Now the defense is about to start cross-examination. Oh God. Decaf Geek says, you didn't stretch, you just sharted, didn't you, Nick? Admit it. Admit it. Oh, I'm gonna start my ASMR channel immediately. Figure that out. I'll just draw a line on my chest and pretend it's cleavage. I think I'll go right to the top. Let's see what else do we have here. I lost my spot. Julian Stanley says, where would YouTube rules fall on fair use for a trailer or copyrighted music played in a trial you were covering? Could the studios come to strike you? The studios there. Well, so there's a couple things. There's the actual legitimacy of a copyright claim, and then there's the mechanical aspects of how YouTube applies copyright through their content ID program and stuff like that. And so they would likely, usually music companies don't apply strikes. What they do is they do a revenue share. And the revenue share is like they get 90% of the advertising and YouTube premium revenue that comes in when they do that. Now, that's really easy to contest, though. You just go, or they turn off monetization. One of those two things. That's what I've seen a lot of the movie companies do, movie and TV shows, is they turn off monetization in general rather than take the revenue share. So, but either of them is fine. And those are both really easy to fight. You just file your counter notification, say this is fair use, tell them why. This is 30 seconds out of a 6-hour video. It's only part of the song. The song was incidental to what was happening at the time. Criticize the song because don't ever listen to, I don't know, Bare Naked Ladies or whatever. And that's it. You just go through the thing, and then it tends to get reversed because they're not going to sue you over that copyright claim. Rye Guy says, would you ever do mock trial with LawTube unbreaded? A lot of people have asked for this. The problem with doing a mock trial is the massive amount of work that everybody has to put in ahead of that one thing that you're doing. Like a mock trial, you're talking 20, 30 hours of work for each person involved prior to the stream itself. You're talking about developing the materials, the case narrative, the scripts or the character arcs for each of the people involved. Like there's the fact set, the evidence, all of that stuff has to be developed. It's a huge amount of input for whatever video you're doing. And like asking people to do all that work is one huge thing. Finding the time to do the work on your own is another thing. You'd almost have to hire someone to develop all that stuff and then put it into practice.
I can't imagine doing that.
Yeah, it's who has the time? if I had 30 hours to prepare for anything, oh my God, it'd be amazing.
I mean, if I had 30 free hours, I'd go take a trip.
Right.
I'm not going to sit at my desk to do what? To do a one-day YouTube video?
Yeah. And I don't think most people don't have time for that.
And what's the point of a mock trial? What are people asking for actually? A mock trial on what?
I think they just want the performance aspect of like the YouTube lawyers in a courtroom setting.
Oh.
I think that is just the entertainment value of that is just a fun novelty idea. And it'd be great, but that video would have to do millions of views. I mean, literal millions of views. And there's to pay off what would have to go into it. And I'm sure there's some way to get that done, like Critical Role or whatever does that shit with D&D with huge production value and stuff like that. But I don't know if maybe Devin could do it with his millions of subscribers. See if you're good lawyers or not. That wouldn't show you if we're good lawyers or not, though.
It's pretend.
It's very much pretend. You get a fact set and a bunch of witness actors who aren't real people and aren't playing themselves. That's the whole problem. And the scenarios are skewed to come out to a resolution. One of two usually. Where they're going. But the people act. The other thing with mock trial is the quality of the actor matters. Like when we're talking about witnesses and how good they are at being witnesses and developing that character. So yeah. Stephen Fairhurst says, greetings from the UK. Why was Reeves' wife allowed to sit and watch the trial before she gave her testimony? Is there an exception for spouses? I would assume there's an exception for spouses. I don't know specifically if there is or not, but the widow did the same thing, right? She gave her testimony and she's been sitting in court the entire time as well. So there's either an exception or there's a stipulation filed in the court somewhere in their 7 trillion documents over 8 years. Brian Scholl says, think of a man, take away reason and accountability. Adam Pennington says, just ordered Branca's book with the 70% off deal before he fires whoever was responsible. My nose just got a touch bigger.
That's what I was actually just asking about. Trying to track down how this happened without me being aware.
Matt Hagen says, every time you said thanks, Matt, I woke up. Paul Farrell says, just bought the hardcover and audio book bundle of your book, Branca. Fast Dad 16 says, just ordered my Get Hard book. Thanks. I Can Taste Fried Food. Mr. Branca, where is the deal for the hardcover?
I think the sale today is the hardcover.
So that's the hard sale, right?
The hard sale, right? Plus they got I guess they packaged it. At least one option is to package it with the audio version of the book for those of you who like that kind of thing. I actually forgot we have the audio version, but yes, I read the book aloud at one point.
And how long did that take?
A while.
I've got a book that I want to do an audiobook of on locals, just for my local subscribers. It's called The Male Hormone. It's a 1940s book about how testosterone can fix a generation of weak men. Hilarious. And it's a seriously written book. That's the best part of it. And I want to do it, but every time I think about doing it, I'm like, when am I going to sit down and record all of this stuff? It takes a long time. Wow. Brian Law with a massive chat. Thank you so much. says Book of Matthew, Psalm 12, Binger 220. If dishonest tribe is using its lawyers to create promises that Binger must suddenly abide by, he is allowing his soul to be held hostage. If the lesser man uses these tactics to steal Binger's soul, the only acceptable response is war. A woman. On paper, unbreaded. Thank you, Brian Law. I appreciate that very much. Wow. Very, very cool.
Yeah, folks, in the comments, I don't know what the bundles of this offer are. I was not involved in putting it together. So to find out, just go to lawselfdefense.com/hard sale, and I'm sure that'll tell you everything you need to know.
Do you know how long it's going on?
I don't. I don't know anything.
Oh my gosh. Whoo. Whoo. Yeah, Ken's counseling couch was asking if you can extend it till Friday. That's payday. But I have no idea if it's going to Friday or not.
I'm actually looking at this page for the first time now. I don't see a date on it. It'll probably run this week. So
if you read The Ethical Slut, I'd 100% actually give you money on locals. What's The Ethical Slut? Well, I know what I'm Googling right now. Let's see how rip my search history. Yeah, it looks like women's soccer player settles with the United States Soccer Foundation or Federation or whatever for $24 million. Yeah, that's because they're a bunch of pussies. They have all the facts on their side. The women's soccer team got paid more than the men. That's an amazing reality where the women's soccer team got paid more than the men, but sued because they got paid less than the men and are now winning a settlement because of that. Absolute entitlement out of hand. I can't wait till Nate the lawyer gets a hold of that one. He has great content on the women's soccer suit, but yeah. We're suing for discrimination because we got paid less. Actually, you got paid more. Shit. That's how their case is going at every stage. And now they're settling it out. Oh, gosh.
Can't beat a high school male soccer team. Can't do math.
Okay, so this book, The Ethical Slut, is The Ethical Slut, a guide to infinite sexual possibilities, or there's also The Ethical Slut, a practical guide to polyamory. Which one is it? Is it the infinite sexual possibilities or the practical guide to polyamory?
Don't you need the beard guy? What's his name? Murphy?
Jack Murphy. That'd be the ethical cuck. It's the second one, the guide to polyamory. Oh, God. Practical guide to polyamory, open relationships, and other adventures. Here you go. Here's how I'll read it too. The essential
As if life's
guide,
not complicated enough.
the essential guide for singles and couples who want to explore polyamory in ways that are ethically and emotionally sustainable. Brought to you by NPR, National Public Radio. Doug Murray says, Andrew, nice seeing the 340 millimeter TP rounds on your shelf. Nick, your Rumble live stream is on the channel with lower subscribers. Yeah, I know. I'm still trying to figure out how to click it's a drop down menu, and the names, one of them says stream as me and the other one says stream as Retracted Law, and I'm pretty sure it didn't have a space, but I'm supposed to stream on the one with a space, so I picked stream as me because that makes sense. But it turns out I'm supposed to click on the other one. I guess it's very confusing. I don't fully understand it. I guess it'd be kind of cool if you have multiple different channels that you want to do. Like I used to have a media channel until YouTube yeeted it or whatever. So if I wanted to have like a media channel, an anime channel, and a law channel or something, cool. I could do that. And maybe that's what it's geared for, but so it all stays under the same username in a nice like umbrella. But I'm still getting used to it. It says great stream again today, and last night was hilarious. You guys have a great day. Hey, thanks, Doug. Hope you have a wonderful time.
And the 40 millimeter rounds behind me are dummy rounds, folks. So don't bother calling ATF.
They're dummy rounds. Sure. Sure. What's the name of the dummy?
Would have been good for that lead homicide detective on this case.
Oh. Or Captain Rotunda, who walked out just a little bit ago. Man, that guy looked big enough that his arms might not meet in the middle. Like if he tried to, just like,
It's so sad he can't hug. The man who couldn't hug.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. John S says, ask Branca why I haven't received my 3 copies I ordered weeks ago and no one will return my emails. My order number is 1048163. No idea, man.
That's a super chat?
Yep. It is.
I don't know. I didn't see that go by.
It was a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Sorry. If I could, whatever.
Dum Dum Face says, is the defense attorney with the bow tie Pee Wee Herman's dad? Probably. Actually, Paul Rubens is probably older than that guy. Paul Rubens is pretty old now. Ernst Weiler says, anybody pointed out yet the resemblance between Tiny Prosecutor and Charles Boyle from Brooklyn Nine-Nine? For real, though, this trial needs some comic relief. This is rough. This is a rough one. It's kind of a slog. But you know, that's the way it goes. Not all trials get to be super exciting. That's why I really want to do the take your swing trial. I just think the Texas affectation on that will be comedy. Just consistent comedy. Nova Amp says, interesting. Well, now I have reasonable doubt. Dum Dum Face, Richard's voice. Your Honor, my client was the victim of a strong-arm robbery. His popcorn was delicious, and the havoc caused him to pull his gun. Mephitic Miasma says, Chinese water torture or judge pen torture? I'd take the water torture. I'd rather have thumb screws and listen to that pen being clicked all day. Wolfgang Deo says, in India, they say life is a drama, not suffering. MM says, in an effort to promote equal protection under the law, I propose the merger of state prosecutors and public defenders to one office with equal access to budget and resources. Prosecutor one case, public defender the next. The problem with that is that there's real risks for cross contamination or cross access to the opposite side's files. So like in my town, there's a guy who's a private attorney, but he's contracted by the city to do the misdemeanor prosecutions. So he's a private lawyer, but he works on a contract basis with the city of Wilmer to do their, their specific jurisdiction, misdemeanor violations. Because of that, he has to, I think he can only access those prosecutor files like when he's physically outside of his office. Or no. He's precluded from doing criminal defense work. That's what it is. He's precluded from doing criminal defense work because he would have access to state files and resources that would potentially contain privileged materials for the state that he would then be able to use against the state. So he has to do civil work for the rest of his practice. So that's the way it goes. There are issues with that sort of cross-pollination there. But yeah, the disparity in resources between the public defender's office and the prosecution is of course absurd. And it's a real shame because there are good public defenders, but some of them don't have access to the same resources. They certainly don't have access to the same pay and all of that stuff. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, have Canadians lost all of their rights yet? Still has to go to the Canadian Senate for them to approve the loss of rights. But make no mistake, Canada's been begging to lose all their rights for months.
I mean, it wasn't close. And whatever they call their House of Representatives, it wasn't a close vote.
It was 187 to 151 or something like that.
That's a 20 point disparity, right? So
yeah. 30.
20% disparity.
Hawkins 75 says David Hogg was the nurse masked witness. Could have been. Huevos del Diablo says clicking the bean versus flicking the bean, which is worse. Clicking is the
Clicking,
worst thing. Let's see. Playmaker says guilty or not guilty. Chad got justice. Damn. Danny Sherrill says, is it just me or is every single objection by the prosecutor just petty? They're vocabulary objections that jurors probably don't understand anyway. I'll say it again. Many lawyers in court do not properly object. They don't object when they should. They object when they shouldn't. They don't seem to understand the rules. And to give some deference to them, it's really tough when you're sitting there to be ready to spot every objection, to be familiar enough with the rules, to spot those objections, to call them out and to get it right. It is something hard because you're also doing other things. You're taking notes about what's being said. You're thinking about your cross exam or how you're going to impeach a witness or whatever. So you're trying to manage all of these different things and also think through all these objections and keep them in mind. You know,
Frankly,
I'm sure
it's the kind of thing a public defender would probably be better at. I mean, a large part of it is simply being in court all the time, not doing a trial, having 2 or 3 weeks doing other stuff, doing a trial, having 2 or 3 weeks doing other stuff. But if you're a public defender and you're in trial all the time, all the stuff is fresh in your mind constantly.
Yeah, and that's the main thing for all of the times that we're sitting here calling out objections that they could make. I'm sure we still miss tons of them too. There are plenty of opportunities where they could where objections could be made, and some of the objections get very, very technical, especially when you start getting into the areas of hearsay and of like business records and stuff like that, and what's allowed and what isn't. You know, that stuff, those are arguments that need to be made. And yeah, I think you're right. Public defenders are actually going to be and prosecutors should be very good at this because they're going to be in court all the time doing it. But in this case, though, it's like nobody in the room understands any objections. And maybe the problem is
criminal trials, the prosecutor's not, how can I put it? They're not working as hard as a defense because they don't need to, because they select the cases that go to criminal trial and they're selecting the winners. So they don't have to work as hard because they're picking the cases that are most advantageous for them. The defense has the harder job because they're finding themselves in court with the loser cases.
Yes. The other thing is to give maybe some credit to these particular lawyers on both sides. The judge is not properly handling objections, consistently improper handling of objections, which implies that the judge doesn't know what the objections will be, which, or how to rule on them, I should say, which means you're going to have to wonder if any objection is worth making because the judge doesn't know what it is.
Or if any objection that's being made actually has any foundation. Because listen, if it were me, I'd be bullshitting this judge all day long.
Yeah, well, and that's what the defense did here with the Asian lady. Is he just steamrolled through that by leading her directly to water. He led that witness 100%, and the prosecution objected, and the judge said it's not leading because you said agree or disagree, which is nonsense. And then after a while, though, the prosecution finally said, objection, this is leading. And the judge went, and he's like, it is. Okay, sustained. And then started sustaining the objections. But that was the proper outcome the whole time.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about doing like maybe a half-day course just on hearsay. Just a video I could leave up on YouTube. So when people are like, what's this hearsay thing? Instead of trying to explain it 500 times in the course of a trial, just send them to, lawselfdefense.com/hearsay. You can watch the 4 hours of video and now you understand hearsay.
Yeah, there you go. And it would have to be a 4-hour video.
Yeah. It's a complicated area of the law.
Very, very complicated. Let's see.
The rule's not complicated. The exceptions, and then exceptions to the exceptions are complicated.
Squizgar2322 says, okay, Misa Rarier, I turned him story you want. You get my family into USA now. I think that was a little bit.
That's terrible.
That
That's
was
very
terrible.
racist.
She had a very standard Southern American accent, not South American. I should say American Southern accent. She sounded like she was from, Florida. Let's see. Bogey 34 says, why do some gallery members wear headphones? That's they're tapped into the court microphone system, so they're actually hearing the audio as we hear it in the same way, and it's usually because they're hearing impaired.
Yeah, it's those same two people every day.
Yeah, they have some sort of hearing impairment, so they wear the headphones and they get the court audio. And it doesn't have to be like anybody can request them. It just helps people hear a little bit better because it's the court audio feed pumped into those headphones. This is another person who does not have a username on YouTube. I don't know how they do this. Username is just blank. It says, I was watching a documentary about a TB clinic and a trial broke out. Oh yeah. It took me a minute to put together. That's a coughing joke. I got it. Thank you. Kelly says, bought the Get Hard bundle and Virginia Specific Self-Defense DVD. Amanda Jones says, we need a montage auto-tune music video of No Chin's objections, beats provided by judges, coughs, and clicks. Someone out there can do that.
Do it.
I have no idea how to do it. The unbreaded remix, I played it for my wife. I was like, this is what people on YouTube, this is what people get out of my show. They get this unbreaded thing. And she's like, oh, I'm so proud of you. And then we listen to this remix and it's like, both of us just, how do people do this? How do they put this together? I have no idea. It's like the vision to put it together, picturing the beat and then starting to clip things in like that is beyond my brain. Colonel Zanders says, hey, Nick, do you know about any laws of war like the Geneva Convention or Nuremberg? A podcast called Pop Culture Field Manual is looking for intelligent conversation on the topic. I mean, I know we didn't sign the most recent Geneva Convention. There you go. So America's not subject to revision 4, I think it is. Only revision 3. Or something like that. But I mean, I'm kind of familiar with the Geneva and the Hague conventions. I took national security law. We covered it there, but I haven't polished up on it. And I don't practice in it. So there are certainly better conversationalists for that topic than me. But it depends on how deep they wanted to get. I don't know. Ben Samuel says, can you do Borowski's commentary on introducing the thermos? No. This is improper. The thermos isn't in evidence. I've never seen it. The court's never seen it. You know we're not going to see it. Where'd the thermos come from? Where are you bringing that from? You can't make up evidence and put it in. It doesn't work like that. Not in my court. Go eat the fish. Nikki Giannopoulos says, can you bring a thermos inside a theater? Usually you have to sneak them in. Man, I used to bring so much food into the theater. I actually got kicked out of the first Lord of the Rings movie because I had a foot-long Subway sandwich and a bag of chips. But I brought food into that theater all the time and openly. It wasn't like I wasn't hiding it. I mean, that was the whole thing. I was holding my Subway sandwich and a bag of chips and I go in. I bought the ticket with those things in hand. I went up, the guy tore the ticket and then he looks at me and he goes, yeah, you can't bring that in. And then I got kicked out of the theater for that showing. I could come back later that day, which we just went to a different theater. It wasn't a big deal. If they would have just told us that we couldn't have the food in the theater, we would have eaten in the lobby and gone to a later show. We ended up having to go to a later show anyway. It's not like we had anything to do. It was a summer. But yeah. So, but I would bring McDonald's 20-piece nuggets and fries into the theater. I would bring bags of chips. I'd bring whatever I wanted. I still buy popcorn though, because I love popcorn. So That one always made me mad. I used to work at that movie theater. That's why I knew you could bring food in. We never cared. Wasn't a sign or anything. It pissed me off. I hope that stupid movie theater burns to the ground. Warren Lee says, is it your testimony that there was no throwing motion, that in fact defendant used telekinesis to hit himself in the head? Stephen Cannon, the prosecutor looks like my elementary school photographer that called everyone Hollywood or slick. I'm 36 and I can still smell the aftershave. He certainly does. That guy with a stupid pet name for everybody. Oh, that was too close to home, Steven. I'm gonna start calling all my kids Hollywood from now on. What up, Hollywood? What's up, Atlantic City? Oh. Dirty Beach says, question, Branca, what kind of bike do you have? Looking to get into motorcycles and debating on my first bike between dual sport or retro cruiser.
Well, I ride a BMW R1250 GS Adventure. It's a very big bike, very costly motorcycle. It's not what I would recommend for your first motorcycle unless you're really loaded. But there's lots of good options out there. I would just look for what I would call a standard configuration bike with your feet under you. I think that's the best bike to learn on. If you like cruisers, get a cruiser, but they never suited me.
I don't know what the difference is between a cruiser and whatever.
Cruisers, you tend to have your feet out in front of you.
Oh, like you're kind of
Yeah, right.
Okay, that thing like that with the ape hangers. That looks like that would be uncomfortable to me. But I heard it's the opposite. I heard it's actually quite comfortable.
I find it uncomfortable, but my definition of comfort is different than just going to the local bar. I take very long trips, hours of riding a day. So,
Smelly Elvis says, is the defendant left-handed? Yes, that's how you know he's guilty. By the way, if this were Hollywood. Dirtbike says, don't ask the judge what her rulings on objections will be. She doesn't know either. Let's talk about prepping. Says, if I'm ever asked to agree or disagree in court, I'll just respond if you say so. Ginger Hermit says, Officer Peter Griffin on the stand. Peter Griffin. Let's see. Jason Ellenberg says, the sergeant for the defense is the Tiger Desk Cop from Zootopia. Contingent says, more like Sergeant Puff. Stephen Cabrera, officer, is it true you often get into a fight with a man-sized chicken? Dirtbike, replace the black female dwarf with this man in the new Lord of the Rings show on Amazon. And my axe. Timothy Reaper, if this officer kneels on your neck, he'll strike oil. Damn it. Oh, by the way, the defense wrapped in the federal case against the 3 officers from Minneapolis yesterday. Or the defense rested.
don't we have verdicts? I thought we had verdicts.
No, for the no. Unless they came
You're
out
talking about the
today.
hate crimes? Oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of a different case. Yep, you're talking about the Derek Chauvin, his partners.
Yeah, Lane King and Tao. They rested yesterday. Tyler Mueller says, would you agree or disagree that it would be funny if this was a mistrial? Good question. Scott McKnight, not to be confused with Brian McKnight. Where did he go? Says, when you go see Lone Survivor, but you didn't know it was a 3D movie and get got. Wrestler Town, ever since you've started streaming trials, I've been terrified of the idea of my fat ass having to be a witness in a televised trial. Good. Get on a treadmill or a bike or whatever, if it can even support your rotund girth. That's the motivation for everybody. You might involuntarily be put on TV, and then your shame will be known to the whole world.
But you'd think he'd be immediately, instantly retained by some diet program company as the before.
What, the cop?
Yeah, he can't gain more weight. I mean, that would violate the laws of physics. He can only go down.
Is that a challenge?
Challenge accepted.
He's just sitting there with a hose and like cheese was just pumping into him. Gulp. Let's talk about prepping. Says he may not look like much, but somehow he always goes first on the SWAT stack to clear a house. Cameron Nelson says, since the shooting happened before the movie started, do you think anybody went back and watched The Lone Survivor later with popcorn and a gat? Probably. Angel of Sin. Detective, would you agree or disagree that cannibals find you intimidating? Someone bloody random. Remember to delete System 32, change your ISP. You are muted and always accept chat's unsolicited tech support. Also, thanks for the stream, I guess. Timothy Reaper, did you ask if he planned to finish those nachos? Britt Cormeyer, as a fat dude, I feel this guy gives us all a bad name. I would have asked a few of those questions. Sweetbread says, I just ordered my book. DCV Titan says, I think we know who's getting cast as Pig God in the One Punch Man live action adaptation. He says, and representing the East German track team. Oh no, that's in the other house. That reminds me, my favorite moment in the show Fresh Prince. Did you ever watch Fresh Prince, Andrew, with Will Smith?
No, not really.
You're familiar with the show though, like
Yeah, but I think it was during the 90s.
Yeah,
that was the decade of my bad marriage, so I don't remember most of it.
Well, but it's Will Smith and he's living with his he's from Philly and he moves to Bel Air with his rich uncle and their family. There's this one scene where Will and his cousin Carlton are at their prep school or whatever, and the women are walking by, and Will is catcalling every single one of them that walks by. He's got a pickup line, he's got something every single time. And then this girl walks by with she's huge. She's massively tall and she's got her hair up in this tight French braid. And she walks up and Carlton says, and let's hear it for the East German team. And she just shoves him into the lockers. It was oh God. It's yeah, that was funny. Why can't Will Smith be funny anymore? Now he's just a weirdo. But anyway. Mike Lombardo, could you show Branca the Reeves vid from last night? We did. We watched it earlier in the episode, and he actually made his own as well because he knows how to manipulate video.
Pixels.
Fusion. Yeah. Did you do nearest neighbor? Did you do bicubic or bilinear?
I don't know how the algorithm works.
Fusion EV0 says peanut butter, jelly, salted butter, or unsalted. Salted butter is what I picked. Andrew Rohn says, didn't think I would ever see Shaun White in a ponytail. Oh, come on. Stop. Bad Weather Biker says the judge clicks the pen like William Hurt's character in Goliath season 1. Leaf Me, Listen to Fish by Craig Campbell. Warrior, been following you since the Vic stuff first started. Love hanging out here. Also, you've aged a lot in 3 years. Sleep more, man. I'm breaded. Thank you. That's wonderful. It's a lot has to do with the camera, though, because I got a camera that actually shows all the horrific aging signs on my face. Whereas if I go back to the flat kind of muted 4K webcam, I would look a lot younger. Justin P. What Long Crime doesn't realize is that a lot of your viewers would not go to them if your channel wasn't around. We'd go back to whacking it and gaming. Patrick Allen says the last super chat for Awe and Crying happened on the 16th. Even Kurt is able to generate more revenue than they do. Oh God, that was rude. Nick Smith says Law ASMR. Thanks. I hate it. Overruled. Wine is cheaper than therapy. Says, are civil cases ever streamed? Yes. I really want to watch the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial in April. Is that one in federal court, though? I can't remember. That defamation case may be in federal.
I presume he's suing her?
Yes. Yeah, he's suing her for defamation. I'm being told that Odyssey stream has died. So that sorry to the those on Odyssey. Not sure what the hell's wrong with that. But yeah, you can. What a lot of people do is they watch on YouTube and then we'll chat over on Odyssey. If you like the unmoderated, uncensored, rather lax rules, Odyssey chat, that's a great way to interact with people if that's your speed. Where's the thing I'm looking for? Oh, here it is.
Do the Odyssey chats appear in the StreamYard?
No, not yet.
Okay.
No, Odyssey and Rumble, you have to have their own chats separated out because they don't currently have like the YouTube integration. So, but yeah, I've got each one pulled up in its own window. Larry Herzog Jr. says, instead of a mock trial, have all of the LawTube folks do a My Cousin Vinny table read. That would be hilarious. Maybe, but they did it so well in My Cousin Vinny. Koi 540 says, book suggestions. Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive is about broken people finding a way to be better. Really cool message and a well-crafted story. Jacob Sims says, shout out to Owen Benjamin's NPR voice. Audra Wallace says, love all you do, Nick. Can you take a quick look at your Twitter DM when you can? I truly appreciate it. Yes, I will. I will absolutely do that. Patsy Rose says, what's up with Nicole Olson's lawyer besides his nose? Oh my God, if it rains, he will drown and probably blame it on Reeves. Logan Cisco says, Nick, do you have a favorite watering hole in LA? It would be worth the 6-hour drive to see you and get some sanity here in California. I don't have a favorite watering hole in LA because the last time I was in LA, I was like, I don't know, 11, something like that. It's been a very long time since I've been to LA. Well, other than when I stopped at LAX before going to Hawaii or Tahiti. Those are the other times I've been to LA, but like actually out in LA is not something I've done since I was a kid. Darren Haviland says, what's the difference between a Harley Davidson and a vacuum cleaner? A Harley holds 2 dirt bags. Patsy Rose says, after the defense rests, can the prosecutor rebut and call witnesses back? Yes. And they do have a rebuttal witness list that they are planning to do that for 4 or 5 witnesses. Rach says, any interest in covering the trial for the officer in the Breonna Taylor case? Maybe at night since it's about to start. A little bit. I'll have to look into it. That's, it's going to be an interesting one. Maddie G is me says, so why are federal cases not televised? I feel like that's a lack of transparency from the government on more important trials. Your thoughts? No, I agree 100%, but they're not televised because there's a federal rule of civil procedure that says that they aren't. That's the reason. Rule 55 or something like that. No, 55 has got to be something else. There's a federal rule on it or a federal regulation. I can't remember. We looked it up with the Ghislaine Maxwell trial because there was speculation that there would be a call-in line and we could stream the audio. But turns out that would have potentially been us violating court orders. And lots of people have licenses that would be impacted by that. Francisco Jimenez says, I listen to this every day while working. If I get caught, I either say I am learning the law or getting hard. It's usually getting hard. And Inquisitor Frost says, forgive the grift. No need to forgive the grift ever. But check out our podcast, Cult Talk Net in YouTube and everywhere else. We talk about weird shit, Bruce Campbell, and of course, Warhammer 40K. Also remember, the Emperor protects. That he does. So we've got over 1,500 people now on Rumble. That's fantastic. That is really wonderful. I would encourage everybody on Rumble to go ahead and hit that Rumble like button, the plus right below the stream, the plus minus thing. Hit that plus button. That is like the like button on YouTube, except that Rumble actually gamifies it. It gamifies it, and you can actually, there's a front page competition every day for the top performing Rumble videos. So would love it if you guys could help propel me up there as we build up the channel. But of course, I need to probably be on the correct the correct Rumble platform for it, but we'll be working on that. With that, I'm gonna grab some more liquid. I'll be back in just a minute if that's cool.
Sure.
I don't think the trial's gonna start up in the next. We're coming up on an hour though, aren't we?
Yep.
Okay, I'll put it up on the screen just in case it's back before I come back, but I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, folks. So I guess the grift shall begin. Turns out we're running a sale on the hardcover copy of our book. You can see it on the little title under my image there, lawofselfdefense.com/hard sale. I'm told there are a number of bundle options there. You can get the book plus optionally well, I can't actually see the options, but I know people are ordering the audio version of the book as well. Or you can order a state-specific course of your choice. We have separate specific courses for each of the 50 states on use of force law. Of course, you do get the wonderful hardcover copy version of our book. Every hardcover is personally autographed by me. I sign hundreds of them, so yours will be autographed too. Makes a great gift, folks. Father's Day is coming up. You may want to think about the dads and brothers and uncles and stuff in your life and make a great gift. Law of Self-Defense, get hard. And today, I think for this week, lawofselfdefense.com/hard sale. And of course, you can always get our absolutely free Law of Self-Defense infographic. This lists the 5 elements of any claim of self-defense. This applies no matter what state you're in, folks. These are the same 5 elements of self-defense, provides a brief description. If you don't know these 5 elements, you can't possibly understand self-defense law. These are the building blocks of any claim of self-defense anywhere in the U.S. We make this available for free, not a penny. PDF download at lawofselfdefense.com/elements. If you'd like our awesome Law of Self-Defense coffee mug, you see me with it every time you see me on the internet. Hard to kill, hard to convict. The Law of Self-Defense, made in the USA, folks, not from China. We first ordered some from China. I didn't like them. We sent them all back. We get these made in the USA. You can get these at lawofselfdefense.com/mug. What else do we have? We have very nice baseball caps, very, very high quality. You can get those at lawofselfdefense.com/hat. Naturally, they say Law of Self-Defense on them. What else do we have? Trying to remember all our little shortcut URLs. Oh, we still have our bundle we've put together for this course, for this trial. Our 4 best-selling courses, our Law of Self-Defense advanced class, streamed online. That's 8 to 10 hours of instruction. That's our normal full-day course of instruction. The state-specific course of your choice, a separate course on defense of property, a separate course on defense against riots, looting, and arson. Together, those 4 courses are normally $500. We have them on sale for just $200, 60% off. Save yourself $300. You can get that at lawofselfdefense.com/bundle. I think that's all I have to pitch for the moment. Of course, we do always have the soft cover of our book. These are not autographed, but they are free except for the shipping and handling. lawofselfdefense.com/free book. We eat the cost of the book. We only ask that you cover the cost of getting the book to you, cover our warehouse people in the U.S. Postal Service. It's less than $10 for the shipping and handling. Get this real physical book, couple hundred pages, Law of Self-Defense Principles, for free at lawofselfdefense.com/free book. No nunchucks yet. No, I should think about that. And yeah, this has been a very low energy trial. We kind of got that vibe from the very beginning. We have a low energy judge, maybe a somewhat intellectually hampered judge. And by the way, folks, it's not uncommon in trials to see cases where really none of the legal professionals appear to be very good, where the prosecution, the defense, and the judge all appear to be of somewhat sub-caliber. And then you get a lot of weird objections or failures to object, overruled objections, sustained objections, explanations for objections that don't make any sense because nobody's really very good at their job in those cases. And we have a bit of that in this case. I mean, it seems to me the judge doesn't really know the grounds for the ruling she's making on these objections. And to the extent the prosecutors and defense lawyers are aware of that, and they clearly are by now, they're sometimes just making objections up and hoping they can pass them by the judge, that she'll sustain them because they sound good. Sometimes they object and shrug, don't even name an objection, and it gets sustained. It's rather weird. But also, of course, a lot of the testimony in this case has been that video testimony, the whole Bruce Koenig testimony from yesterday and this morning, literally hours of it. First 90 minutes covering just his CV. He does have an extensive CV, but I'm not sure we needed 90 minutes for that, especially given how non-substantive his actual testimony was. He didn't actually testify about all that much. He mostly stood there and played videos and introduced still photos into evidence. Presumably, the defense is going to use those on closing argument, but there was not some much substantive testimony on that from the expert Koenig himself, despite being on the stand for literally hours between yesterday and today. These other witnesses by the defense so far, too, not really very substantive. The Asian woman mostly didn't see stuff. The cops mostly didn't ask questions. It's a lot of negative evidence as opposed to positive evidence. The prosecution continues to play kind of fast and loose with the facts and terminology, keep emphasizing their claim that it was Curtis Reeves who made contact with Chad Olson, as if that was physical contact. It was not. The only physical contact leading up to the shot was, by all reports, that of Chad Olson towards Curtis Reeves, not the other way around at all. And frankly, all this argument about how light or dark the theater was, or how loud or quiet the theater was, frankly, strikes me as much less important than it might have been, given that video that we've seen, the one the court went through yesterday and the versions that Nick shared with us this morning. Clearly, something came from Chad Olson at Curtis Reeves. And it was some 9 or 10 seconds after that, before the popcorn incident happened. And it was within a second of the popcorn that the shot was fired. So the shot was clearly not fired in response to the popcorn being taken or the popcorn being thrown. There was no time for that. The gun was being accessed before the popcorn was thrown, which suggests to me, consistent with the defense narrative of self-defense, that there was some initial strike at Curtis Reeves about 9 seconds, 10 seconds before the popcorn incident. And then Chad Olson's hands came in again, repeatedly, at least twice, to grab at the popcorn and then to throw the popcorn back. And when he throws the popcorn back, that looks like a punch to me on camera. That's not a flick. His arm goes fully extended. And we may know or believe that it was merely grabbing the popcorn and throwing it back. But in the moment, Curtis Reeves may have reasonably perceived that arm coming in repeatedly as a sustained physical attack on him, a 71-year-old with frailties and vulnerabilities, being attacked by a 6'4", 220-pound person who was almost half his age, 43 years of age, in a sustained attack. And in that kind of fight, the 71-year-old can readily suffer serious bodily injury, especially when the blows are coming to the head. When you're seated, the aggressor is standing up. Remember, the deadly force threat doesn't need to be an actual threat of death. It could be death or serious bodily injury. And that certainly seems to be the case here with what we know now. That initial blow, 9 or 10 seconds before the popcorn, there's no evidence other than that Chad Olson was the initial physical aggressor in this fight, that the apparent fight was ongoing. The attack was ongoing and sustained. It wasn't one strike and stopped, or at least it did not appear that way. When Chad Olson followed up with the popcorn grab and throw. And there's no duty under Florida law for Curtis Reeves to attempt to retreat. In fact, retreat may not have really been safely possible given his difficulty in getting out of his seat his age, the confines of the aisles, the other people he'd have to get past, and so forth, when he reasonably perceived he was subject to a imminent, ongoing, deadly force attack at the hands of Chad Olson. And remember, it's not the defense that has to prove self-defense here. It's the state that has to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. In the comments, there's no evidence that Curtis Reeves slapped at Chad Olson's phone. And if it's not an evidence, it doesn't exist. So you can't just make things up. Speculation has no place in a court of law. You have to have actual evidence from which you can hypothesize what might have happened. And we're back, I think. Oh, I heard a little noise there. And folks, I do publish a summary, analysis, and commentary of every day's proceedings. I publish it the morning after. So this morning I published my write-up for yesterday's proceedings. You can find all of that at lawselfdefense.com/popcorn. We aggregated all our Curtis Reeves trial coverage there, all the way from the date of the event. I think we did our first blog post on this case within 24 or 48 hours after it occurred. So it goes back a number of years. But now that the trial is in progress, we do a daily write-up and we publish it all there at the Law of Self-Defense website at lawselfdefense.com/popcorn. You do need to be a Law of Self-Defense member to access that, but membership is dirt cheap. It's only about a quarter a day, less than $10 a month. And you can try that out for 2 weeks for just 99 cents. Law of Self-Defense membership, get yourself instant access to thousands of blog posts, videos, podcasts on use of force law in various cases. And you can try that at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. And if you decide you don't want to be a member after you've tried out the trial membership, just let us know. We'll refund your money, 200% of your money, in fact. So it's a negative risk opportunity. That's at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. Let's see. Yeah, it is too bad, of course, that Curtis Reeves has had, the jury pool receive 8 years of propaganda that this was a shooting over popcorn. It clearly wasn't over popcorn. The gun was already coming into play at the time the popcorn was thrown. Certainly, Curtis Reeves did not go to the gun only after the popcorn was thrown. The gunshot was fired within a second of the popcorn being thrown. Yes, 200% refund guarantee on our trial memberships at lawselfdefense.com. We have a money-back guarantee on everything we do. We don't force people to keep our stuff if they decide they don't like it. But for the trial membership, it's a 200% money-back guarantee. And again, that trial membership is at lawselfdefense.com/trial. And if you stay a member, it's only about a quarter a day, folks, to access all of our content without limitation, our blog content and blog videos and podcasts at lawofselfdefense.com. And again, you can get that trial membership at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. The assault and battery possibilities before the shot was fired, well, those were all committed by Chad Olson. The only use of force by Curtis Reeves was the shot being fired. So prior to that, every time that Chad Olson put Curtis Reeves in fear, reasonable fear of imminent force, unlawful force, that was an assault. And every time he made contact with Reeves, unwanted contact or contact by throwing an item at him that made contact, those were all batteries. So Chad Olson committed a series over a very short period of time, 10 seconds, 12 seconds, a series of assaults and batteries on Curtis Reeves. Under Florida law, by the way, if Chad had survived and been prosecuted for those simple assaults and batteries, every one of them would be a felony count under Florida law because Curtis Reeves was 65 years of age or older. He was 71 years old at the time. So under Florida law, Chad Olson committed a series of felony violent attacks upon Curtis Reeves in the seconds before Curtis Reeves fired that shot through Chad Olson's wife's apparently restraining hand into Chad Olson's chest, causing Chad's demise. Oh, I see movement in the court. They are taking their time, though. Oh, we don't have the blonde court reporter today. This trial is surely costing Reeves a fortune.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. 8 years of representation. Mock trial, or not mock trial, but mini trial that occurred. Motion hearings since 2014. Yeah. Sorry, did I miss anything?
No, just me grifting.
That's the spirit. Sorry it took so long. I made a very breaded sandwich that the chat will hate, and I also at the store.
I'm gonna grab something to drink myself.
Yeah, sounds good. At the store, guys, I got this pre-packaged paleo bone broth chili that you just heat up. So I'm gonna try that out. We'll see how it is. I made that pot of chili I made the other day was so good. So good. But Lady Rackets and I finished it. And so now I just needed a quick meal. And this was like, well, let's try this bone broth chili. Because if I can have a lunch chili that I don't have to make a giant pot of every time, that'd be nice. Let's see. No beans, though. In this one, no beans. I don't think. Looks like there's some celery. I see celery. I see tomato. I see beef. I don't see beans in this one. Can you please turn on closed captioning? Sure. There you go. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, for Nick and Andrew both, if you find yourselves traveling into central Wisconsin, hit me up for a meal. I know a great burger and craft beer joint, or I can host a cookout at my house accompanied by some trigger therapy. Sounds like a good time. This is not bison bone broth. This is beef chili, not the bison chili that I made. If I had bison bones, I would make bison bone broth in a heartbeat. Let's see. I'm kind of noticing the funk smell on this. So I don't know about it. I'm very suspicious of how this will taste. Not bad. I added a shitload of chili powder and let's see. Chipotle chili powder, regular chili powder, and I added some black pepper too, because I did take a little taste of the soupy part of it while I was upstairs, and it was lacking in chili flavor. Wait a minute, is that a different court reporter today?
Yeah,
Is that the first court reporter?
I don't think
No.
so.
This is the third court reporter now? Or no, I think that is the first court reporter.
Maybe it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's back. I'm glad the screen is back in the courtroom. That's good. Oh, I forgot to put my transformative branding on there. Got to make sure. Wouldn't want anyone to think that this is a long crime production. This is not. Hold on. I see a couple other chats to read. Rumble username sucks says, how much do I need to pay you to do a whole motion conversation between Richards and Borowski? And do you have any prosecutor impersonations? Which prosecutor? I've been impersonating the Chinless Wonder over here several times. Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is just improper, Your Honor. I'm going to object. Stop.
One of the
going
judges
to-
at behind the courthouse smoking her Marlboro Reds.
Thinking about that time she co-starred with Eddie Murphy in 48 Hours. Imorsk says, much rather watch on Rumble than YouTube unbreaded. Yeah, man. I'm glad people are enjoying the Rumble experience. Wine is cheaper than therapy says JD versus AH is at Fairfax County Court. What the hell is JD versus AH? In Fantasy I Die, Branca's real area of expertise is fat jokes. His next book, Law of Self-Inflation, get big.
All right, what do we got? More video?
These next two witnesses, it'll be a short video, it's just gonna be segments of some of the videos that have already been introduced.
Okay.
She's
All
already
right, I'll have
clicked
to
3
reposition
times.
You guys too, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna ask what video, how much are we showing? We already got this ruled as cumulative prior to this. We still think it's cumulative. We're tired of this video. This video seems to show someone punching the defendant, and that is terrible to our case.
It looks like I lost.
Looks like you lost what?
I lost the video feed, but I must have done something wrong on my end. Yeah, that's fine. Tampa Bay, but I must have clicked the wrong thing.
No, they shut it down at lunch.
Oh, okay. That would explain it.
Yeah. A lot of the news places I've noticed will actually shut them down. Law and Crime tends to keep theirs running in the courtroom. I don't know why the news ones do it. Maybe it makes it easier for them to edit later or something into segments. Don't particularly care. Please cough and or click into the microphone as soon as possible, Judge. She actually clicked while I was saying that. And then again. Oh, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Yes, that's the JD versus AH. Oh God, I'm so tired. I told Lady Rackets, I was like, I'm going to take a nap after this. By the way, here's the breaded sandwich. 3 slices of glory, peanut butter, butter, and jelly. Time to get big. It's also on brownberry butter bread. Really fucking good bread.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for returning. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess?
All right, well, we're gonna get started again. Looks like the board's out again, so, state if you want to reposition. I'm gonna reposition. Who is your next witness?
The state would, defense would call on Michelle.
Oh, actually, this isn't technically jelly. This is a natural fruit spread. It is not made with high fructose corn syrup. It's made with naturally occurring fructose, whatever that means. Oh, you better not try this sandwich unless you want to love it, because that butter on the slice in the middle. Mm.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this call will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I can't tell if that's an expensive purse or a knockoff expensive purse.
Good afternoon,
Salted
Ms.
butter,
Simpson.
Johnny Stoffel.
Please state your full name for the record.
Dawn Michelle Simpson.
Ms. Simpson, would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you're employed?
Currently, I'm retired from banking.
Okay, and back in
Real purse.
January of 2014, specifically January 13 of 2014, can you tell the jury how you were employed there?
I was in banking at the time. I was a teller supervisor.
Okay.
Oh,
and how long
wait,
had you been in
knockoff.
that particular industry?
A total of 27 years.
Okay. I am going to direct your attention to that day, January the 13th of 2014, and ask you if you had an occasion that afternoon to go and visit the Cobb Theater.
I'm sorry,
Did you go to the Cobb Theater
Yes,
that day?
yes.
Okay. I know you're a little nervous, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to relax.
Okay.
Nothing to be nervous about. I'm just going to be asking you some questions, okay?
At the end, you'll have
You had an
doubled your
occasion to go
taxes.
on January the 13th to the Cobb Theater.
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why it was that you were at the Cobb Theater that afternoon?
Well, I had taken a personal day from work, and my daughter was looking for movie posters for her room, and that's why I went to the theater, just to ask for movie posters.
So you had gone to the movie theater in order to try to retrieve some posters for your daughter's room?
Yes.
Okay, I am going to show you an exhibit that is exhibit number 1, introduced into evidence in this case. And I'm going to ask you to step down if the court will permit me.
Yes.
Could you give us a throwing motion?
You're probably good right there. We'll be able to see on this big screen. I don't think you need to get any closer right now.
Stay back, please.
I'm going to show you a portion of exhibit number 1 that's been introduced into evidence. Go ahead.
Oh, volume up. Yeah, I got to turn it up on this one. Again.
You stop it there, right there. Ms. Simpson, do you recognize the individual that is there at the counter of the Cobb Theater?
Myself, and I believe that's the manager.
This is you here?
Is that you
And this is
talking to the manager?
that you had
That is the
approached
earlier
that
court
afternoon.
reporter.
Okay.
I recognize the shirt.
the shirt?
Well,
Is that what you said? I was just making sure
distortion.
that's what you said.
the distortion of the shirt.
Do you recognize the individual that just walked up to the counter?
Mr. Reeves?
And do you recognize Mr. Reeves here in the courtroom? Can you please point out to Mr. Reeves here in the courtroom? And can you tell us what he's wearing?
A gray jacket and burgundy tie.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect that she is identified Mr. Reeves. And so when Mr. Reeves first walked up to the counter, did you notice anything about him that would have given you an indication that he was angry or mad or anything of that sort? And so you continue to talk to the manager concerning your request?
Yes.
Matt, would you continue?
She went to the manager but didn't shoot anyone.
This is the woman looking for the movie posters for her cinema room and home.
Okay, stop there, man. Now, while you were speaking to the manager there, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what you noticed of Mr. Reeves at that point in time?
Well, I just noticed that he was off to my left. He was not behind me, he was to the side of me, a few feet away from me.
Did he interrupt in any way, shape, or form what you were discussing with the management?
No.
Did he appear to be patient and courteous in this whole process?
Yes.
Go ahead, man.
Holy
We'll
crap,
stop there
Rumble,
for a second.
almost 2,000 on Rumble.
Now, you moved over
Welcome to
one
the new
side
Rumble
of the
viewers.
counter, is that correct? And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing when you moved over to one side of the counter?
I was going to make out a list of the posters that my daughter was looking for to leave with the manager.
Okay. And even though you were doing that, were you in earshot of the conversation that Mr. Reeves was having with management there?
Yes.
And were you able to witness Mr. Reeves's disposition as he was having that conversation there with the manager?
Hey, wait a minute.
Okay. And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'll eat into
whether
the
you
microphone
noticed
twice
anything
as
that
hard
gave
from
you
now
any
on.
indication that Mr. Reeves was upset or mad or anything of that sort?
I didn't observe that, no.
And did you observe him being courteous and pleasant while he was discussing the matter with the management?
What I observed, yes.
Go ahead, man.
You guys told me I was on the wrong Rumble page. I'm not. It's Retracted Space Law. I'm looking at it
Stop
right
there.
now.
In that segment of the video, it appears you look over towards Mr. Reeves, correct? To make your observations of what he was doing and how he was doing it. Is that correct?
Objection meeting.
Sustained.
Is it true or not that you looked over there to make your observations? Is it true or not?
Yes.
It is. Go ahead. Stop there, man. It appears that you continued after Mr. Reeves left the counter. Is it true that you continued talking to management?
I don't recall if I said anything else to management.
Did you get the posters that you wanted?
No.
Okay,
They
can you
didn't
tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why not?
They didn't have them.
Okay, and so what did you do at that point in time?
I decided to just leave and I was gonna come back at another time and see if they had more posters.
You may take your seat, Matt. You can. Now, you left that day, and where did you go?
I went home.
Okay, and on your way home, did you see any law enforcement cruisers?
Yes.
Okay, and when you got home, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did.
When I got home, I turned on the TV, which is not abnormal. I do that when I get home. And breaking news was just going off the television. And I had seen enough to know what was going on, that I was just there. So I got on my computer.
To find out what was going on
happened.
in the copy
Yeah.
theater. Okay, and did you obviously realize that you were just there?
Yes.
Okay, and so what did you do? Did you call law enforcement that day from your home?
I did, but I had called my mom first.
Okay, and what, without telling me what your mom told you, did whatever conversation you had with your mom result in you calling law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, and did law enforcement contact you back?
Not that day, no.
Okay, did they contact you back, period?
A detective did,
Okay, and was that in person or was that telephonically?
telephonically.
Okay, and so a detective contacts you telephonically, and was that, did you have an interview with that detective?
Just over the phone.
Okay, and did you tell the detective what you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury here today?
Yes.
Was that interview between yourself and the detective quite short?
Yes, it was short.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Have they done any actual police work in your experience?
Mr. Escobar or Mr. Funderburg, could you turn that off when it's not in use?
It has to reboot this part of the problem, and can you turn the screen up?
Okay, just the
Okay.
screen. Thank you. Okay, Cross?
Yes, ma'am. May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mrs. Simpson, good afternoon, ma'am. Mrs. Simpson, you would agree with me that when you were standing at the service desk and you indicated you saw Mr. Reeves walk up, correct?
Yes.
Did
He wanted to murder a
exhibit
baby.
Any signs of urgency?
No.
And what I mean by that, you were standing there, did he tell Mr. Peck, excuse me, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I have an urgent matter that I need to discuss with you?
He didn't say that. No.
Okay.
Those words.
In fact, did you ever hear Mr. Reeves indicate to Mr. Peck that there was an individual in the theater cursing at him?
I didn't hear that.
Did you hear him say?
There's no right answer here. If Reeves had been agitated, urgent, they would have said he was
There
angry.
imminent violence,
So-
and
Yeah,
he
this
needed
is-
to
this
come
is silly.
Into the theater right away.
No.
He didn't say any of those things, did he?
No. Not in those words.
In fact, he never told Mr. Peck that quote unquote, he was scared shitless.
I didn't hear those words. No.
Okay. May I have a moment, sir?
You may.
He wasn't scared shitless at the time. That
He was complaining about a cell phone in the theater.
he wasn't scared until he went back and the guy started hitting him. what a ludicrous. Oh God.
They've
Yeah,
been
if
doing a
he
lot
would've-
of this fast and loose with the timing, though. Well, he wasn't standing up at that moment, was he? He wasn't throwing a punch then, was he? No, but he wasn't getting shot then
The
either.
normal voice that I heard. No.
He certainly wasn't speaking like this.
No.
Just imitated Garcia.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
That was the weird. I mean, to me, that does not go against Curtis Reeves in any way.
Who's
That he was
next?
calm when he went up. I think if he would have been agitated, that would have been more concerning because then he's a hothead who's going back and he's ready to shoot someone. But I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I've been getting very polite emails from a couple people who disagree with my analysis, and they're like literally polite and respectful. They're like, "Hey, love the show. I just disagree with you on this." It's like, yeah, cool. That's why this case is interesting to me. It's a hard case for a lot of. There's a lot of people on both sides of it. So I'm not again, and I think Andrew has said this. I don't care what happens to this guy, on a personal level. I have no interest in his innocence or guilt.
He's not talking. It's okay.
But I'm giving you my impressions. It's just kind of.
I'm looking for the required element of the claim of self-defense that's been disproven beyond a reasonable doubt. I just don't see that yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen that either. So in that respect, I am looking for the. I'm more interested in him being found not guilty at the current point. But what I'm saying is, if they have that element and prove it, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not emotionally invested in his success or failure in this case.
No, if they can do that, then he should go to jail.
Exactly. Mary, 1969 says, fell asleep and not sure you read my super chat about if you were a defendant, witness, or lawyer in a trial being live streamed, who would you want to be the main lawyer commentator? My answer was I wanted Nate, the lawyer, to agree with my position if I was a defense attorney, because he has a pretty good track record. If I was a prosecutor, the only live stream commentator that would exist would be Satan, because I would be in hell. That's so there you go.
Yeah, I often notice with people in the chat or observers that they come to a conclusion about how they feel about the case first, and then they look for arguments in favor of that position afterwards. Lawyers are trained to take the opposite position. We look at the law and the facts first and guide that to what a just outcome should be.
Swear affirm the testimony you shall give in this call to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Also, if the defendant is a smoking hot chick, I'm on her side automatically.
Not guilty.
Not guilty by reason of hotness.
I feel like this was a rerun, huh? Good afternoon, Mr. Peck.
Good afternoon.
This guy
Mr.
was
Peck,
called by
would you
the
please state
state,
your full
right?
name For the record.
Thomas James Peck Jr.
Or-
No, I don't think so.
And in an
Oh, no,
effort to
he's
get to know
talking
you a
about
little
the
better,
previous
Tell
hearings.
us about your educational background.
I attended the Culinary Institute of America, graduated as a chef. And it's basic.
Okay.
He's going to get arrested by the fat officer when he leaves the courtroom.
Yes, I was.
And specifically on January the 13th of 2014, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what position you held there at the Cop Theater?
I was the general manager.
Of course, went to the Culinary Institute of America, general manager of a movie theater.
General manager. How many people do you have under you and in what capacities?
I have about 9 managers under me and about 80 or so employees
Okay. And that Cop Theater was located where?
in Wesley Chapel.
Now, there at that particular theater, you have different offices, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also have a section that's called the Cena Bistro, is that correct?
Yes.
And was the Cena Bistro opened on the time slot of this particular incident?
No, it was not.
And it's my understanding that in an effort to get into the Cena Bistro area, do you have to go through an elevator?
Yes, elevator or stairs.
Okay. And that is a separate location that is only for Cena Bistro patrons?
Correct.
So in other words, if you're in the general seating, you just can't go up there just because you want to.
Correct.
Okay. It's only for those guests that have paid for that particular service.
Yes.
And at this time, you're saying the day of the time of this incident, it was non-operational.
It was not operational. No.
Okay. Now, tell me a little bit.
That's why
about,
nobody was there.
That makes
Cena
more
Bistro.
sense.
How many theaters do you all have there?
6.
Okay. And how many rooms would you say you have in the entire complex?
16.
16. Okay.
Auditoriums?
Yes.
Yes.
16, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you have some offices that, your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And where is that office located?
It would be, as you're coming into the building, be to the left-hand side, down by past theaters 1 through 9.
Okay. And do you have some offices upstairs as well?
Yes.
Edward Graham says, why didn't you go to Johnson and Wales?
The
Good
manager's
question.
office, projection, IT tech office, server room. And yeah, that's it for offices.
At Johnson and
And
Wales,
at
you
the
get an
time,
actual
of
degree.
this particular incident, you had a surveillance system in place in various parts of the complex, is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of those particular areas was Theater 10, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did those cameras capture the entire general population area of Theater 10?
No,
It covered just a very small, limited portion, is that correct?
that is correct.
Those cameras were positioned where in that theater?
They were positioned in the upstairs balcony for the Cinebistro side.
Okay, is that pretty high up in the wall, like 30, 35 feet up?
I would be guessing, but yes, I mean, it could be that.
Okay. Now, you had some capabilities of being able to see that particular surveillance system from various parts of that theater, is that correct?
Yes.
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury all of the different areas that you could have actually accessed that surveillance system to be able to view it?
One access area would be the general manager's office.
Where would that be at?
That'd be down by theaters 1 through 9, down that side downstairs.
Okay,
And then one would be the IT projection booth
okay.
or
And that,
office.
and that IT projection office was located where?
Upstairs, past the Cinebistro theaters to the right, I would assume.
Okay. And what is housed in that IT room?
In that particular room, there's DVRs, the text PC, and chair office equipment and stuff like that, and other wiring and stuff for the projectors.
So all of the DVRs for that surveillance system would be up there in that IT room?
Yes,
Okay. And you've indicated, I think, that you could see that surveillance from that room as well?
yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, Mandy Karabaches, how dare you?
Do you all use that capability, the capability of being able to, either from your office or from the IT room, to view surveillance that is taking place throughout the complex?
Yes.
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the reasons that you go on to the surveillance system to to see what's going on?
Yes, we would look at it for instance, if somebody had their phone out or something for recording. If somebody was, if there was a situation we need to assess, if somebody was taking something from our concession stand, monitoring our POS systems, point of sale systems for our own staff to make sure monies are being counted right and also change are being counted right. And just if we have any other instance, we have to look up, like, again, somebody in a theater that doesn't belong in a theater or something like that line.
Okay, and so did you use that capability of your surveillance system to view often?
Yes, yes,
Okay, so you were familiar with the operation of it, correct?
yes. Yeah, the basic viewing operation, yes.
Your other managers were also knowledgeable about operating the system?
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay, and even some of your non-managers were experienced in viewing the system, correct?
Yes.
Now, in viewing that system, are you able to actually see the time stamps of when things are happening?
Yes, you can.
Okay, and so you're able to actually look at the surveillance system and then know when those things that you're viewing are taking place?
Based on the timestamps, knowing that timestamp, yes.
Okay. Now, I would imagine in the past, when you've had instances, and correct me if I'm wrong or right, if you needed to have a police officer view video for something that may have occurred in a theater, you've provided that access to law enforcement, correct?
Yes, we wouldn't refuse it. Yes. Yes.
That's, you at times at that theater have law enforcement present there, do you not?
Yes, we did.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you have law enforcement present and when you don't?
At that time, we had law enforcement present on weekends, like Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays.
So just Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays?
That's correct.
Okay. And certainly they would have had access like you would have access.
Because
to
a
that,
lot of our customers on the
room
weekends are
upstairs,
assholes.
The IT room as well as your office if they needed to view video.
Yes, they requested it, absolutely.
What about corporate, Cop Theater corporate? Did they have access in a way to likewise view remotely what was taking place at each of the camera areas of the Cop Theater?
Yes, they could dial in.
And what does that mean, just so that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are clear on what that means, dial in?
They could dial in remotely through like computer to computer talking. I couldn't tell you the technical terms, but they could dial in where they can
Computer to computer talking.
take the computer per se.
I went to the Culinary Institute of America. No kidding.
Okay.
Oh boy.
And would corporate do that from time to time?
Yes, and from time to time they would, yes.
But not real often.
No.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that particular day, and I want to talk to you a little bit about lighting conditions there at the theater, if I can.
Okay.
There's a segment, and correct me if I'm wrong. There's a segment where commercials are played in the theaters. Is that correct?
Yes, there was.
Okay, and what are those called?
30 minutes prior to trailers, we have NCM. Which was National Cine Media, and over time it's changed names, but it's NCM at the time. And they basically just show advertisements. Local companies can buy advertisement space and just show commercials. And once in a while you have a quick movie push put in there too. But
now during that segment of the experience, what are the lighting? What's the setting of the lightings during that experience, the commercial experience?
we would call that level 1 full house lighting.
Level 1 full house lighting.
Yeah.
Okay. And then after these commercials are concluded, what comes on next?
You'll get a couple PSAs, public service announcements, and then it'll go into the trailers.
Okay, so let's talk about some of those public announcements. Is there an announcement that comes on that is telling the audience to turn off their phones and put their phones away?
Yes, there's one about being courteous, having your phone off.
And why is it that the Cop Theater has that particular announcement go out prior to the previews?
Just to be courteous to the guests, to other guests who are, when they're watching movies, there's nobody like on their phones and stuff like that.
What is the goal of the Cobb Theater when they're inviting individuals to come and see movies? What's their goal?
To provide a great guest service experience for all.
And to leave
And
alive.
so that announcement comes on. Is it just visual, or is it visual and audio as well?
It's visual and audio.
Okay. Meaning that you're seeing illustrations on the screen that clearly tell someone, turn off your phone. And there's also a voice telling someone, turn off your phone.
Yes.
Now, do you have some sort of monitoring process that you all use to make sure that that theater experience is preserved for the paying customer?
Outside of, we would have hopefully our ushers doing proper theater checks, which they'd walk up and down the aisles, make sure everybody was, in their seats doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Is that what you have trained your ushers to do in looking for individuals that were not abiding by that?
I haven't seen an usher in a theater in years.
Yes, at the right timing, yes.
And,
I started as an usher in a
and what
theater.
would
I
happen
was
if
promoted
an
to
usher,
concessions.
Were to see someone
You
violating
just sit
that
there
rule
for
by
2
using their
hours
phone in the
doing
theater?
nothing, just standing.
Depending on the timing of it, they would be
Awful.
asked to
At
please
concessions?
refrain from using your phone.
No, as the
And
usher.
if that
Oh my God.
individual, for whatever reason, told that usher, I'm not going to
But
do
at
it.
least you get to see the movie
What
80 times.
instruction,
No, you have to
did
stand in the
give your
hallway.
usher as
Oh,
to
no.
what they were to do, under those circumstances?
They would notify a manager to
You wait for the movie to be over, and then you go sweep.
ascertain the situation.
So they were trained to notify a manager to handle that situation from that point forward.
Correct.
Okay. And you would be a manager
Yes,
that they would come to? Is that
Yes.
correct?
that's correct.
And you had other managers that they would come to as well?
Yes.
Were you trained by Cobb Theater as to how to handle that situation once that happened? Meaning an usher came to you and said, hey, there's some guy, I approached him, he doesn't want to turn his phone off. Were you trained by Cobb Theater on how to handle that matter?
Yes.
And so what would be the next step? You've been told now that a patron has refused to turn off their phone. What is the next step in processing
I tell the complainer, shut up, you stupid
in order to
Karen.
preserve the paying customer's experience?
We would go in there and again, ask the guest, whether it be manager and the usher or just the manager, will go in there and ask the guest, please turn off their phone.
Okay, and what if the patron said, I'm not going to do it?
We shoot them.
Again, depending on the timing of what was going on in the screen, we would then ask the guest to please step outside and we would discuss it with them.
Okay, and what would happen if in fact the patron didn't want to do that?
Have you ever
Then
seen a
we'd have
movie
to
theater hot
accelerate it over
dog?
to law
They're
enforcement.
limited time offers.
And so if you were not able to accomplish what you were trained to accomplish in that circumstance, you would then contact law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay.
And they would bring a gun.
Turns out the law was already present.
How long is that announcement telling people to turn off their phones?
I would say 20, 30 seconds, somewhere around there.
So, folks, I'm seeing some
Okay, so
chatter
let's
about
talk a little bit about
the cell phone being
where
thrown
you
in the
were,
video.
On January the 13th.
They don't have to prove the cell phone was thrown in the video, but the state has to prove that it wasn't.
2014.
So if it's ambiguous, it
just
weighs
prior
in
to
favor
this
of Curtis
incident,
Reeves.
taking place.
But I would also humbly
Let me ask you
suggest
one
that
more
that
question about
phone
phones.
follows the exact, or that
Having the phone
alleged
out
phone
and
ends up
texting
exactly
on
where the
that phone,
phone is
that's still a
found.
violation of your
And
policy.
there's no
Yeah,
competing
certain
theory
times
of what
when
it
the
might
lighting's at a
have
certain
been.
level would be, yes.
Meaning previews.
Yes, we would look at it.
Yeah. What's the theory of guilt consistent with that video?
Now, where were
I
you
can't think of
immediately
one.
prior to this incident taking place?
I was at the guest service desk.
Okay, Matt? Your Honor, I'm going to be asking Mr. Peck if he step down. Is that possible?
No.
Mr. Peck, if you could just stand here and not in front of any of the jurors.
Now we're going to spend a long time watching this video of him coming up to the counter, which has effectively nothing to do with the moment of the shooting.
I'm going to show you what's been
Besides that, it was a
I'm gonna show you what's
thermos.
been entered
Well,
in,
yeah,
into
but there's no
exhibit,
thermos.
exhibit number
The
one,
thermos
evidence.
doesn't exist. That
As
lady
exhibit
thinks she
number
may have
one.
thought seen
And
a
I'm going to
thermos,
play
but
a
She didn't
second
know what the object was. She took a guess.
What's being shown.
and
on
where
this
is the
exhibit. Go ahead.
where is the other object? This phone is actually recovered from the
Stop.
place where you see in the video.
Now, Mr. Peck, do you recognize the individual that is seated here?
Yes, that's myself.
That is you?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize?
People do not
this
throw
young
their
lady
own
here
phones
that
at
is,
strangers when they are
standing
angry.
there
I don't
talking to
believe
you?
it. What's your alternative theory of
Okay,
what
and,
happened there?
Tell me what.
He may have punched out with the phone in his hand and dropped it on impact of the
appears
punch.
to appear to be
Could
having
be,
a
yeah.
conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that conversation about?
I believe it was about, she was asking for movie posters.
This young lady was asking for movie posters?
Yes.
And what instructions were you giving her in an effort?
And it would be the combination, not just the strike to the head, but the strike to the head and then the hands coming back in multiple times and seizing the popcorn.
And you were going to
It
try
could
to
reasonably be perceived the hands are coming in for more blows, not to retrieve the popcorn. And then it's a sustained physical attack by a much younger, very tall, very large man on a 71-year-old in his seat with his
now, Mr. Peck,
elderly
you
wife beside him.
recognize, this individual here that approached.
It doesn't have to be a threat of death. It has to be a threat of serious bodily injury.
Situated in the video as you can see him.
Yes.
And
Doesn't even have to be that. It has to. That has to be disproven
Okay,
beyond a
see
reasonable
Mr. Reeves
doubt.
here in court.
Yes, I did.
And would you please point out to Mr. Reeves as to what he is wearing?
You see it right there, gray jacket, red tie, white shirt.
Okay. Now, go ahead, man. Stop. Now, did you notice anything while you were having?
Stitz, I don't even know what the
conversation
fuck a
with
mind
this
map is.
that caused you to be interrupted at all by Mr. Reeves?
Not that I recall now.
Did it appear that he was waiting there patiently while you were finishing your conversation?
By viewing it, yes.
Good. Okay, stop. Now, it appears that now you're having a conversation with Mr. Reeves. Is that correct?
Yes.
At any point during that conversation, did you get any feeling that he was angry, upset, mad, anything of that sort in the conversation you were having?
Not that I recall.
Go ahead, man. Okay, stop that. Now, during that entire conversation, did you have any exchange with Mr. Reeves where you believed again that Mr. Reeves was mad, frustrated, angry, or anything of that sort?
Not that I recall.
Did he appear to be polite in the conversation that you had with him?
I don't recall the conversation, but
I like how his questioning is consistent with the prosecution's questioning about his state of mind when he
Mad,
reaches the manager.
upset, or what have you. Is that something you think you would remember?
I would think so.
Okay. And so
Edgecombe is not comparable because Edgecombe was not a frail 71-year-old.
at one point in time in the conversation,
And Edgecombe
is there a
fled
sign that says,
and never had a
10,
a plausible narrative of self-defense until,
it would be off.
you know, he was arrested
It's right out of number
several
10.
states away
It's right
claiming
after
a
lying
false
about who he
identity.
was.
There you go.
Edgecombe also punched the person who would follow him down. I mean, I know it doesn't matter at the time of the shooting, but Edgecombe in some way contributed very substantially physically to the encounter that would follow.
That was provocative conduct. That's conduct likely to respond in a violent response. Likely to result in a violent response. That's different than complaining to the management about a cell phone
Now,
use.
Mr. Peck, shortly after that conversation that you were having with Mr. Reeves, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what takes place next.
Next thing I can recall was that somebody came around out of the theater and said he shot him, call 911.
Okay. And so you initially tried to call 911?
Yeah, I tried calling from the landline and was not successful at that time.
And what was wrong with the landline at that point in time that it was not successful?
It just kept ringing. And plus also I hung up as it kept ringing because I figured I need to be more mobile.
I tried to saute it.
What did you do in an effort to be more mobile?
I took my cell phone and started walking towards the auditorium and called 911.
Okay. Did you in fact reach 911?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after speaking to 911, did you stay there in the front lobby area or did you go into Theater 10?
I was moving towards Theater 10. Guests were coming out, and I was talking with guests as they were coming
Where'd
out.
you
trying to
go?
keep them calm as I was making my way towards the
To
theater.
make it not a leading question.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were trying to do in order to keep these guests calm.
I'm just trying to tell them, relax, please calm down. Just
The
give them
shooting's over. The
reassurances.
shooting's over.
Just having some of my staff members help them, have them sit down, have them calm down if they can.
Free popcorn for everybody.
Why were you doing that? Did it appear to you that they were emotional and
I started throwing bags of popcorn to people.
why is it that you were doing this?
There was just, it was a lot going on, a lot of commotion, a lot of anxiety, and a lot of people anxious and emotional about it, I would guess. Yes.
Okay. And so what are you doing physically in trying to calm that down?
Nothing physically except for just like whether it's, kind of guiding them to a chair or talking to them, instructing staff members to hand them a drink of water or something, whatever I could as I make my way towards the auditorium.
Okay. And so you made your way to the auditorium with your phone in your hand?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly where you went once you made that turn.
I went into the auditorium 10, walking down the right-hand side of the hallway, and took a left around the, I guess it's the wall, and started walking up the stairs.
Okay. And what was your purpose in doing that?
To let 911 know what was going on at that time and to see what was going on as well.
Were you talking to 911 at the time?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And so you get up those stairs and tell me what you're doing once you reach the top of those stairs.
First, I noticed Mr. Olson on the floor, unfortunately, and then I also noticed
The floor is disgusting.
Mr. Reeves at the time. Now I know who he is, sitting in a chair with somebody. I don't know if he was to his right as I'm facing him, maybe to his left, with a hand on his shoulder.
Okay. At that point in time, when you noticed Mr. Reeves in that back area, did you notice where his hands were?
I think at one point he was wiping his brow, and his one hand was down by his side, but he was wiping his brow, his face.
Okay. You don't know which hand that was?
No, I do not.
In your conversations with the operator, did you indicate to the operator that, and correct me if I'm wrong here, something to the effect that the assailant was still there?
Yeah, I said something like that. They said, because they were asking about the where the weapon was, and I said the weapon's been detained and the assailant is still there.
Okay. Did you get a response from that?
The weapon has been
statement?
flambéed and the assailant is
something to the
rising.
effect of "Don't call me
Raised.
that" or something on that line.
What about "I'm not the bad guy"?
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, I would say.
I object. 403.
It's a state statement.
It's not a statement against interest, though, so it's hearsay. I don't know why he's going with 403. It's obviously hearsay. You can't introduce a positive statement of your own client through someone else's testimony. Doesn't work that way. Unless it's to elicit a present sense impression or something like that. But
Man.
I feel you today, man.
I'm gonna have to make some coffee.
The current stats are bench approach counter 72, my fucking daughter counter 16, silhouette counter 23, agree or disagree counter 52. Thank you for Malademna. who has been keeping the important, vital statistics of this trial. I do not know what we'd do without your service. And also, so just observing the chat conversations going on, the argument is not that he's justified to shoot him because he was hit by a phone or that a phone was thrown at him. Nice look. We've been through this a million times. The justification comes in his reasonable fear of an ongoing battery that puts him at risk of severe bodily harm, which is the phone or the hit or whatever it is that precedes the subsequent act sets a foundation that when Chad, again towering over him, reaches forward and comes into his space, that he might be about to be hit in the head again. So it's that subsequent action in which someone is threatening and providing an ongoing threat to him that he is then justified to shoot.
Mr. Peck,
He would not be justified to shoot if Chad threw the phone and sat down.
that conversation with 911.
Even if the phone like cut him open, broke his skull, he can't shoot him after that.
Did you contact corporate?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how it was that you contacted corporate there from your building.
On my cell phone.
Okay. And did you advise corporate of what was taking place?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, obviously you were aware that there was a surveillance system that was in place, correct?
That's correct.
And did you, at that moment, go and view the surveillance system yourself?
No, I did not.
Do you know if corporate was actually utilizing the remote capabilities to view the surveillance system?
I heard they were, yes.
Well, did you not only hear that they were, did you see that they were?
I did not witness that, no.
Okay. So let's talk about that. You now have a lot of police officers that are arriving at the cop theater, correct?
Yes.
And there was quite a few, were there not?
Yes, there were.
And did you, at any point in time thereafter, as they were there in the cop theater, did you go and meet with one of them and say, come with me to
meeting?
I will change that.
Agree or disagree?
Do you agree or disagree? Whether you went and summoned some police officer to go view the video?
I did not.
Okay. Why?
Just a lot going on that day. We're running around doing a lot of different things, talking to people on corporate phone, ascertaining the situation, going back and forth, helping guests, helping staff, keeping staff calm.
It was fondue night with my wife.
But if you're going to view those surveillance films for something that is much less serious, right? Someone, stealing something from somewhere in the theater, or someone, violating some rule of bringing in their own popcorn, or what have you. Why not do it for this?
There wasn't the timing to do it at that time. I was too busy doing other things at the time, so I wasn't going to sit down and watch a video.
Would you agree or disagree with me that corporate did not want you to turn over those videos to law enforcement?
They didn't want me to be involved in it, no.
And do you agree with me or disagree that they made that clear?
I believe when I spoke to Jeremy Wellman, I believe that he said that let Seth
objection,
Gordon
hearsay.
deal with it and others deal with it.
Now, that day there.
They've been objecting to all the other hearsay.
Cop theater, that matinee period. How many employees were there at cop?
Being a Monday, probably, I would guess at this point, 12, 15, maybe.
12
Cops.
to 15 employees.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, You became aware, did you not, that, agree with me or disagree, that Cobb Theater sent John Sillis over to that theater
Yes,
late that night
yes,
in order to come and retrieve the hard drives from the surveillance system, correct?
that's correct.
When you agree with me or disagree that the instructions were that those hard drives,
Objection, hearsay.
Rephrase. Sustain.
would you agree or disagree that Cobb Theater
Was it
gave
your
the
impression?
to fly those hard drives that very night?
Hearsay.
Rephrase. Sustained.
Let me ask you a
What was
question.
your
What did
impression?
John Sillis do that night?
I wasn't there, but he came and removed the hard drives.
Objection beyond his scope of his knowledge.
He knows what happened. He just wasn't there when it happened.
He said I wasn't there.
It doesn't mean it's outside of the scope of his knowledge.
Now, was Cobb,
How did
opened
you
the-
come to
the
learn that
following day?
John Sillis
No, we
removed the
weren't.
hard drives? These are not
Was
hard
Cobb opened
questions.
the day after?
I think we were. I think we reopened 2 days or 3 days.
I think these lawyers are getting
2 or 3
tired
days
too.
later.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so sometime thereafter, did you go on vacation?
I mean,
Yes,
there's
in
an
March.
art to phrasing
In
these
March.
questions, but these are, professional lawyers.
Did you come back from vacation?
Yes, I did.
When you came back from
Your
vacation,
camera is
was
sinking.
the same surveillance system
Like the
in place?
Titanic.
Oh, sorry,
Same
I was
system, new DVRs.
reclined on my chair. I need an auto reclining camera.
They have
New hard
one.
drives?
Do they?
Yes.
Yeah, they have a new one that tracks you.
Would you
I saw it
tell
on
ladies and
Kickstarter or
gentlemen
something.
where the hard drives
I thought you were just
that
trying to give us
were
a chesticle
in that
shot.
surveillance system were,
Look, I'm a court reporter.
the day following?
I actually bought a new camera to try out, but it did weird things. It like pasteled my face like I was wearing makeup and stuff. Fuzzed out the background.
To the extent he knows, overruled.
Where were those hard drives?
From what Fred Myers told me, they were shipped to.
Hearsay.
They really don't want the information about this hard drives. But dude, just phrase the question. Where were the hard drives? How do you know? How do you know where the hard drives were? When
Right.
did you come to this knowledge?
Right. Do you have knowledge of where the hard drives were? I mean, this is, yes. How did you acquire that knowledge?
Don't tell me what someone said to you, but how did you acquire that knowledge? So and so told me about it. That's it. It's so and so informed me where they were. Because again, that's going not to the truth of the matter, but what his impression of where they were. Where did you believe the hard drives were? Why did you believe that? What did you know about them? How did you learn it? Ugh.
Someone said not taught in law school in the comments. I'm not sure what Karen's referring to, but certainly the art of this kind of questioning was not taught when I went to law school. But there's a lot more clinical law professors now than there were. I don't think we had any in my law school. So maybe they teach this kind of stuff now. I don't know.
I mean, you do what we took was advocacy was required, where you have to go through some of this stuff, and then advanced advocacy was, an elective where you go through a lot more of it. And then you can do stuff like moot court and extracurriculars
Did you
and
have some
other
conversations
electives.
with law enforcement that very afternoon?
Yes.
And do you have any recollection of those conversations?
No, I do not.
Roger Mosley, no. If you want us to shut the fuck up during testimony,
You're
get
telling
the
this
fuck off the
jury
channel. Go somewhere
that if,
else.
an officer had approached you to see those videos, what would you?
This is a commentary channel, and we will commentate
I
when
would take
comment
them to
is
see the videos.
necessary.
You would have taken them, seen the video,
Yes.
even though
Yeah,
management.
when I went to law school, it was just assumed you were going to learn all this stuff after you got out. You were going to
You asked me
get a
if-
job
you
at
asked me to
a
see the
firm,
videos.
and
If corporate give me directions not to see the videos, then I would not take them, obviously.
So you would have to go corporate.
I would call corporate and say, hey, so-and-so may want to see a video.
Do you know if any other employer or manager had a conversation with?
Again, plenty of other channels are
law enforcement
covering
there?
these trials. without the commentary,
day, that
and you are welcome to go.
afternoon?
You're welcome
my
here.
projectionist, I think, would have.
I think it's more entertaining, personally.
Our IT person might have, Eric Andrew.
Well, let me ask you this question. If those conversations had taken
me
place,
ask you,
is there a procedure
Where's B. Ivory?
as well?
Yes.
He goes up. Let me ask you a blam. Self-defense.
Did any police officer interview you concerning the contact that you had with Mr. Reeves there at the front counter?
Not that I recall.
Had a police officer asked you those questions, would you have answered them as you've answered them today here in front of the jury?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ross.
Yes, sir.
I hope it's Garcia. He's so angry today.
Please
Pizza.
support.
It is.
Mr. Peck, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Peck, you would agree with me, would you not, that the phone rule is relaxed during previews
Yes.
and it's strictly enforced during the movie?
Our
correct?
focus is on the movie feature.
Okay. And you would agree with me that that rule is on a case-by-case basis,
That's correct.
correct?
Now we can have
Now,
leading
as far
questions,
as
folks.
Theater goes, theater 10, there's only one way into that theater, correct?
Correct. Yes, one door
All right.
or two doors, but one way entrance. Yes.
And is it fair to say that the goal of Cobb, or the goal of Cobb back then, was you wanted the patrons to have an Oscar moment?
Oscar winning moments. Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicated.
Corporate trained him
on
well.
that date, you saw yourself in the video, you were at the service desk,
That's correct.
correct?
Yes.
What were you doing at the service desk?
On a Monday, probably looking at our P&Ls, looking at different things on the computer, talking to guests as they come up, talking to different people as they approach.
Okay.
You often stand
You
around
would
looking at
agree
your
with me,
P&Ls.
would you not, though?
Chatting up the popcorn girl.
I mean, we weren't that busy. No, at that moment. No.
And in fact, during that time period, you were having trouble with the sink upstairs, were you not?
50-year-old manager
I
with a
believe
bunch
so,
of
yeah.
16-year-old
Yes.
employees. What could go wrong?
And then a young lady, Miss Simpson, came in, correct?
Correct.
She was asking you for
Forbidden
posters.
Love, a movie theater manager's
Right.
story.
Yes.
And we even see you grab a pad and a pen, and I think you indicated, okay, write them down, the ones that you're looking for, correct?
Correct.
As you're doing so, you would agree with me that Mr. Reeves comes up,
Yes.
right? And you would agree with me also that he never exhibited any type of urgency, correct?
Yes.
He never said, excuse me, ma'am, but I need to talk to the general manager or the manager right away. I've got an urgent matter, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when he spoke to you, he never used the F word, did he, Mr. Reeves?
Not that I recall.
Okay, if he had, you would have remembered it, right?
I would think so. Yes.
That's something you would definitely remember, correct?
This
I would
just
think so,
goes
yes.
to show
Right.
that
I
the
mean,
whole
it's not every
narrative
day
that
that
he
there's a
shoots a
shooting in
guy
a
over
movie
using
theater,
his
correct?
cell phone
That's correct.
isn't accurate either. It wasn't that serious.
And
I
in
thought he
fact,
was supposed to be
you indicated
angry and
his dressing
mumbling when he
order,
walked away to get the
You do
manager.
not recall a lot of the event, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me, Mr. Peck, that you were sued personally as a result of this.
Yes.
You have a moment, Judge?
You may.
That sucks. Oh my God, your status in life is to be manager of a movie theater and you get your ass sued because somebody shoots somebody else. That sucks.
Wait, he got sued?
Yeah. I'm sure, they sue everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions, Mr. Peck.
I was responding to something in chat.
Redirect?
Yeah, but
They
by,
have-
by Nicole,
Disagree.
by that lawyer.
Announcement that comes on before.
They
With
had
the
an
Hall and
Oscar
Oates hair.
to turn
Someone in the
your
chat
cell
said they had an
phones off
Oscar
and put it
moment, an
away.
Oscar Pistorius moment.
Apply to both the previews and the movie.
Yes.
And you would agree with me, would you not, agree or disagree, that you enforce that rule for previews and movies, correct?
Yes, we try to.
You agree with me or disagree that you don't tell the patrons as they're coming in, hey, listen, phone use in the previews are okay.
That's correct.
So are you telling this jury then
Are you willing
that
to
it
tell
is
this
okay?
jury?
Objection leading.
Do you agree or disagree?
I'm gonna get a T-shirt. You got to add that to your
Based upon
store,
the
Nick.
rules that were in place on January the 13th of 2014.
Agree or disagree? A lawyer
The
board
minute that
game.
announcement comes on, it was telling your patrons, turn off their phones.
Yes, I would agree. It's telling them to turn off the phones.
I know he says the words agree or disagree, and the judge's IQ drops to negative values.
After the announcement is made to make sure that the theater experience
Literal
is
magic
preserved.
words.
She
Correct?
becomes a jar of pickles.
So when you said
The
on
worst part is being a
cross-examination
female judge, she
that
can't open
announcement
herself.
did not pertain, was not enforced during the previews, that was not correct.
No, what I said is we're a little more relaxed during the previews.
Well, did you tell your patrons when they first came into the theater that your rules are more relaxed during the previews?
No.
I have no further questions.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. You're free to go.
Maybe you should have gone into culinary cuisine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go to
Curtis
culinary school, manage a concession stand at a theater.
Get sued.
Get sued.
You're right, though. What a shit happening that is. Here you are trying to live your, I wouldn't say best life, but average life. You got your, well, my dream was to be a cook, but here I am managing this movie theater.
Kablam!
He's
You are
probably
served.
He's making a decent wage, I'm guessing. He's got 80 employees under him. He's making, fine money, I would think. General manager of a movie theater, a big theater like that. But then, yeah, blammo, some guy gets iced in the Rose. You find out this asshole was on a cell phone the whole time anyway. And so you're already like, oh, good. I wish I could shoot every customer who's on the cell phones that I get complaints about so my life would be easier. And then you get served a lawsuit. It's like, I didn't even shoot anybody. I didn't even go talk to the guy. Isn't it true that if you would have gone and talked to him, he would still be alive today? Agree or disagree? It's
All right,
your
let's
fault
take a
Chad's
10-minute
dead.
recess. Ladies and gentlemen, remember my instructions during the break, and you're going to head back to the jury pool room. Just
I got to make some
be ready
coffee.
in 10 minutes.
I'm not going to make it.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Law students forced to study this case should take a drink every time they say agree or disagree. Be just as useless to their jurisprudence. It's so bad. And you did this, didn't you? Objection leading. Agree or disagree? You did this, didn't you? It's the exact same question. Oh my gosh. Judge, sustained, and then agree or disagree. Oh, that's fine though. Mary Knight. Oh wait, that one's for Branca. I'll wait till he gets back. Dirt Bike says ethical polyamory. Lol, sounds like dry water. Patsy Rose says husband said he was going to get hard today. My response: oh, the doctor refilled your little blue pills. He didn't find it funny. It's pretty savage. Wrecked your poor husband's day. I love it. Perfect. Patrick Allen says tagged you on Twitter posts of a real sandwich. Oh, this is the realest sandwich. The best part is I've now eaten all of the crusts from around it, so it's just beautiful bread. Mm. Mm. Law and crime are assholes. Agree or disagree? Agree. Click accept. Okay. Distro 32 says in Richard's voice. So the video is proven that the shot happened after the throw. So Chad was in fact shot over popcorn. I mean, if you say so, they're supposed to have a witness testify to the impossibility of the speed. So we'll see. Because this trial, I don't know if you guys know this, but this trial will be going on literally forever. It will never end. There's always another witness. There's always another movie theater employee. There's always another expert. And it will never stop. Never stop. It never stops. So yeah, where was I? Oh, I was going to check on. Yes, I'm looking at, I wanted to show you guys the Rumble thing because it looks to me like it's on the correct page. So tell me what am I missing here? If I pull this up, am I reading this wrong? This is Retracted Space Law. And this is the video. Got 1991 watching now. I mean, we can do the meta thing here. So here it is. I mean, I don't think, I mean, this seems to be on the right page. It's the 10,000 subscriber page. It is now. Earlier it had no space. I wonder if they moved it for me somehow. Cause it's on both. How many are on the other one? Is it the same amount of people on both? I don't know how that works. I'm still very confused. I'm learning this system. Do I need a drink with that sandwich? Yes, well, I have a liquid, Propel, but I'm also going to have some whiskey in a moment. I sent a message to them to ask for, assistance with my boomerness. I take full responsibility, but I was just like, hey, this is confusing to me. Any tips on how to fix that? And so I wonder if they moved it over for me. What is your estimate on the cost for this defense? Oh, I mean, astronomical amounts of money. Astronomical amounts of money. Just think of this trial. You've got two lawyers, two partner lawyers, right? The two bald bros. They're getting paid significant amounts of money. You can expect between $400 and $700 an hour. I don't know where they fall. I guess maybe between $300 and $700 an hour. It could be any number, honestly. But and you've got how many days? We're on day 7, so 8 hours a day, 7 days, 56 hours so far that they've worked. Just in trial, 56 hours. And just so you've got the two main lawyers plus Funderburg plus a legal assistant. So conservatively estimate $1,000 an hour. Conservatively estimate $1,000 an hour for every day at trial. And you've got $56,000 so far. That's not counting jury selection, which was 3 days, I think, of
and
jury
it's
selection.
basically the second trial.
Yeah. So just the part that we've streamed on YouTube, you're at 56 grand. You've got at least another day. Plus you've got the jury selection, which was 2 or 3 days. Plus you've got trial prep, which if they're spending 60 hours at trial.
Look at those books. Those big fat books they have.
Yeah. If they're spending 60 hours at trial, they're spending more than 60 hours at prep. Plus, they've done this already. So estimate that this trial itself and nothing else is going to cost them $100,000 to $150,000 conservatively. Then you've got the pretrial motions. Then you've got the pretrial hearing, which was a mini trial that went on for a week, something like that.
2 weeks
as well. 2 weeks.
And they would have
So,
prepared for that just like they prepared for this. So I would just double the price of this.
Yeah. So double the price of this for that. Plus you've got all the stuff that happened before, all the investigative work, all of the compiling of evidence at the beginning. I mean, long before there's a trial, they're going through, they're collecting this evidence. There's arraignment hearings, all of that stuff. This is easily $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 is you're creeping into really quickly. So you don't want to be here. That's why the better answer for this is what Vivian said. I wish we would have just moved. Right. I mean, that didn't happen. And that's part of the reason why, we'll talk about things like even a justified self-defense shooting is oftentimes senseless and results in an undesirable result. It's just that you're not dead. I mean, that's the main good outcome.
So there are things worse than this. And being dead's one of them. Being raped is another. Being maimed, having any of those things happen to your wife or your kids. Those are all worse than this. But once you get past that pretty short list, there's not a lot of things that are worse than this, especially when you consider on top of, it's not just the expense and time, it's the risk of actually going to prison for the rest of your life too.
Yeah. So anyway, the long and short, it's a very, very expensive process. And this one is particularly expensive because of how long it's taken, the pre-trial mini trial. That's one of the things I don't like about things like the stand your ground hearing and the like an anti-slap pre-trial dismissal hearing stuff in civil litigation is these things are meant to be cost-saving measures, but they often end up being cost-amplifying measures. Because, at a stand your ground hearing, if a judge just really wants it to go to trial, let's look at the Rittenhouse case. Even if there was a stand your ground motion hearing before Schrader, is there any illusion that guy was going to pre-trial dismiss that highly contested political trial? No, it was going to go to a jury. Like that was, he pretty much said it and he made that happen. So in that case, it's just accelerating your expenses, which I hate. Mary 1969 over on Rumble says, Branca, does the membership come with daily law nerd clips of Branca Burns? Lol.
Well, we do content almost every day. We do a blog post and a video version of the blog post and a podcast version of the blog post just about every day for the members. When we're not following a trial like this, when we're spending 15 hours a day doing trial coverage, then it's going out to everybody. But during the intervals between the trials, our normal practice is member content just about every day.
There you go. And you are a prolific writer on your blog and stuff like that. I mean, it's tons of good coverage going on. Shy 10 says, on my Apple TV, I could only find it on the no space. On my PC, it shows as a space, but seems to be on both there now. Do you agree or disagree? I agree. I think Rumble helped me out there. I think what Rumble did was they went in and they must have enabled it on both of them somehow with their backroom wizardry and magic, because it does seem to be on the correct channel. And I'm glad once it got on the correct channel, the viewers kicked up and more people saw that it was out there. So I'm again still working to learn the system. Emorsk says the same exact stream and chat on both channels, same viewers, et cetera, et cetera. It's on their end. Ask Rumble why. No, what I'll ask them is, can we please do that for every stream somehow? Can it just do that so it always streams to both channels? Can I enable that feature so that I don't have to screw it up like I'm going to? With that, again, I'll for the people who have joined kind of in the middle of the day, let me go ahead and let you know what's going on with the copyright stuff. YouTube has not actually applied the copyright strike or taken the video down yet today. It is still scheduled to happen, but they don't tell you what time. So the initial email I received looking back was at 5:54 p.m. Central Time according to my Gmail. And so with that, I assume that the strike and the takedown will happen at 5:54 p.m. So that would be the full 7 days. But I could be wrong with the strike and the takedown. As I said in the video, I'm not 100% sure it will prevent me from streaming or uploading videos. It may not. The procedure is kind of ambiguous, and I've never had a copyright strike before. I've had DMCA, or not DMCA, but content ID claims and stuff like that, but those don't result in the channel getting a strike. So how that, it may not actually impact my ability to stream. There's something about that. It says if you get struck on an active live stream, you lose live streaming for 7 days. This is not an active live stream, but it was a live stream. So I don't know how that functions. That's all I'm trying to say. But as stated, if the stream goes down currently, or if any other, if I'm unable to stream here tonight, Odyssey and Rumble will have the streams going. So you'll be able to find them there. Okay. Contagion says, I see rice, I see celery, I see London, I see France, I see this trial is going well past its expected end date. Yeah, the judge indicated she was hoping to be done by tomorrow. I don't think that's going to happen. Do we have any indication of how many more witnesses the defense
I
has?
never compiled it, and they put witnesses on their list they never call. So
yeah, they had like 80 witnesses on their list or something. Isn't there still supposed to be an expert on the timing of the shot?
they had Roy Bedard, a use of force expert, who testified also in the Michael Drake case. But they're for the state, I think. Yeah, right, for the state. For Rosenwasser, for this prosecutor, the little short guy.
Yeah.
And I know he was listed as the defense use of force expert witness here. We haven't heard from him yet. So
yeah, so we're gonna have another excruciating CV testimony to look forward to. Shock TNC says, I'm holding the judge in contempt for excessive force on that pen. Frederick Little, take a shot every time she clicks the pen. Lol, just kidding. That's a threat of violence, my friend. Tanya Mailhot says, me to your channel. I think new is probably to your channel, but loving the content and connect. Are you going to be covering Breonna Taylor trial at all? Thanks. Enjoy your day. I won't be able to cover it from the start because it starts tomorrow.
Oh, does
but
it?
I may cover it, cover either segments of it or, chunks of it or whatever during the nighttime show. But once this trial is done, it'll be I'm going to take a nice break.
Is this a criminal trial or a civil trial?
It's against the cop, I think.
Yeah, but they might be. Let's see.
Yeah. I don't know. I could look. Taylor trial. Jury to be finalized in Breonna Taylor related shooting case. So the trial of the officer.
ABC News report, but it doesn't list any criminal charges. So
let's see. Oh yeah, so you're looking at ABC News. I'll look at a different source. I'll look at AP. Probably the exact same story. Oh, charged with wanton endangerment for shooting into the apartment of one of Taylor's neighbors on the night of March 2020 raid. He was fired a few months later. So it looks criminal then.
He didn't shoot her. It's got nothing to do with her death per se.
Right. Yeah, it's for shooting into the neighbor's apartment.
Yeah, so that would be, most states would call that reckless endangerment. He could well be guilty. You start shooting into someone's apartment, you better have a darn good reason. If it was just some kind of weird suppressive fire thing, that's going to be a hard sell if you picked the wrong apartment.
2 weeks. A 2-week trial. Every trial now is 2 weeks.
I can't
Apparently.
do it anymore. I've been doing this since October. I got to take a break.
Yeah. It gets really tough to cover them like this. But why is every trial 2 weeks long? They don't need to be.
Yeah. And by the way, folks, I could be wrong about him shooting into the neighbor's window. I didn't really follow the case very closely, and I'm just looking at news reports, and we know how accurate they are in these cases. So just like any other case, I would want to actually listen to the actual facts before I came to anything like an informed opinion. Brianna will not be there to testify now.
Wow, chat. That was very, very, I'm disappointed in you for that one. That was very insensitive. Should have been more insensitive, probably, but okay. Kyan Rennell says, Nick and Andrew, do you agree or disagree? Agreed. Christopher Crampert says, this judge has a reputation as a hanging judge in the circuit, hanging out on the farm, hanging in the pool with the girls hanging out. Artemis Tree says, 3 slices done, right? Thank you. Oh, Mandy Karavichus says, I can't believe how bad you are at sandwiches. You cut the sandwich diagonally because it enhances the flavor, and the sandwich is actually bigger with filling/bread ratio. Jesus Christ, Nick, you make me want to cry sometimes. Imagine cutting a sandwich. What am I, 3? Gates of Above says, agree or disagree my client is innocent. Objection, but Your Honor, I said agree or disagree. Oh, excuse me.
I do notice this judge's breaks always tend to run a little bit long, and they seem to be just long enough for 2 cigarettes, which would explain the coughing and might explain a lot of the pen clicking too.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Thanks for noticing. Yeah. Well, we're gonna bring court back. Should we get the jury in here, guys? Should we get those guys in here? They're cool. They're pretty cool. They can come hang out again.
Here she is.
Everybody else is back in court significantly before she's
Right now,
back.
the court reeks of cigarettes. That cloud of dragged in smoke came with her.
Yes.
Your Honor, we're worried about your health. Honestly, this is an intervention, Your Honor. That incessant coughing and hacking.
Oh my God. They approached right before the break. Now they're approaching after the break.
They're trying to sneak up and slap some nicotine patches on our neck.
Johnny Osprey says, this judge reminds me of Boris in Goldeneye. Click, 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 click. Todd Baker says, I've become hard. Thanks to you, Mr. Branca.
Thank you for the support. It's much appreciated. Michael
says, Nick, do you think a prosecutor or defense attorney would ever call out the judge on her behavior as being distracted? Example, obsessive pen clicking. Not a chance.
Maybe the clerk. I mean, if you know the clerk and they're not going to stab you in the back.
Yeah, but no. You just shut your mouth and deal with it. Oh my goodness. There we go. Oh my God. A whole bunch of kids just showed up at my house. My kids' cousins. There are now 9 children. 9 children in here. Oh yes, we got to get, there we go. Perfect. This one or this one? Let's go with that one. United States of Q says, Mr. No Chin prosecutor reminds me of the cockroach dude, Edgar from Men in Black 1. Yep. I see it. Dum Dum Face. This was a screensaver on the phone, a thermos. Well, T. Ryan says, cops botched investigation to protect former cop. They didn't do a very good job of protecting him. They arrested him that night.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right. Then we'll begin. Mr. Michaels?
Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. Bernard Adams.
Oh, here he is. Dr. Roy Bedard. Use of force experts.
Expect them to attempt to elicit testimony that he could not have fired in response to the popcorn and must have been responding to some other threat. That's what they're looking for here, I believe.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was trying to, let's go this way, sir. See how fine? Right here, raise your right hand. You're gonna face the course.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall
This
give
guy
in
doesn't look
call
like
to
a
be
use
the
of force
truth,
expert to
the whole
me.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
He's no I, James. I feel like I, James, would single-handedly beat to death every person in that courtroom if he needed to save one child.
Go ahead, Mr. Michaels.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your name.
My name is Bernard Adams.
Oh, no. Wow.
Could you spell your first name for the court reporter, please?
I completely misheard that. Huh?
Bernard.
And what is your profession?
I'm a consulting forensic pathologist.
Okay, so you're a medical doctor.
I am.
Let's talk a little bit about your education. Before I go over some of your background and qualifications.
Okay, so is this not the use of force guy?
Oh, it's not. This is not Roy Bedard for sure, because I know what Roy looks like. This is a different guy completely. Forensic pathologist.
Okay, so ignore everything I said about the testimony they were looking for.
Right. Okay.
I could have sworn they said they were calling Roy Bedard, but
Recognize
Well,
that?
his name
I
is
do.
Bernard.
Okay, what is that?
Bernard.
My
That's what I
curriculum
heard.
vitae.
Okay, will that help you go over some of the details of your long career?
If you get into enough detail, yes.
Okay, let's go. Let's start out with.
Oh, he's
your
cautioning us.
bachelor's
That was
degree.
one of his
Where's that from?
CV jokes.
University of Maine at Orange,
Yep.
And what year did you graduate?
1975.
And did you have
1931.
were you recognized with any distinctions or honors that
Yes, all the distinctions and
speak
honors.
to your academic excellence?
Uh,
They don't want to spend another hour and a half
Oh,
doing this.
thank God.
But does the defense want to?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I guess. Okay.
Any honors?
Yeah, Phi Beta Kappa, Phi Kappa Phi, and the degree was.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the defense, you want the jury to hear about your expert's qualifications.
Have to refer to that.
You don't
Okay.
just want to stipulate to that.
75.
It would be nice if you
Well,
did it
let's
in
go
15 or
to
20
your-
minutes.
Your medical doctor. Where did you go to medical school?
Tufts,
And where's that?
Oh,
Boston,
yes,
When
it
did
is
you graduate?
indeed.
1979.
I used to live
Now,
right
let's
by there.
talk About any sort of residency or fellowship training you did.
Okay. Out of medical school, my first year of residency training was in anatomic pathology at the New England Medical Center, which is
I used
now
to work
known as
there.
Tufts Medical Center.
What's anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology encompasses the work that pathologists do in a hospital, including mostly reading surgical biopsies under the microscope, doing pap smear readings, and the occasional autopsy in a hospital.
There's a lot of artifacts in the middle of the courtroom, plus to the side. I'm just trying to figure out where I can move so I can see the witness. So Matt just figure that out.
Can this be moved back anywhere until he's ready to use it?
Your Honor, I just want to be able to see the witness.
Trying to just move around and I've been on the approach on this dress bar.
Is that any better?
He's got clear view.
From there.
Your Honor, the jurors are asking, can we turn off the white screen until we need it?
Oh, I thought it was off already.
No.
Turn it off, please. Thank you. All right, are we good?
Even the jurors want dark mode. Come on, Rumble.
A little better, Mr. Martin.
I appreciate the accommodation. Thank you.
Okay, let's talk about board certifications.
We were in the middle of residency training and didn't finish that. Did you want to skip the rest of it or go on to?
I didn't. I was interrupted and lost my train of questioning. Let's talk about residency and training.
After that year at the New England Medical Center,
Seemed a little salty about that.
Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, and did 2 years of anatomic pathology.
Him and Martin were talking to each other with that exaggerated politeness of men who hate each other.
And after that?
After that, I went to Miami and did a year of forensic pathology at the Dade County Medical Examiner Office. It was known as Dade County back then. I still call it that.
Now it's called Miami-Dade County. What about any board certifications? That's where we were going.
I'm board certified in anatomic and clinical pathology and in forensic pathology.
Now let's talk about
I
some
wonder
of
what this guy's
your
purpose is.
positions that you've held in terms of employment, professorships, employment as a pathologist or medical doctor.
Okay. After I finished training, I took a position as a medical examiner in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, working principally in Worcester, Massachusetts, based at the University of Massachusetts Medical School, and occasionally in Boston. After 2 years of that, I went to Suffolk County, Long Island, which is the eastern 2/3 or 3/4 of Long Island, New York,
I went to high school there.
and was a deputy medical examiner there.
This guy's been
for,
following me around.
recall, just under
You
2
guys are
years.
best
I worked
friends.
for Dr. Charles Hirsch. Dr. Hirsch was recruited to replace the chief medical examiner in New York City, and I went with him to New York City and worked in the
In your
Manhattan
professional
office
opinion,
for just over 2
was
years.
Chad killed by a bullet?
At that time,
No,
I had a
it was
faculty
COVID.
appointment at New York University, which was an affiliate
Case
of
closed,
the
Your
medical
Honor.
examiner office.
COVID
After
didn't
that,
exist
I
back
took a
then.
position as chief medical examiner in Hillsborough County, Florida, which, as you all know, is Tampa is the county seat, with a faculty appointment at the University of South Florida. And I stayed there until for 21 years, and then went to West Virginia University, where I was a professor of pathology and director of the autopsy service for 3 years, and trained the residents in autopsy pathology, as well as the pathology assistant students. WVU ran a school for pathology assistant students. I left that position in after 3 years in 2015, and have been doing consulting for litigation attorneys since that time.
And are you still licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida?
I am.
Okay. Let's talk about publishing. Have you been published?
Yes.
In what form?
Articles in medical journals, several book chapters, and I did one professional book, which was.
I never lived in Medford, Massachusetts, folks. I lived in Boston, Cambridge, Somerville, Arlington,
How to write competent and cogent
Acton,
autopsy reports.
Concord, Littleton,
Okay, let's talk about some of the
Maynard.
peer-reviewed medical publications.
All around
Okay,
there.
Peer-reviewed means what?
Peer-reviewed means that the article was looked at.
I was there for 25 years. I didn't bounce around that much, but
editors who then criticize, make suggestions for improvement before it's ever published, or they can reject the article.
And do you have the?
are they all white places? Boston's one of the most segregated cities in America in the time I was there.
Let's talk about a couple of those. Number one, what is the title of that?
Number one is called Trauma of the Pericardial Sac and Heart, an Autopsy Series. It's published in a journal called
Massachusetts is largely a gun shithole, but believe it or not, I had a concealed carry permit in Massachusetts the entire 25 years I lived there.
And I wrote that with Sarah Zidowich or Zidovich, depending on how you like to pronounce the name of that type.
Mostly
Oh,
Metro
boy.
West, not
He was
North Shore.
one of the forensic pathologists that I trained in Tampa. We had a training program in affiliation with the University of South Florida. She went on to work at the Orlando.
You see, we wore onions on our belts back in those days because that
Let's
was
look
the
at number
style
8.
that you would do.
Number 8, I wrote that with Claude Guidi, who is a radiologist based at Tampa General Hospital. And it's called Venous Air Embolism and Homicidal Blunt Impact Trauma Case Reports, published in the American Journal of Forensic Pathology in 2001. Venous air embolism occurs when air gets drawn into veins and then collects in the right side of the heart and blocks the circulation. It's analogous to a pulmonary thromboembolism, which probably most of you have heard of as a pulmonary embolism, or PE, except instead of a clot, this is air blocking the flow of the flow of blood through the heart. Most commonly, the venous air is entrained in veins lining the skull. They're called dural sinuses. They're formed by infoldings of the dura mater, which is a tough, gristly-like tissue that lines the skull, but also has infoldings and serves to form veins in the skull.
So it looks like you have some 25 books listed there. We're not going to go through them all.
Uh-oh.
Let's go to
YouTube stream
chapters,
just went down.
medical books and review.
Did it?
One guideline for reports by
Think
autopsy.
so,
pathologist.
maybe.
First, I
Oh,
just need to.
It's spinning.
Yes.
No, it's back.
It's back? Just a lag spike?
I think so.
Yeah,
I'm about 20 seconds behind, maybe. Is that
No, I
normal?
got- yeah. It's always about that's the normal delay. You know, it's back. It's just a lag spike, apparently. I've still not been notified of any channel actions yet.
Don't panic.
Everybody's like, they got him. They got him. Man,
Nick didn't make it. They got Nick.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, oh gosh, that thing was in the wrong spot. Yeah, so far it looks like the thing is still pending as far as I can tell. Hold on, verifying that. Had to refresh everything. Whoops, wrong one. Whoo!
You got to start playing the final countdown as your theme music, but that would definitely get you a copyright strike.
Now's a perfect time to plug Rumble. Yeah, you can, in the description of this video on YouTube only, there is a link to the Rumble video, which you can check out. You can also always check out the show at the same link every day on Odyssey. I don't know the link off the top of my head, but it's the same live stream. If you go there on Odyssey, you would never have to leave the page. You can leave the page open forever, and every live stream will broadcast to that exact same link. So you can either join me on either of those platforms. If anything ever happens to this channel, the show will continue over there.
Okay, and
So Rumble needs a different key every time, but Odyssey remains the same, like YouTube.
Authored
It's a little different than YouTube, but
books that deal with
well, you can do it that way on YouTube too, I suppose. Yeah, where
practice of
like you can set up a live stream
autopsy,
area.
correct? For the handbook
I
for
typically do a
autopsy
new
I did
new
some
stream
chapters in
every
Ludwig's book,
for
Handbook
YouTube
for autopsy practice. He was
for
a
various reasons. But yeah, you can do it
mentor
that
at
way.
the Mayo
But yeah, on
Clinic.
Odyssey, it's the same
And
exact.
then the other one was the Spitz. It's known as Spitz. He's the senior editor, called Medical Legal Investigation of Death. And that was a predominant forensic pathology textbook in the
We have 650 people watching on Odyssey right now. Pretty wild. Here's the Odyssey link. I'm throwing it in the chat.
And were you also involved in practice guidelines for Florida medical examiners?
Yes,
That's over a period of years, correct?
yes.
In addition, you have numerous presentations that you've been involved with, correct?
At professional societies, yes, a few, yeah,
Lectures as well.
yes.
Now, in this particular, let me ask you this, have you ever been qualified as an expert in the field of pathology and the field of medicine?
I've been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Okay, and how many times?
Over
A lot.
300, could be 400. I never kept count, so that's an estimate.
That's the typical expert answer. Not like that other expert is like
And,
425.
Autopsies, do
Yeah,
you
that
think
guy's
in
a
your
nerd.
career that you've performed?
That I have counted. It's 6,800.
You-
Yeah, exactly.
What percentage do you think of those were as a result of gunshot wounds?
Well, let's do it this way. About 10% were homicides, and most of the homicides, probably 2/3, were from firearms. And then there are accidents. There aren't that many accidental firearm deaths. There are a few hunting accidents. And then there are suicides, almost all of which, if they involve firearms, involve handguns, but some long guns.
Hey, we broke 1,000 rumbles
suicides would
on
be about
Rumble. I'm going to drink some
maybe
liquor now.
5% of the medical examiner practice, and the firearms deaths and suicides would be maybe half that amount in Florida. So what that all totals up to, I don't know.
When you say homicide, that's opposed to suicide or accident. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I use that in the sense that we use it on a death certificate, where those terms are intended solely as an aid to the vital statistics people who have to classify causes of death. And those designations are only to assist in figuring out the cause of death when the cause of death is not expressed correctly on the certificate. They have other questions of a similar ilk, such as, did the decedent smoke?
There I
Where
am
did
on
the
Rumble.
injury occur?
Yeah,
So
look at
all
that.
designed to help them deal with causes
You're
of
on
death that
your Rumble page.
written.
I'm looking at your feed here. I'm
Oh,
I'm on
okay.
it as
In other
the
words,
guest,
my question to
obviously.
you is, the medical examiner, if they put the cause of death,
Well, yeah, I listed you as other people
homicide,
appearing in the show
they
in the video.
certainly aren't commenting on whether that homicide was justifiable or not.
No, and it's not even binding on anybody. It's not binding on a court. It's not binding on any lawyers. It's not even binding on the Register of Vital Statistics in Jacksonville. Why the Register of Vital Statistics for the state is in Jacksonville and not Tallahassee, I don't know. There's a story there. I don't know what it is, but that's where it is.
Now, for this particular case, you were provided, for instance, an autopsy report of Chad Olson.
Yes,
You were provided some photographs,
yes,
including the photographs of the autopsy of Chad Olson, Mr. Olson.
yes.
At this time, I'm going to show you a photograph that's already been entered into evidence by the state. It's State Exhibit number 60.
Mr. Funderburk, Matt.
Keep these memories for ourselves.
I just move this up just a bit, Norman. Not too far.
Those text pings, yeah, in the background. Blam. It's like, Judge, turn off your phone. See, I'm still curious what revelatory information we're going to get from this guy that they need to hire an independent autopsy report on Chad. Maybe they hired him assuming that he would need to provide an autopsy on Curtis, and when it didn't happen, they're like, "Oh, we got
You would step down, please, doctor.
please review the other autopsy."
Dr. Adams, here's a stylus. You want to indicate some areas that we're about to talk about. This is a photograph that's been entered into evidence by the state of Florida depicting an autopsy photograph of the right hand of Chad Olson. You saw similar photographs in the ones that we provided you, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
This exactly.
Mandy, it's not me. I don't have
Now, let
I
me
don't have
ask you, if you
audible
look at this
alerts on
photograph,
anything.
we
I
are
hate
looking
alerts.
at- That looks like the right hand. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that proper medical technology, or is there, terminology? Is there another name for right hand and left hand?
Probably in Latin there is, but I say right hand.
Okay. Now we're looking at something at the very top, this area right here. Assuming that this, what we're looking at is a result of a gunshot wound.
Oh, helpful that the long crime camera feed shows us nothing useful.
Yeah.
The thing that you just underlined.
Well,
in
to be
black
fair
is
to
the
them,
actual wound
I think this
created
is actually Court TV's camera feed that they're
by gouging out a
using.
trough from the tissue of the wrist on the radial side. I'm going to
Full
say
feed that they
radial
swore
ulnar.
in their initial letter that they don't
Radial
use.
would be the side with the thumb, ulnar would be the side where the little finger is. It's named after the bones in the forearm. So this is on the radial aspect of the wrist. And the other thing you see here are all these reddish purple, almost sometimes black dots.
Now,
on the
before we
skin.
get there, let me ask you a question. The orientation of this photograph, again, assuming it is a gunshot wound, what is the orientation? In other words, where would the firearm be in relation to this hand, this photograph of the hand?
This photograph is taken so that the lens is oriented, it's almost the same way the muzzle of the gun was. So that you're essentially looking down the sight of the gun when you're looking at this picture. I mean, the picture, could be other photographs that are taken on the other side of the hand, and that wouldn't be the case for those photographs, but it is for this one.
Now, you were indicating these purple-looking areas. Let's talk about that. What is that?
That's gunpowder stippling. That's caused by having partially burning flakes of gunpowder strike the skin. They can strike other things too, but in this case it's the skin. Some of them, the flakes stay in the skin. The more the body's handled, the more they fall out. And others, like these pink ones, it's just a little divot in the skin, a little scrape by itself. It's non-specific, but you can judge it by the company it keeps. This pattern is one of gunpowder stippling. The gunpowder stippling effect like this, where you see stippling but no soot, is typically for a standard handgun anywhere from 2 to 18 inches.
You made it to
Let's talk
Odyssey.
about
I love it.
I did,
soot.
yeah.
What would soot be an indication of?
Soot is deposited when the skin is within a couple of inches of
What the hell was that sound?
Beyond that, the soot doesn't,
Cop radio.
it's not apparent.
So the range between the muzzle, which is what, the very tip of the firearm?
Right.
To the wound itself, based on the stippling, is what's the range again?
Somewhere between 2 and 18 inches. This is moderately dense, so it's somewhere in the middle of that range. It's probably not up to 18 inches, but it's probably not 2 inches.
And what else does this kind of grouping of stippling tell us in terms of location of the firearm? In other words, my question is, why do I see more stippling in this area that I've drawn a square around and less stippling in this area where I've drawn a square number 2 around?
Those flakes of gunpowder come out in a cone, if you will, and more of them are close to the center of the cone than to the outside of the cone. So you would expect more dense stippling close to the bullet, where the bullet goes, and it's a more dispersed pattern away from it.
Okay.
Now here.
How far was
of course,
he?
there's no
That's
skin
all I
up
want to
here, the
know.
Bullet's grazing the wrist, and this isn't
At
aligned
least a whole
exactly.
row away.
You can see up here along the
An
radial
entire
aspect
row
of the wrist,
away.
you don't see any stippling, but if you took that hand and rotated it just a little bit like this, then you would have the lens of the camera lined up just the way the muzzle is. And you wouldn't be able to see this unstippled skin that you see in this photograph, because it's not exactly lined up. The lens isn't exactly the way the muzzle was.
Now, I noticed way out here, with a little triangle, we see what may be a speck. As we get further out to the left,
To the
away from
left,
the
to the
knuckles,
left, to the
we
left.
see what appears not to, an area that appears not to have any stippling.
Yes, to the left of the triangle, no stippling. You can see some freckles. Within the stippling, within the triangle, you can see some freckles. And then you have this to the left side of the midline of the triangle. Is it a stipple or is it a freckle? I don't know. It's easy to judge it by the company it keeps.
Look at the back of that
Most of
TV.
these
It's
are
got
like
wireless
stippling.
antennas
Out here,
sticking out the
could be
side there.
Because
Very impressive.
there's so little stippling out here.
Now let's look at the fingers, what we can see of the fingers.
But they still have cables dragged all over the floor.
This
Oh,
finger
yeah.
right here.
All right. Mr. Michaels is pointing to the fourth finger and the proximal phalanx.
And
that's a word for the bone in the finger. 3 phalanges to each of the 4 fingers, 2 to the thumb. I mentioned it only for the record.
I appreciate that. And
Thanks for being a good expert witness, bro.
I appreciate that.
A court reporter will.
Thank you. And so I don't see any stippling there. Is there something that I'm missing? Do you see any stippling there?
I don't. It's a little bit in shadow, but it's illuminated well enough that you can see that you can't see any gunpowder stippling on the skin of those proximal phalanges of the fingers.
Now, based on the pattern that we're seeing of the stippling, if the fingers were extended out, would
Some
we
guys,
expect- would you
sometimes this
expect
guy just sounds
to
like
see
Casey
stippling in that
Kasem or
area?
some other,
I would. If you-
top
if you
40 radio
look at
host.
The way the stippling peters
Now
out
based on
here
the
on the
stippling
forearm,
around the
it should
fingers,
extend out about
we're going to
the
bring
same
you the
distance
top
here
40 pop
if those
songs
fingers
today.
were in the line of fire of the gunpowder flakes. And we don't see that. So you can conclude that those parts of the fingers were not.
This week at number 5, like a rocket.
Either the hand is flexed or there's something shielding the fingers.
And when you say flexed, are you talking about
Coming in at number 1.
closed, like grabbing something?
Flex means
Shit, I lost the joke I was going to say.
fingers are closed.
Too tired.
My anatomy professor said the easiest way to remember flexion and extension is to picture a bear cub on a telephone pole. Everything that makes the bear cub
Coming in at number 1. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame.
Would the stippling and the lack of stippling on the fingers be consistent with a hand that at the time that this trench and this stippling was created is what we see consistent with the fist?
It is.
With a fist.
Oh, okay.
You can take your
So his
seat
hand
again,
was in a
please.
fist.
Well, Your Honor, maybe not. Maybe we can use the demonstrative aid at this point. Can we turn this off, please, Mr. Funderburk? What we're gonna do, Doctor, we're gonna talk about some of the body's vulnerabilities. I have here a demonstrative aid, a model of sorts.
It's Chad Olson's corpse.
To explain to us
We exhumed him.
areas of vulnerability and why they might be
Smells a bit.
vulnerable.
Yes.
And I'm talking about when we talk about trauma, blunt force.
Matt's going to stand behind the corpse, holding the arm, swinging them back and forth.
Weekend at Chad Olson's. they brought in actual Chad Olson. No. No.
All right.
What a
Certainly
dick
you're
move.
familiar with anatomy of the human body
Yes.
and the skeletal system.
Yeah.
You've probably seen it over the 6,800 times you talked about it.
Some parts more than others, yeah.
I understand.
Right.
The most vulnerable part of the body,
Seen some bones more than others.
Probably
No
the
kidding, Doc.
head or the junction of the head.
Me too.
Spine.
let's start with the head. Tell us why the head is such a vulnerable area of the human body.
Chris S., you ain't right for that.
I'm
Poor
pointing to
Eugenia.
the temple here. This part of the skull is called the temple bone. It's fairly thin here. So this part of the skull, being thinner than the rest of the skull, is more susceptible to impact, fracture. And then the whole structure of the face.
So let's talk about the temple first. Okay. So the temple area is
The side of the skull, just above and behind the.
Did they put a cell phone in the skeleton's hands?
okay. The human body looks like this part here.
Yes.
Okay. And so this is what it looks like behind the face. Right?
If you will.
Okay. And so tell me why this is particularly vulnerable in terms of fracture. Is it the structure? Tell me what it is that makes that area so vulnerable.
It's thinner than other parts of the skull. Other parts of the skull are thicker, not so much to protect from injury, but because they have muscular insertions. And since
He's
the
looking for a
massive
muscular
muscle comes up
insertion
here
right now.
and inserts, in gorillas, it goes up onto a crest on top of the skulls because the muscle is so
I have one of these skeletons.
powerful, they have to crack nuts. And humans, not so much. The skull is thicker back here. All the neck muscles are inserting.
Let's talk about the skull in a moment. When it
Hey,
comes
we're
to
on the Rumble
temple,
Editors Picks. Very
based
cool.
on the structure of the bones, by that I mean the lack of density that other bones may have. You said it's more susceptible to a trauma. Would that be a trauma caused by a fist that could potentially fracture the temple?
Could be a fist or a blunt object. Anything that provides impact.
Okay.
So it's a
Or
modern
even a
trauma.
slap
That's where
that's
another
done
man tells
hard
you to
enough
smile more.
with the heel of the hand, for instance?
Probably not so much a slap from an open hand.
Okay.
Because the force would be distributed. The injurious potential of something coming at the body is inversely proportional to the time over which it's inflicted and inversely proportional to the area over which it's inflicted. So if it's inflicted over a long time, it's less injurious, short time, more injurious. This makes sense if you think about the difference between blast injury, impact trauma with, say, with cars where there's conservation of momentum, you have enough speed, or just slow compression. Blast injury is much worse. Slow compression is much better. And then that's the time element. If you look at the surface area element, if all the force is concentrated in something small and hard, it's more injurious than if the force is spread out over a wire.
I should have spent the money to get a 6'4" skeleton.
And if
They
you
really
think
should
about
have.
A motorcycle helmet, it's designed to spread. the
Right now, it just looks
impact
like they
out
killed one of the
in
prosecutors.
time. That's
It's,
the pad, liner. And in space, that's the shot.
Skeleton me binger.
So for instance,
Bone me binger.
a cell phone, if it were to strike somebody in the temple on the edge, is that potentially the cause of a fracture to that area?
Yes, it could be, yes.
Now, let me ask you this. If somebody's a fat guy, has a lot of fat, weighs a lot, is that going to protect
Not
him
that we've
anyway
seen
from
any of
that
those in this
injury
trial.
You're talking about when it comes to the temple?
No, I mean, there's a little bit of extra fat in the skull. People who are obese, particularly morbidly obese people, but it's not much. Their increased fat depots are large.
How obese does a particular Odyssey streamer have to be to have a layer of fat around his skull?
To some degree.
I just want to know when I can legally call someone a fathead.
Before, I know you're talking about the face. What about other parts of the skull? Let's talk about that.
Well, before we leave the temple, I wanted to mention the epidural hematomas. There are arteries that supply the
If
skull.
you'd known they were going to have a skeleton, you could have sent them one of those Jack Murphy beards with an elastic to hang on it.
And the skull itself. So if there's a fracture and the two pieces of bone are displaced during the instant that the fracture occurs, then one of those arteries can be torn.
Oh my God, I just had an idea for merch. I'm going to sell one of the, the stupid neck gaiters or whatever. I'm going to put the Jack Murphy beard pattern on it. So anyone can have one on the go.
What happens is there's an accumulation of blood, arterial blood gets pumped in, and it strips the dura off the skull, forms a hematoma, and then that dura, being pushed by the hematoma, presses on the brain. The brain doesn't like it when it's subjected to local pressure like that. The brain then shifts. It can herniate through holes in the base of the skull if there's enough pressure, or the brain can simply develop swelling and edema in that area where there's increased pressure.
While we're talking about the brain, let me ask you this.
Oh
As
God, I got to get that
a
made right
person
away.
ages, does that affect the size of the brain within the skull?
It does. With advanced age, the brain actually shrinks.
Would it help you to be able to illustrate that for us?
Sure.
To explain it, Mr. Funderburk?
Come on, Matt.
What are you doing, Matt? Get up there. Oh my God, I'm tired. We can
Matt's
do it.
watching this stream on his phone.
So we all can see it, please.
Matt, by the way, when this trial's over, why don't you come on the show, buddy? I know you're sitting there watching the stream in court. Zoldar, that's a, you know, if I get fat by eating a triple decker peanut butter and jelly sandwich, then so be it. This guy's up here just freehand sketching medical diagrams.
I'm not a great artist, but I think this might help to illustrate it. So this is, I would have sketched this.
Could you make it smaller?
Of the head. The skull.
He's not an artist.
It's two black lines with cross hatching filling in space. The brain is this sort of U-shaped round thing in the middle with the dots. I tried to make dots.
Now, I'm sorry, doctor, when you said coronal, is that if we take the top of this off?
No,
we're looking down?
That would be a horizontal section. A coronal section is a vertical slice from left to right. So just imagine this.
Nobody
is a
knows what he
vertical
just
slice
said.
from left to right. If I drew a couple of ears on that, it might help, but I'm not drawing skin. And then
Oh, I thought he meant like cat ears. I thought he was making a joke.
Black line.
He's not drawing skin because that would be disgusting.
That's the lining of the skull. And then
I don't draw skin. I make clothing out of it.
Here, that is between the cerebral hemispheres, not completely between, just part way. And that's just, the dura, as I mentioned, is tough, bristly-like, and it's flat. And then the veins that drain the brain.
To drain the brain vein.
Brain right up into the base.
I thought that was something else entirely.
Falx cerebri, which is that, it's called that because it's sickle shaped. That's Falx Latin, I guess. Now, I'm going to sketch an older version of the same thing.
Isn't there a sword called a Dacian Falx?
And I'm going to just exaggerate.
Now, draw the brain of the lead detective in this case. Be the size of a walnut.
That guy was so terrible.
I didn't mean to make the skull thin here. You can ignore that.
No, you can't. You approach the glass with it's a glass skull problem. Glass skull victim.
So again, a brain.
Not much of one.
And the space between the brain and the skull here is increased because the brain is smaller. And this space would be occupied by cerebrospinal fluid. Again, we have bridging veins going from the cerebral hemispheres up to the falx cerebri.
This is
Because
your
the brain
brain.
is smaller,
This is your brain on Tampa
those veins
PD.
have to be longer. They traverse a longer distance. And tearing of those veins is the majority cause for subdural hematomas. You may have heard of someone elderly who fell and got a subdural hematoma. And that would be an accumulation of blood in the subdural space, where I just drew an arrow.
There's 2 hours of this
And
test
there's
of
enough
testimony
blood
left
to push
today.
on the brain with
Still.
that effect.
I feel like I've been sitting here for 2
There's
days.
more room to accumulate blood here.
Couldn't believe it when I made that coffee. It was noon my time.
But on the other hand,
Jesus.
the bleed is more likely to happen because those veins are longer and more susceptible to being torn. What happens is if a person falls, I'm just going to draw a head in a couple of feet.
He really is not an artist.
Oh
Those are
my God.
The tiniest legs I've ever seen on a stick figure drawing.
One stick figure upright.
Have you ever
one
seen the
stick
anatomy
figure
of a thug picture?
supine or recumbent.
They take a picture of a guy with his like pants sagged
And-
down at his knees, and they draw it as
Well,
if
they had
that's
to
his
get
whole
from here to
torso.
here.
He's got little midget legs. That's what it looks like.
Rotates through 90 degrees. The skull and the brain are moving at the same time. The recumbent person has struck the floor or the ground or whatever it is. So the skull stops suddenly,
This is the weirdest game of hangman I've ever seen.
snaps back. That rotation is when
What's
those
this?
veins-
Oh, this is Pictionary. Two paraplegics playing charades.
So just to complete this, I'll sketch a child's brain. Almost no space between the brain and the skull.
You see on this clear medical diagram that I just freehanded
They get some things right away.
with
But
exact
they're also
measurements.
tearing of the veins.
This is your complimentary X-ray.
They're so short.
I feel like this is going way too far
as
and
we
is
age, we're
completely
more
not
dangerous.
helping.
Should we be in a situation where either we fall, right,
Or we're struck.
or push down,
Yes.
or go down as a result of a punch, for instance?
Yeah, from the viewpoint of the skull and the brain, it doesn't make any difference what the impact is.
Okay.
Oh, God.
All right,
Thank
back to
God.
our model here, if you will.
Our skeleton in our house is
We
named
talked about
Phil.
the temple, about the brain. Let's speak a little bit more about the skull before we get to the face.
All right, I'm gonna check. We approve?
Yeah.
They're going to object with the spoken objection of Judge. What the hell?
Are they going to do every bone in the body?
They do. They should really be getting to the point that this guy is giving a lot of information, which is probably pertinent to the idea of Curtis Reeves feeling risk or being at risk of injury, but they haven't told the story through the witness yet.
Well,
So
a big
right-
issue here is we don't know that Curtis Reeves knows any of this. So this could not be part of his risk assessment, right? He would know generally getting hit in the head's a bad thing.
Yeah.
But the jury knows that too.
Yeah. So unless you're bringing this guy for the purpose of showing that because of the hit on Curtis Reeves, that's why he was dazed or acting in a specific way or something like that. Otherwise, this is wasteful testimony.
I mean, a little bit of it I think is fine. You know, there's a medical reason for people to be concerned about getting hit in the head and, you know, I don't know, 30 minutes. But this progressing from the top of the skull, you know, the head bone's connected to the neck bone's connected to the this is getting to be a bit much.
Yeah, and he could have just simply, I mean, like he could have in a much quicker fashion demonstrated the difference in brain to skull ratios over the course of a person's life. Like, and he could have just focused on that really quickly. Like, here's what an infant looks like. No, there's no space. An adult, there starts to be space. As you get to be a little older, then there's more space and less brain there. And that makes it more susceptible because it rattles around in your head.
Now he's got to recollect his thoughts. Or something. Is he having a... Oh, the judge.
The judge is moving for the demonstrable.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you would please step down, Doctor.
Oh my gosh.
Judge has got a hoof over.
I was just about to move on to the junction of the skull and the cervical spine. I'm going to turn this thing. sideways. And there are 7 cervical vertebrae. The one at the top is kind of like a washer, and the bolt for the washer.
Miss Betty, no, I had 2 backup channels on YouTube, and they both got deleted by YouTube a couple months ago.
This arrangement, mammals do. If you consider the complete turning capacity of the head and the neck, 40% of it occurs right here. That's why we can turn our heads like this easily, and why alligators.
That must be picking up the court reporter.
Kind of silly when they run, 'cause the head moves with the torso because they can't turn the head the way the animal. So this is an area of weakness. It's nice to be able to look around without moving the whole torso. Maybe some other reason, I don't know. But it's an area of weakness. And this comes to light in traffic accidents, where people get devastating injuries.
And that, don't feel bad about losing the plot. They're not really laying a great one down.
Junction dislocates and lacerates or contuses or sprains the junction of the brainstem and the spinal cord. Now, if we're not talking about traffic accidents, we're just talking about an impact from a blow of some kind, you can actually, a blow right here, and I'm indicating basically the mastoid process or the side of the upper neck, can produce enough transient dislocation to tear either one of the 2 vertebral arteries that run up through the bones of the vertebrae and then converge behind the brainstem, or in front of the brainstem, I should say. It can tear those and produce a subarachnoid hemorrhage where blood fills the spinal fluid space around the brainstem and the spinal canal. And that can be instantly lethal or cause death within several hours, or someone could survive. But this can cause a problem with just a localized blow. To the right side, I don't mean right in the sense of right left, but to just one special part of the head, where it's the same force and the same spatial distribution of a blow elsewhere in the head might produce just a cerebral concussion or just irritate the victim.
Wake up. Wake up, me.
We done with the head area yet? I know we haven't gotten to the face.
We'll turn to the face and just turn this a little bit. The mandible is fairly strong, although there are some weak areas. The condyle will tend to fracture here. The other fractures tend to form near the canine teeth. But then if you think about it, the facial bones, there's this whole structure of thin bones enclosing air spaces, either the nasal passage or paranasal sinuses, commonly known as sinuses, that provide
Lancelot says,
resonance for a nice
Jesus, I
deep
think you
voice,
could have gotten to the point
or
without a
a
full
nice
anatomy
voice to
course.
create an abscess if they don't drain particularly well. We've all known people that have had sinusitis, which has been a big problem for them. But because these bones are thin, they can be fractured with some kind of blow to the face. This is the cheekbone here.
Did he get a fracture, though? I mean, to me, this is a problem with the testimony. He could have been hurt, but we're testifying about specific injuries, and he didn't have them.
Traffic accidents.
Well, it's the risk of the injury.
Right through the junction of the magnetic.
I know, but like you don't need this guy to do this. I don't think.
So that
But
one part of the face is completely dislocated from the other part. Transiently.
No, we didn't deliver the books to Binger yet because I'm not going to Minnesota in the winter. That's the wrong direction in the winter.
it's way too cold anyway.
It's very elegant looking, but it also doesn't look very sturdy.
Right. And you just put your finger in the space where the masseter muscle goes.
And would that protect this at all? This bone? Or to
Where
be
the muscle,
stronger?
no, the muscle lies beneath the bone. I guess it would tampen that a little bit, provide a pad effect.
But it wouldn't stop this bone from being broken by a blow of some sort, including a fist.
No.
When you talk about the jaw, again, that's vulnerable in terms of susceptible to being broken with a blow, including from a fist?
Right. And a blow to the chin can drive the condyles up into the base of the brain. That's something seen more in traffic fatalities where the force is substantial. And then there's the nose. The bones of the nose go right up toward the base of the skull. The base of the skull is quite thin there. So it is possible.
Oh my God.
Have bony splinters from the nose be driven into the brain.
Teeth, possible to fracture teeth with the fist?
It is possible to fracture teeth depending on how well they've been taken care of, and equally likely to fracture the maxilla or the mandible.
But certainly if, depending on one's bite, if one was fighting the right
I am
area,
breaking.
you would chip or break a tooth. That's
I'm trying desperately here, guys.
Sure, ask any hockey player.
okay. Where do we go to next on this model, doctor?
Oh God, please to
Well,
hell.
ribs. All bones have some elastic fibers in them, so it helps the bone to bend when it's stuck. Speaking of hockey players, you see them get knocked down on the ice and get laid up. Their bones are bending and then snapping back after they're young. In the elderly, much of that elastic component is lost, and the bones become more brittle. They don't bend very easily. And you see this portion here of the rib is kind of translucent on this plastic model, and this portion of the rib is opaque and white. This portion, the opaque white portion, is true bone. It's hollow in the middle, it's narrow to be sure, but it's bone. The translucent bit here is intended to depict cartilage. The portion of the rib that connects to the sternum, a young person, is cartilage. So it's stiff, but it's rubbery, and it can absorb energy.
The jury acquits Curtis Reeves, but sentences this expert witness to 10 years.
No, worse. 10 years of having to talk to the other expert witness.
They actually just turn the bone.
The video guy will tell him stories, and he'll teach the video guy about anatomy.
The junction, the joint.
Conditional release. They have to live together like the Odd Couple.
And live stream it.
So that there's no joint anymore, and the joint doesn't
They should do conditional releases for people and have them have to do community service in the hood or whatever, but have text to speech turned on.
Let me ask you this.
So people can send like the N-word through and get them beat up.
I guess these areas, the translucent area
right.
of the rib cage is becoming ossified?
Ossified, OSS, osseous.
And does that mean instead of being flexible and being cartilage-like, they get a little stiffer?
It gets stiffer, yes.
And are they more susceptible to fracture in an older person?
We need like a 2X button for the courtroom in real life.
So I was talking
Like
about
that shitty movie with Adam Sandler,
mention what happens when
where he had the remote control that would actually fast forward life.
rib fractures are
God, that movie sucked.
So the body tends to minimize the movement of breathing on that side. So there's less air moving in and out of the lung on the same side as the fracture. It's called splinting. Just as you can reduce the movement on
Yeah, Click. That was the movie.
a fracture of the tibia, for instance, you've got a proximal and a distal piece, part of the bone on each side of the fracture, and you want to align them and then immobilize them. You do that with a mechanical splint. So the body tries to
I actually just fell asleep on my fucking microphone. Okay. Got to get the blood flow going.
What happens when you don't ventilate a lung is that it's more susceptible to pneumonia. And if there's a lung contusion in the same area, then it also independently increases the risk of pneumonia.
Where to next? The abdomen?
Well, let's talk about the abdomen. The liver sits here. It's part
Yeah,
of
they want to make this memorable. They should have the expert like
accessible.
stand on the other side of a chair and hurl a cell phone at the skeleton's head.
If they wanted to make this memorable, they should have brought in the blonde court reporter as the demonstrable model.
Separates the thorax from the abdomen.
Have her
It's
like
domed up
wear a midriff
on
shirt,
both
and he could
sides.
draw where
The
her
liver
liver
sits
is
up
and
on
stuff
the
on her stomach.
So the liver, if you're not taking a deep breath, the liver sits up in the thorax from a mechanical point of view. And if a person takes a deep breath, the diaphragm descends because the muscle contracts, and the liver is allowed down a little bit. So if the abdomen gets a blow,
Whoever's sitting there turning the
Wow.
fucking paper right by a
Person is just
microphone
taking
should be
a deep breath.
crucified.
then the liver can be lacerated. And the spleen, same thing over here, normally protected by the rib cage, but during a deep breath, it descends, forces it into a blow.
Are we done? We have
Well,
more to go.
we,
Have we gotten to the legs
we can
yet?
talk about the,
A million ways to die.
in a man. They're richly innervated, extremely painful when an injury occurs. And so a blow to the testes, for instance, a kick, in a person with heart disease or even without heart disease. could use a little-
Well, thank God we have the expert here to tell us all that a kick to the nuts hurts like a bastard.
Wait a minute. If you have heart disease and get kicked in the nuts, you can just die from it?
Increased sympathetic tone increases the risk of a ventricular arrhythmia of the heart, either ventricular fibrillation or asystole.
I thought getting kicked in the balls hard enough to die was a meme.
Testes can produce instantaneous death. Always.
Don't tell
Oh,
jackass.
shit. I mean, don't get me wrong. You want to
Change of
die.
agent, you talked about how it affects this cartilage-like area in the rib cage. What does it do to the skeletal system in general?
In general, the bones become more brittle because they lose elastic fibers. And being more brittle, they're just more susceptible to fracture.
So an older person might suffer a fracture, or a younger person might not from the same blow.
Yes.
You can take your seat.
Okay.
Oh, God.
So how does that Teesprings store work out for you? They reached out to me.
I mean, my merch is garbage, so I don't sell like hardly anything. I'm gonna change that in the future, but it's been low priority for me. But I mean, it integrates with YouTube and it plays like it'll display some items from your store right below the
Let's talk about the
video
kidding.
and stuff.
Okay.
It's really easy. That's what I like, and you don't have to carry any
fist-
inventory. Speaking of inventory, I think I got a mug in the mail today.
First,
Oh,
let's
good.
talk about a fist. What happens when you go from this to making a fist?
When the fingers are flexed into a fist, and the thumb can either be put in front of the fingers, which is what Americans think of as a fist, or in some societies, the thumb is put between the fingers. But either way,
This guy kind of sounds like
when there's a
Costanza's
fist,
dad.
more force
tell me
can
about
be delivered
Festivus?
with a fist below, because the kinetic energy is from the blow is being transmitted not only to the hand bones, but up into all the way up into the shoulder and even the torso. So the energy isn't all being absorbed by the hand, so more force can be delivered.
What about the idea of the
Anybody can get a Law Self-Defense mug, folks. Just go to lawselfdefense.com/mug.
right? Are those more prominent?
Orders yours
They are.
today. They're pretty nice
So
mugs.
this area between the joint, between the phalange as well, correct?
Right, there's a series of joints, right?
But these become more prominent and actually
The
stick out.
series of joints.
Well, the key thing is that they're rigid so that they with a fist.
Series of
particularly if
joints,
there's
that
say,
sounds like a
roll of
good
nickels or
Colorado
something,
night.
There's a slang term for that. I forget what it is. But this all serves to increase the buttressing effect of the fist so that everything's tight and solid. And these knuckles are not going to flex more or extend more. They're going to be solid. And the fist then becomes, for purposes of physics, one unit. Whereas if you have a hand, well, you have all these individual bones and several units. The other thing that happens with a fist is that I mentioned earlier that if the force from a blow, it makes a difference whether the force is distributed over a small area or a large area. A fist delivers the blow over a smaller area than an open hand would.
would you agree or disagree with me that the fist can cause a nose fracture?
Yes,
Can a fist cause a tooth fracture?
yes,
Can a fist fracture the squamous part of the skull?
the squamous part of the temporal bone that I talked about, yes, that's the thin part with sufficient force, yes.
Okay. What about a brain contusion?
Any blow to the brain that's substantial enough can
All right.
produce
I'm
a
going to get up and go to the
brain contusion,
bathroom, get some blood flow to the
particularly
legs.
if the
Be
head
right
is
back.
moving and the striking object is fixed as in a floor, but you can get the same effect with a moving object and a moving head. Really, there are very few situations where the head can't move. It's injurious to have a moving head.
What about a fist being able to cause a rib fracture?
It could, with sufficient force, yes, and an elderly brittle rib.
So an elderly individual would be more susceptible to a rib fracture from a fist than somebody who isn't elderly.
Yes.
Now, certainly in your career, you're familiar with a one-punch homicide.
Yes.
What does that mean?
That's when death is inflicted by one blow delivered by a fist. And I mentioned a couple situations when I was handling the skeleton. One is the blow to the side of the neck, causing a transient dislocation of the craniocervical junction and laceration of the vertebral arteries or branches of the vertebral arteries and a subarachnoid hemorrhage. That was described in a publication by Dr. Kontostavlos back in the late 80s. And it was called a Kontostavlos lesion for years after that.
You want a purge?
All right. Well, I may as well grift then. Folks, we have a 70% off sale on our best-selling book, The Law of Self-Defense Principles, hardcover. 70% off this book at lawofselfdefense.com/hard sale.
Go ahead.
Doctor, certainly based on your years of education, your training in the field of pathology, your work in the field of pathology.
The judge just told them to wrap it up.
With that phenomenon of a one-punch homicide.
Yes.
And you're certainly familiar with the manner in which that happens.
Yes.
Now, in this case, you had a look at the autopsy photo of Mr. Olson's hand. And in your opinion, is the injury combined with the stippling consistent with that hand being in a fist when it was injured?
Yes.
May I have a moment?
You may.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Adams, in your experience as a medical examiner, certainly you've seen police officers and detectives actually attend autopsies.
Yes, I encouraged it.
Nothing further, thank you.
Cross? Yeah, are we done with this?
I should have gotten up and done a couple lines of cocaine or something, but instead I just went to the bathroom and grabbed a soda.
So they had another bench conference, and I'm pretty sure the judge told them just to wrap it up because they only spent a couple more minutes on them.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is getting a bit, it's all very speculative. Well, this is all the stuff that could happen, but it's like the guy just, I mean, he knows that if he gets hit, he's going to get hurt and could die. That's all you need to do. You don't need a medical guy to come in and be like, well, the ossification of the ribs fuses the rib bones. You know, fuck me. Who cares? You keep your soda in the bathroom? I do today. Montelary says statistically, what's more likely to induce violence? 1, using phone during previews, or 2, 87 billion clicks of a pen during trial. So the judge has a high tolerance for annoying behaviors. Oh, God.
Oh my God. The state brought out an easel. Defense had a skeleton. The state has an easel.
Ricada Space Law says, guys, I don't know who this imposter is, but you're all on the wrong Rumble channel. I demand you immediately cease and desist this infringement on my copyright. You'll be hearing from my attorney.
I want to begin where Mr. Michaels left off. We talked about how the hand is positioned and what I think you refer to it as clenched. Is that the term that you used?
Well, I didn't, but you can.
Flexed.
That's fine.
Flexed. That's the word.
I did use the word flexed at one point, yes.
Okay. And yeah, you gave an example with the fingers into the palm.
A fist, we call that.
Fingers wrapped, the thumb wrapped around the fingers, and one was the thumb between two fingers.
Okay.
2 fingers, just 2 fingers.
You can use me as an example. When our hands are just hanging loose, are our hands straight out like this, or is it natural that they are curved?
I didn't understand the question.
Sure. When your hands are just
Sure.
naturally by your side, you're not moving at all. You see the position of my hands?
Yes.
All right. Is that just as we walk?
I feel like he's wearing a people mask.
Right. That's a neutral position.
Okay. I was looking for the term.
Right.
So a neutral position is, that's why
This
Lego
guy's
figures look
human
like this,
suit
like
is
that.
falling off his face.
Go like
That's what
this,
I was
right?
thinking.
Just hanging out.
I don't know what you mean by a Lego
Well, you
figure.
said this is the neutral position, right?
When you said Lego, did you mean like the toy, the LEGO?
Yeah, that one, that's where their hands went.
Oh, okay. That's lost on me.
No. All right. But the hands.
On my
say Lego,
planets, we
that
don't have
toy?
Legos.
I've never heard of
straight
them.
out, right?
Right. That's
And
extended.
they're not flexed or
Right,
clutched,
right,
right?
right.
They're a neutral position, so just kind of halfway in between.
Right. Okay.
Right. Now, you would agree that when we looked at the photograph of Mr. Olson's right hand, that the hand in a neutral position would also place the fingers out of the cone of stippling that impregnated his back of his hand and his
Impregnated.
is the ulnar area that you called.
That's the radial side.
Radial side, right? So if the hands are in a natural position, the fingers would also be out of the cone, correct?
Well, I wouldn't quite agree with that because in the photograph where I pointed out that the position of the lens and the position of the muzzle were almost the same, you could see the proximal phalanx of the 4 fingers. They were in view. That was a neutral position. Things tend to assume a neutral position after death, even though there's rigor mortis. So that photograph was a neutral position and there was no stippling on the skin.
All right, so I'm going to use my right hand.
I'm
Here,
gonna use
right?
my right hand.
And you know that the path was front to back, left to right, right?
For the wound path through the torso.
Right, and we have,
Not very much left to right, pretty
Yeah.
much front to back.
okay. But as we move, then this is not going to be exposed, correct?
As you move what?
If you have, everything's dynamic, right? When you're shot,
Life is
it's
change.
a stationary, almost like a picture, right? But if our position can be anywhere before we're shot, so if it's a little bit front to back, a little bit left to right, if the hand is in the neutral position, as you say, then the fingers are not going to be in a position to have the stippling, correct?
Well, the way you have your hand position, it's a neutral position for the fingers, but they would be exposed to gunpowder.
The gunpowder is from here to here, correct?
In the photograph, right.
Okay, and there's nothing on the fingers.
So
Right.
something was either shielding those fingers or they were flexed so that the fingers were not subjected to the gunpowder.
And they could be flexed in the neutral position, could they not?
Well, That's an oxymoron. They're either flexed, extended, or they're in a neutral position.
It's an oxymoron, and you're an actual moron.
If it's, let's talk about in a neutral position. It's also consistent with being in a neutral position, is it not?
What is?
No, he said.
When the person was shot and the stippling that we see is also consistent with the hand being in a neutral position, is it not?
The only way to make it into a neutral position is to have the hand bent so far this way that the fingers are not exposed, and then the wound path across the wrist would then be angled. So it doesn't work.
The wound path is approximately right here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have the straight line, right? So we have this that bends, right?
Yes.
Right? So if this is flexing.
He's trying to say Chad was gay?
Here,
Yeah. If he had weak wrists
here.
like me,
it could be like that and still have the straight path, correct?
no.
That wound on the wrist was actually a little bit at the base of the thumb. So it's if you bend the wrist, the wound path, that wound, the area where the bullet went, is going to move a little bit. So again, it doesn't work.
Joe K84 says, "Hey Nick, fun fact: you currently have roughly 40 times the live viewers as the Ralpha male." Lol. Aw. Aw. That's too bad. I like how Chinless was just like desperately trying to get him to agree. No, his hand might have been in a neutral position, right? No, but it could be. Nope. Well, what about nuh-uh?
And they got lucky. Defense got lucky with that grazing hand wound.
Yep.
Because it lines up the hand with the body.
And sometimes that's how it goes, right? Like you have that thing and it saves you, or you don't and it doesn't. That was the thing with Rosenbaum, right? Like the fact that he wasn't wearing a shirt allowed some of the stippling to show how close his body was in addition to his hand.
Hey, before they put that skeleton back in storage, I hope that they check to make sure the chin is still there.
He turns around, he's got it taped onto his face.
Your Honor?
Page 11,
What?
15.
What's everyone
You ever
looking at?
testifying in a previous hearing?
Yes.
Right. And that time you were placed under oath
Yes.
and testified as you have here?
Yes.
Page 1115, line 17 through 25, page 1.
Prosecution going to cherry pick individual words now?
Lines 1 through 5. Now, we were talking about the stippling, and we've been talking about whether or not it would be on the fingers. And the other possibility is just the cone did not go that far, correct? The cone of stippling. It just didn't spread that far, correct?
No, we know how far the cone spread because of the spread on the forearm. So
Okay.
the only way for it not to have stippling at an equal distance on the fingers is if the fingers were flexed and out of the way, or if the fingers were shielded by an intermediary object.
At that hearing, do you remember being asked this question?
Yeah. So what they're going to argue over here is basically what you were saying. They're going to try and pick out, according to the defense, don't know if they're right. The prosecution is going to try and pick out some individual word that they think is inconsistent with his testimony today. But an individual word being inconsistent isn't actually inconsistent if it's lodged within an idea that is overall consistent with the testimony. So for a proper impeachment, you have to have an actual impeachment of the concept or idea, not just a particular semantic disagreement. So You're muted.
It's not a matter of gotcha. It's the previous hearing, the doctor might have said, well, it would be really unlikely that could happen. What he means is impossible. He's just being clearer here.
I love when your mic is muted, because every time I tell you that you're muted, you have the same look on your face when you go to unmute. It's like,
You remember testifying at a previous hearing?
Yes.
All right, and you were asked questions under oath?
Yes.
And you were giving your medical opinions during that particular hearing, were you not?
Yes.
And it's important, wouldn't you agree that that you provide accurate
Precise
information to the jury?
Sure.
Now, before we went up to the bench, I asked you about is the lack of the stippling on the fingers, is that consistent with the cone of stippling not being that wide? And your response was that, yes, we know the cone of stippling because on the wrist. Remember that?
On the forearm.
Perhaps
That's
you
what
can
you
show me
just
the
said.
transcript.
Huh?
I don't remember it. Maybe you can show me the transcript.
No, sir. That's what you just said 5 minutes ago. We know the cone of stippling because we can see it on the wrist, right? I mean, on the forearm. You just said that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Now, at that hearing, I asked you, all right, it's also consistent with the muzzle being at such a distance from the wrist that the cone is so small in diameter that it just didn't cover past the knuckles, correct? His fingers could have been out and the stippling just didn't make it that far because it's so close. Answer, yes. You remember saying that?
No, but I don't dispute that. That's in the transcript.
All right. Mr. Michaels went through a series of questions regarding the vulnerability of certain parts of the human anatomy, including the head area and the torso area. So I'd like to go through those with you, all right?
Sure.
Oh, God.
Why?
I'm going to use very layman terms. You can use the medical terms to put it in what I'm talking about, okay?
Sure.
All right. Now, I'm going to go through the injuries that you talked about, and I'm just going to bullet them out first, okay? And then we'll talk about them. You talked about the left and right temporal area, correct?
I did.
Where the bone is thin?
Yes.
Okay. You also talked about the orbital sockets of the eyes?
Yes.
All right. You also talked about the nasal cavity?
Yes.
And you talked about the cheeks where the muscles underneath the bone. Remember that testimony, that area right
Yes.
here? Okay. You also talked about the neck, not only the hitting in the side of the neck, and you used the skeleton to show how that can result in spinal fluid going where it's not supposed to be, right?
I did talk about spinal fluid, but I didn't talk about spinal fluid going where it's not supposed to be. I talked about blood going into where
Blood.
spinal fluid is supposed to be.
Very good. Thank you. All right. And then we talked about the jaw being broken.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
What about the liver and the spleen, the testes?
I'd like to talk about the testes a lot more, please.
Love that word, testes.
Can you show me on the me where the testes are?
I hope he's going to ask him to draw again. I hope he doesn't ask him to draw a vagina. He may never have seen one.
Sir, are you drawing a vagina? No, this is an orchid. What are you talking about? Monolary says, poll, what's more annoying? One, using phone for a minute during previews, or two, 87 million pen clicks during trial. Baines 32 says, my contribution to help arm and provision the Retracted readout. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully it'll be unnecessary. But we'll see. And yes, as I've done periodically through the day, guys, Law and Crime, their strike is still pending. It is supposed to happen at some time today. The operating theory is it'll be sometime around 6 p.m., as that's when the original copyright email was received 7 days ago, right at 5:54 p.m.
When we see a
Central
little
Time.
mushroom cloud over Spicer, we'll know.
Yes. That'll be me
Little
losing my
digital
temper.
mushroom cloud, virtual mushroom cloud.
I will be, I'll exhume Chad and shoot him again out of anger. Okay. We've got, there was at Great US over on Odyssey says, WTF you doing PSA? Evil persists because people allow and support it. Example, people keep paying anti-American YouTube $5 who take 30% of their hard-earned every month when you can easily sign up for his locals who take 10% and have occasionally, when disorganized, Nick can get more exclusives uploaded. So there you go. So yeah, what he's saying is you can join over on locals where there's exclusive content, exclusive live streams that are only available over there. There's, and it also gets you access to the Discord. Sword Caliber says, gave you all my Libri coin yesterday, but how much to hear No Chin say some Elmer Fudd lines? You got to give me the line. Be very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits. CC says Branca drew a peen in my book. Autographed with a penis. Let's see. This is not a channel says an idea for a meme review. Odyssey allows memes to be posted in the comments. It also allows you to create a post without video. You can make a meme review post and send everyone to that post. It would be a grand, endless meme haven. Jelly Miss says, this is why the state should be required to pay lawyers' fees on not guilty. Fuck being able to bankrupt someone on no basis. And 4 Doors More Horror says, 1,000 rumbles. Please stay humble. Dr. 0365, it puts the lotion on its skin, else it gets the hose again. 12345 says, my name is Jeff. Hi, Jeff. How are you? Where'd we go? Oh my goodness, we're up to 1,175 rumbles over on Rumble. Very cool. Guys, if you're over on Rumble, go ahead and hit that little plus button. That helps push us into the top Rumble videos of the day. Rumble does not categorize, they have their little competition stack for their live streams. They don't categorize them by live viewers. They categorize them by the number of people who click that stupid plus button. So it legitimately helps over on Rumble. I mean, it theoretically helps on YouTube as well, but on Rumble, it actually does put you into a different category. So it's very cool. Thank you for everybody who takes a moment to click that button. Okay, what should I have here, Branca? I've got Bushmills Irish whiskey. I've got 2 different Lagavulins. I've got a Distiller's edition and the Nick Offerman edition. And then I have some Michter's special rye, I think. Which one should I have? What do you think?
I'm afraid I don't drink the brown liquor, so I can't be of much help.
Well, I'm not asking what you would drink. You're just supposed to pick any one of the 4.
Oh, I wasn't really listening to the names. The third one.
Okay. Third one. Sounds good. That was this one. That was a Lagavulin Nick Offerman edition. So that's what we're going with.
I hear it's excellent.
It is.
I heard it from you.
Good. Oh, well, then that's not reliable at all. My whiskey reviews all come out the same. I like it. It's good. except for like 3 of them, which were really particularly bad. I even liked the military special scotch once I got used to it. And that's saying something. Oh my gosh. Curtis Reeves is just counting down the seconds on his biological clock. Spending the last days here. Rather be in prison, shooting chads everywhere. I'm still alive. Yes, Sadie. Thank you. I'm going to have to send you a bottle of the finest clear liquor I can find. Here's an $8 bottle of Popov vodka.
A gallon of it.
Oh, wait, yeah, like this. I do have this. Here, I'll blow it up so you can see this jug of military special.
Vodka / paint remover.
Handcrafted ultra premium vodka. Does have a fighter jet, a battleship, a tank, and a guy saluting a flag on it.
Powerful stuff. Must be 100 proof.
No, it's only 80.
Oh, I guess the 100 has like ICBMs on the front.
Yeah. Is there any chance this judge is getting blowback for incompetence? No.
She's probably been doing this for 20 years.
Nick, the picture on Rumble is much clearer than locals. What picture? I'm not streaming to locals right now. You mean on YouTube? I've heard the stream over on Rumble has better audio. But I have no idea. Oh, then on YouTube? Yeah, I've heard the stream on Rumble is better, but I don't know. I mean, I send out the signal at 1080. So whatever compression they do is on them. Do you still like me? I'm trying to cross-examine him, okay, but am I doing well? I'm just a little unsure of myself. Curtis Reeves is contemplating how the judge keeps clicking so loud in the microphone. How does she do that? Back when I was born, we didn't have pens. We had slate and chisel. You know, if you think this trial is expensive for Curtis Reeves, just think of how expensive it is for the wife, the widow, right? She's paying that lawyer to sit there for 70 hours and do literally nothing. He's just sitting there.
I don't know. Is she paying him? I don't know about that.
He's there every day for the whole time.
Yeah, but he may not have much going on.
That's true. Sometimes you're a colossal dick and it's hilarious.
I mean, that hair definitely looks like working too hard. Trying too hard.
When we talked about your previous testimony regarding the stippling on the hand, we talked about what you testified to at a previous hearing and what you testified here today. Let me just ask you one or two questions about that topic, okay?
Sure.
So you
And I
know
asked you
where
to-
we're going.
And I asked you to look at the transcript so I can see the context and not just the isolated quote.
Maybe your attorney would want to do that. I don't know.
That's not a good answer to
That's a
him. for
bad
that.
answer.
Statement, you would agree with me now that you've seen that statement or
I would definitely touch on that if I were the defense.
yes, that
And he didn't show him the transcript. He
hands,
just read it to
being
him.
in such a manner so that when the cone actually spreads, it doesn't hit the fingers. That is also consistent with no stippling on the fingers, correct?
Well, first of all, I don't understand the question the way you've constructed it. And secondly, you're referring to testimony in the transcript, which you won't let me look at. So you can repeat it every time if you want, or you can let me look at it. But at this point, I don't remember the wording in it because I can't see it.
Oh, he just wrecked
Read it
him.
to you. It was something about the word.
I
you didn't
read it to
understand.
you.
I read it to you. It was something about.
Me now. I don't remember exactly what the wording of the sentence was.
That was 2017, folks, 5 years ago.
By the way, this is a real easy way to look really bad for no reason. He-
That the witness is saying he doesn't remember
His absolute resistance to show him the transcript is unbelievable.
to present it to Dr. Adams so he can refresh his recollection. It sounds like that's what we should be doing here.
yeah, every other time.
I'll agree. Go ahead and show it to him.
Do you ask them if they remember? They say no. Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you? Instead, he just represented this is what you said, absent any other context or anything else. It just makes you look untrustworthy before the jury for no discernible gain. Unless you don't have the point. And by the way, guys, that's one of the valuable aspects of hiring a very seasoned expert witness. He knew exactly, he's not a lawyer, but he knew exactly how to make that lawyer look like a douche before the jury. Even if he ultimately ends up being right, it's just a bad look. Because they've seen this, 15 times now in the trial. And this guy may have been in the...
Looks like I didn't understand the question as you asked it. It
No,
was
I
clear at
object
this
to,
point.
no, I object to the witnesses making any statement other than when I ask it.
All right. Fair enough. Ask a question.
I was trying to answer the question as to whether or not he.
I haven't asked a question.
Then what are you doing?
I don't know if there's a question pending. Ask the question again, please.
Did you have a chance to read the statement?
I did. I'd like to have it back so I can refer to it while I answer.
Did you have a chance to read the statement?
I said I did.
All right. And do you agree that's what you said in a previous hearing?
What
That
did he say?
The cone wasn't wide enough, that would be another reason for the stippling not to be on the fingers. That was your testimony at the previous hearing.
It probably was, although.
Excuse me, Judge, that calls for a yes or no. Was it your testimony at the previous hearing?
I did not review this transcript after
Judge.
the hearing.
All right. Just,
So if we assume the transcript is correct, that's an
just
assumption.
let him answer. Let him answer. Go ahead.
All right.
This is totally dependent on the accuracy of the court report. This isn't like a deposition where I get the chance to review it and make an errata sheet. I had no opportunity to do that. And I had not seen this thing until very recently. So I can't vouch for the correctness of whether this is reported correctly.
What's your hourly fee? How much are you getting paid to be here today?
Same thing.
$4.50 what, an hour?
Yes.
And how many hours have you been here today?
I got here at noon.
All right, so it's 4 o'clock, $1,600?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
$1,600 in your pocket today. How many hours have you spent on this case prior to coming into this courtroom?
Lawyers can't do
Missouri
math.
exception?
Yes, sir.
I didn't look at the invoices, so I can't tell you. Recently, just preparing for this trial, it's probably about 3 hours.
He's
And
pissed.
since the inception of this trial, how much have you been paid?
I don't know because, as I just said, I haven't looked at the invoices. I can't answer the question either for time or dollars.
All right, at the previous hearing, you would agree you were there about 4 hours also?
Sounds about right.
And prior to that previous hearing, you also had an opportunity to.
I never.
material And
You always ask these questions, but they don't have the power that you think they would have.
out your
Everyone in the room is
invoice
getting paid to be
for that
there.
time?
Yes.
All right. So right now, we're at least at $3,200, another, what? Are we somewhere in the ballpark?
He
of
doesn't
what?
know though.
I don't know. What you say sounds good.
All right.
He already said, I didn't look at the
And
invoices.
your
I have no
testimony
idea.
here today is.
I mean, in theory, you could pose the same question to the prosecutor, right? Are you being paid to be here today? Yeah.
Court reporter must be wrong and not you. Is that your
No.
testimony?
I didn't say that. I said I can't vouch for the accuracy. If it's accurate, then it looks like I didn't fully comprehend the question as you asked it.
All right, let's talk about
Because my
that.
opinions haven't changed.
He tried to talk about it and you got pissed.
All right, well, let's talk about that. At the time of the previous hearing, did you have an opportunity to say, Mr. Martin, I didn't understand that, like you've done a couple times here today?
I did.
All right, and in that particular section, you've read it. Did you say, Mr. Martin, I don't understand that question? You
I
didn't
didn't
do that, did you?
I don't think so, but I didn't get the chance to turn the page and see what was on the next page.
Thank you, no further questions.
Just
Let
let him
a
say
quick
what.
question on redirect. That guy's a dick, isn't he?
Yeah. You know, they've just been waiting for him to get done so they can bury him in stupidity.
Step down. Step down, please, Dr. Adams.
You may.
I'm sorry, I saw you shake your head. I didn't hear it. This is Exhibit 60. This is what we were talking about. You see this?
Yes, that's the same photograph, just a print form.
All right, now let's talk about this whole issue with testimony of the prior hearing. Why on this photo is it impossible that this stippling,
This is right out of My Cousin Vinny.
lack of stippling on
Yep.
the fingers was caused by having this hand closer to the barrel? What about? the
Doctor,
tilt?
did this hand make instant grits?
Well, the cone I mentioned is the gunpowder.
Are you sure about that 3 minutes?
And not a cylinder, but a cone. It's the farther from the muscle, the farther they disperse, the wider the dispersion.
Let me interrupt you for a second. So the middle of the cone is where the bullet comes out.
Yes, so
So
the flying
this-
bullet is surrounded by flying pieces of gunpowder.
So this injury right here is the bullet.
Yes, that's the center of the cone, if you will. And we can see here that the stippling extends out this far on the forearm. And if you take that same distance over here, that measurement goes out to the
I think this guy's billable rate just went up.
of the fingers.
And if we had a muzzle that was closer, would we see the stippling out here?
No, the stippling would be concentrated. Those stipples would be closer together but not spread out so much. Just the same number, actually more because the gunpowder that didn't hit the hand because it went beneath it, some of that in a concentrated cone would actually be on the wrist of the hand.
And we don't know from what you read and what you were shown, what photos or anything else that were shown to you at that point to ask you that question, do we?
No.
At the prior hearing.
But looking at this photo, what you're saying is it within a degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
You can have your seat.
More questions?
Are you done?
Yes.
No.
I'll allow it.
When you answered the question at the previous hearing, was it also to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Everything I said in that hearing was to a reasonable degree of certainty unless I specified otherwise.
Thank you.
Just based on that, Your Honor, I get the last.
You do get the last word. Your witness.
But again, in terms of the context of that statement, even whether the statement is accurate, that doesn't change your opinion today looking at the photo, does it? Thank you.
Will this witness be released?
That was a bad look by the state.
All right, thank you,
Subject to
Doctor.
recall.
Thank you,
You're free
Judge.
to go, if you should get called back. You have to come.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I don't know if you heard or not, I apologize, Mr. Escobar reminded me, I said subject to recall.
Right, I did. I told him if he left.
Lancelot says, I was on the side of Chinless when this started, but the state's actions, the cops' crappy handling has put me on the defense's side. There you go. I just don't know why you would want to sit there and fight with a medical doctor who knows what he's talking about and is clearly an adept expert witness when all it serves is to make you look like a dummy. Especially when on cross or redirect, they can just come back and say, yeah, but what's actually like,
but the
ignoring
state's done this before. Garcia did this the other day when he thought he had a gotcha on the witness and he couldn't accept that he didn't have it.
Yep. Well, the thing is, what they just got to do there at the end is ignoring the attempted manipulation of language by the state. Is this the correct answer? Yes. Does anything about what just happened change that this is the correct answer, that it's impossible for the stippling to land on those fingers? No, nothing changes it. There you go. Done. So all of that was a waste. What a waste of time. Snookerton says that looks like a ball sack. Hitman says, guys, let's give a rumble based on
Oh my God, you see the little dark-haired girl behind the defense table?
No.
She can't, she's talking to Matt. She can't keep the smile off her face.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Her. Yes. Sorry. She's their research assistant, I believe. She's been there for a couple days.
Yeah, I know. But she was so happy right there.
Based Unbreaded says, hey, Binger, did you find that Cannibal Cookbook? New Rumble account just for you. Hey, thank you. No, I have not. I haven't had time to look for anything. I'll see if I can find it. It's got to be somewhere. Claire Fries says, if the judge would have allowed the previews, we could have seen everything this doctor is testifying to in less than 30 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Could have watched all sorts of shots happen and stippling. Slowpoke 159 says, the stream on Rumble started in the wrong place. Then after a few hours also appeared in the right place. Maybe Rumble lent a helping hand. I did send an email explaining my woe over how that was and asking how I can help, how I can fix my process to make sure I pick the right one. So I'm guessing they gave a little fist bump assist there, which is really cool of them to do in real time. I didn't know they could even do that. That's an amazing capability to swap the stream over to my other channel. Rumble username sucks says, all his testimony to learn that the stippling on Chad's hand was consistent with a fist and not a flat hand, and that you actually can die from a kick to the balls. Also, you missed some chats. The Rumble username sucks says, in chinless voice, objection, Your Honor's witness is devastating to my case. God, it's bad. That's bad. By the way, a big shout out to Jim Satala, who created an in-browser way to collate the chats on Rumble. I mean, it's this little bookmark thing you made until something changes. I mean, but for now, it works amazing. And it's got a little checkbox so I can check which ones I've already read.
By the way, remember he did that whole bullet list of all the parts in the body he was going to talk about?
Yeah.
Never got to any of them.
Nope. He wanted to talk about everything they talked about beforehand, and he got stuck on that stippling thing and got mad, so he quit. Congratulations. You played yourself. What a terrible, terrible showing. Let's see. Back to here. Dum Face says, was the screensaver on the phone a thermos? Lol. Tia Ryan says, cops botched investigation to protect former cop. Fusion EVO. Goldeneye Bond is waiting for that pen to blow up. Ben Epstein, thanks for the donation. Sweetbread sent an animated lemon. Very much appreciated. Oh, shoot, I missed this earlier. Padre Mortalis says he just turned into Popcorn Escobar. Koi 540 says, get a correct or disagree shirt on the back. Have it say it's not leading if you agree. Squizgar says, is there grounds for appeal for ineffective assistance of judge? Yes. Paul Wolf says, maybe he had a self-defense policy. Shano 802 says, rank these 5 judges on courtroom procedures. Schrader, Chu, the bow tie judge for Chandler Halderson, Borowski, and Xanax, the current trial. Borowski wins. Borowski wins on this.
Yeah, that's on a logarithmic scale. He's at the top.
Yeah, and the others all lose together. I honestly don't know how to rate them. Schrader was so permissive with the rules of evidence that it was actually disgusting. The bow tie guy allowing every witness to just choose if they wear a mask or not when testifying without giving any sort of reasonable reason or justification for wearing a mask. I found that to be highly prejudicial. But if anything, he came in second from what I saw. This judge and Judge Chu are both, I hate how they run their courtrooms, both of them. So, Borowski had the best control of his courtroom. And again, Borowski's harsh. He's absolutely a harsh judge with pretty high expectations and some eccentricities, whatever the hell. I can't even speak anymore. I'm too tired. But he was consistent. And he was consistent in the fact that he wants the trial to move and not to waste time. And his rulings on objections were largely fine. Oh, look at that. The defense is smiling and Chinless is in a frumpy frown.
Ladies and gentlemen, obviously the attorneys and myself we have things to talk about outside your presence. We're going to do that now and let you go. Again, you're
For the
going
day?
a little earlier than I had hoped, but please, it looks like Friday's going to be our late day. So
Friday.
Plan on that. Looks like that's where we're going to be. And it's not because we're ending early today or any other day. It's just that's the way we got witnesses scheduled and things set up. So it's going to be unavoidable, I'm afraid. Be prepared for that. All right. Any questions?
Sheila, no, I'm
If you
so
would, please
tired.
Remember my instructions during the recess. Don't do any independent research or don't discuss the facts of the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else.
That's it?
Don't watch the news.
Mhm.
Thank you. I'll see
For
you
the
in morning,
jury.
8:30.
They're going to now argue, I think, over the use of force expert that she still has just never ruled on. They had a pretrial motion in limine for this use of force expert. And I think they're basically saying he's coming in tomorrow. We got to get a ruling on this.
Well,
This
the
is
state's
not
getting wrecked with these experts.
This is not a channel. Says Matt has been talking up that research assistant all trial. Started out slow. Now he is totally in there. She has a ring though. Matt looks a lot happier than when we started the day. Look at him. He does.
Oh my God.
That was excellent timing on that. I give credit to me for not reading that chat immediately. Okay. All right. I thought the attorneys were going to have a discussion with the judge. But maybe not.
Look at that big metal shelf behind him with all those giant binders on it. I think that's what the state was objecting to the other day.
Need any of the evidence, or can she take it up and process? We got another clerk coming in to sit for the rest of the hearing, but this one can take the evidence and
Okay,
start
so there is
processing.
more.
I lost my feed. The feed I had cut off.
All right, that'll be fine.
This is long crime.
Yeah. Do you need it?
I'm just gonna.
Okay, so this clerk is leaving. A different clerk is coming in. Wonder if it's going to be the blonde clerk or if we get a new clerk today. Yeah, they are going to, sounds like they are going to have some argument happening as part of the hearing still.
Yeah, man. If I'm the state, I don't want any more defense experts showing up. That was a train wreck.
Yep. Yeah, things have not gone well with. I mean, the aging expert wasn't super damaging to the state, but she wasn't damaging to the defense at all. It just seemed kind of obvious. Old people are old and make decisions based on their age, which pretty much anybody who lives in Florida specifically is going to know, because old people live in Florida because they're old. I mean, that's just part of it. But then yeah, the remaining experts have been. The video expert produced that video that shows the what appears to be a hit. And even if it's not actually a hit, it's hard to say definitively that it's not a hit. So, Doug Murray, I'm going to get to your latest super chat. I probably have missed it or haven't gotten to it yet. I'm still behind, but we're just observing what's happening in the courtroom here.
Well,
what's going on, dude?
I don't know. The dark-haired girl is wrapping up her laptop charger.
Yeah, I saw that shelf of binders, though.
I think that was turned so the jury could read the spines.
Yeah.
And that's what the
What do you
state was
guys-
objecting to.
What are you guys doing? Here? I can't imagine you're going out driving. It's nasty out, but maybe you are. Oh, you're just doing practice. Oh, okay. Cool. Hitman says Retracted law with no space now redirects to Retracted space law videos. Oh man, that's yeah. If that's what it does, that's great. just change your entire streaming platform for my incompetence, please, Rumble. That's beautiful. Thank you. I've been here for 2 days. Okay. Let's see. Rye Guy says, what about a mock trial? All improv, all lulls. There we go. Let's see. Mike Muse, welcome to Paralegal Status. B.A. Krim says, why does it seem a lot of lawyers seem to be bald? Because they start tearing their hair out. I think it's just with any highly educated professional degree, you have people just generally entering into the profession later. So I think it's going to skew that way. Maybe not. I don't know. I made that up. I don't have any real reasons. Soul Fiend says, well, he looks like he might have had a lot of force used on him. Oh no. Axe Lion says, did you hear the Antifa shooter in Portland was a furry? Some guy named Polybun streamed their eventual trial. I did. That's the one where allegedly like 5 Antifa people came to this guy's house and he shot multiple of them and killed one of them. That's what that was? E says he does look like he's from Missouri, though. Tim the Ancient says what's the weirdest expert witness either of you have heard of? Trying to find a niche area of expertise to corner the market on, then get myself into some trials. I mean, it can really be anything.
Yeah.
You
can be an expert on literally anything.
I mean, it all depends on the trial. I mean, you could imagine there's a qualified Yu-Gi-Oh playing card expert who could bring up relevant evidence as to why someone might try to rob someone of Yu-Gi-Oh cards and ends up shooting them over them, for example.
Yeah, I mean, the memorable ones to me are not necessarily the ones with some odd area of expertise, but the ones where somebody gets wrecked, like this guy got wrecked.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the expert that gets wrecked.
But it's honestly, it could be anything in the world you could be an expert in. But the narrower your field of expertise, and thus the rarer the skill set, the more you get paid for your appearance. However, the less often you're going to appear for any expert testimony. I mean, you can charge a whole lot if you're an expert in wax medium recording, audio recordings or whatever, but not many lawsuits are going to involve wax medium audio recordings. Although when they do, man, you get to bankroll your kid's college tuition right there. Dreadnought says, for the love of God, please explain the unbreaded meme. Touchdown. On paper, unbreaded. I mean, that is the explanation. I don't give a shit. There's a guy named Matthew Harris. He's a crazy man who posted a manifesto to the UCLA message board. Turns out he also seems to have communicated, in addition to the manifesto, several actionable threats, and is being prosecuted by the United States Department of Justice in a federal criminal trial. He has a federal criminal complaint against him and may also have schizophrenia. So it's a video that he recorded. That's what we're talking about. Jason McConnell says, today only, folks, get Law of Self-Repents, a Branca guide to starter marriages. Get scarred. E says, who would win in a gun battle, Curtis Reeves or the use of force expert from Missouri? Iams. I call him I James.
James, yeah. My money's on him.
Yeah.
Even with the heart attack or whatever it was.
Right. Well, I think the heart attack is how he keeps it fair for his enemies. Ricada Space Law says, Rumble, you're redirecting videos to the incorrect channel. This imposter is depriving me of my hard-earned income from internet lawyer shitposting, and you're helping him. Please stop. There we go. Read those. Automata says, forget Murphy, chinless prosecutor gator when. I don't know how to make that. How do you make a net gator that actually eliminates someone's chin? The net gator would just be a machete, and you just have to shave it off like halfway through the jaw. Greg McCormick says, we need more commentary as opposed to less, per the Karen from earlier. Agree, disagree? Great coverage as always. Pure havoc. Cynthia says, when H3 was struck, reverse quickly. Thousands of subs cut, paste, and sent an Ethan approved letter via the YouTube feedback option. It explained why the strike was stupid. Do it. Your fans are passionate. Well, we'll see what happens when the strike actually comes down, which will probably be this afternoon. Or this evening, I should say. Let's see. Decaf Geek says, Andrew, make sure to wrap the books in Star Wars dust covers so Binger actually opens them. Mandy Karavich says, Doctor, could you please demonstrate on the skull the prosecutor's lack of a chin and smaller than average cranium? There's something wrong with him. Do you agree or disagree? Agree or disagree? This guy's an idiot. William Andrews says, Your Honor, I'm going to object to any discussion about blows to the chin is offensive. Simon says, these guys need to take a class on how to talk to normal people. The jury has no idea what is happening and has completely tuned them out. This testimony will be forgotten the moment he stops talking. You know what? The funny thing about that chat is when you sent it, I agree with you 100% that testimony was likely going to be forgotten until the state came in and bumbled through the end there and then brought a lot of attention to that guy's testimony with some drama where the state looked like dirtbags and the guy looked like a witness who was trying to comply, but they wouldn't do what they'd done for every other witness in the courtroom, which was just a mistake. C. Goody says, at least 3 people have asked for Ricada Law yoga pants to be relisted on the store. How dare you deprive the world of such merchandise and pleasant views for the rest of us? I mean, pleasant views I don't think they're sending out pictures of Ricada Law yoga pants in action, although they could. I don't think that's happening. But yeah, I haven't. That came up last night. I found out that they weren't listed allegedly, and so I haven't been on the Teespring site at all to change that. But I'll get them back up. And maybe we'll make some new ones soon as well.
I can't get over that bulleted list the prosecution went through on their cross of the expert, and then they never touched on it again. So all that did was hurt them. Here's all the points of injury.
Yep. X Gundam X78 says, in the voice of Cotton Hill, go ahead and kick me in the jimmy. I don't know if that's how Cotton Hill sounds. I haven't watched King of the Hill in so long. I've got
you got some
some
music
violin
practice
action
going on, huh?
Yeah, let me see if I can close this door. 1 second.
All right, folks. 70% off today. The Law of Self-Defense hardcover book. 70% off at lawofselfdefense.com/hard sale. Get yours today. They're all autographed by me personally, like so. Get your copy today. 70% off the normal price. What else have we got? Get your Law of Self-Defense mug.
Okay.
Hard skill, hard to convict. lawofselfdefense.com/mug.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries. Caught me mid-grift.
That's the story of my entire life. You caught me mid-grift, no matter what I'm doing. Adam Pennington says, if Doc Brown says 1.21 gigawatts, I'm done. Oh, yeah, he did kind of look like Doc Brown. Wine is cheaper than therapy. Says, just DM'd you falling asleep on your mic. Just Twitter DM'd it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, dude, this, it got a little bit long in the tooth there. Zalis says, can we get this guy off the stand and just watch Bloodsport? I feel it would be better testimony. Mimer82 says, Chinless really seems like an alien doing their best impression of a lawyer. I keep thinking that bug alien from Men in Black, Edgar. Yeah, that was mentioned earlier. I feel like this cross isn't going to go well. Oh, well, you were correct. You were correct, sir. Someone else says, hi, Nick. You can get the heart beating by pouring a shot of your most expensive whiskey on the ground, or show feet would wake you right up. Cloudcorn says, hey, Nick, look up Francis E. Deck. It's similar to Mr. Unbreaded. Yes, I'm familiar with Francis E. Deck. Ever since I started a YouTube channel, man, people were sending me that Francis E. Deck stuff. Eric L. says, if the prosecutor is a nitwit, you must acquit. See, Goody, how much brown nosing do you have to do before your chin starts eroding like that? I imagine quite a bit. Rumble username Suck asks, can Andrew do a Boomhauer voice? Can you do a full pitch for your books/services in that voice? If not, can Nick do it? You familiar with Boomhauer from King of the Hill? You're muted, but
not familiar with. I mean, I know King of the Hill exists, but I don't think I've ever seen even one episode.
Oh, yeah. Well, here you go. Let's see. Man, you get on the dangle law of self, get hard down law of self-defense, right on, hard sale. Man, dangle. I don't know if that's good enough Boomhauer for you, but something like that. C. Goody says, when he starts blowing his boss, their balls rest perfectly on his cupped chin. Gross. CC says, Branca drew a peen in my book. I read that one. Contrarian 420 says, Rackets had coof, lost total smell taste until I did a 5-day juice water only fast. That got my taste and smell back. Look into it. Well, 5 days of juice and water. That sounds wonderful. Let's see. Harold Ronstvedt says, self-defense, if you can leave at any time and you don't give a moment to show you have a gun. Wait, what? Self-defense. If you can leave at any time and you don't give a moment to show you have a gun. I'm not quite sure what the question is there. You're still muted.
It's amazing to me how people misperceive the facts and law here. When he goes to complain to the manager, it's not because he was threatened with personal violence. He had no reason to believe there was going to be violence involved in that encounter. That's why he was comfortable coming back to his seat. It was only about a cell phone. It didn't become physically threatening until he came back and was subject to violence by Chad Olson. At that point, in his seat, 71 years old, with his elderly wife with him, the ability to speed off to safety is somewhat limited when you're under attack.
Oh, I see. So that's what the question was. I gotcha. Also, if he brandishes the gun, he is engaging in self-defense. Now, it's not lethal self-defense at just brandishing, but brandishing a gun improperly is a criminal act, and self-defense is a justification, or use of force is justifiable use of force is a defense to that criminal act of brandishing. At least it is in many states. I don't know if it technically is in Florida.
Well, there was no brandishing. Well, he
That's what
pulled
he's
the gun
saying.
and shot.
He's saying you don't give a moment to show you have a gun. If he were to show he has a gun to Chad Olson, he may be engaged in
that could be a crime all by itself.
Yeah, a presumptively criminal act that he would still have to justify at that point. So it's not, brandishing guns not generally recommended. Doug Murray says in chinless voice, "So what do you think, Cordell? Shoot him, Cordell." Mason Verger Hannibal. Okay, I'm not familiar with the reference. Bros Pros says, "Can you give a TLDR summary of the trial so far?" Yes, very quickly. This has been an 8-year narrative that a man shot another man over popcorn. And as the facts have come to trial, it seems to be a much more straightforward under the legal argument for self-defense. And the question is simply whether the state can disprove beyond a reasonable doubt whether or not this shooting was justifiable use of deadly force. The seeming basis, as has been established at trial, is that that Curtis Reeves so far appears to have been struck by something, and then Chad Olson, the ultimate deceased victim or whatever, followed up approximately 8 to 10 seconds after the initial strike with grabbing his popcorn and throwing it at him. And as the popcorn is being thrown at him, the gun comes out and fires almost immediately after it's thrown. So that's the TLDR. What we're really waiting for here will be Curtis Reeves' testimony, because he is going to testify, and whether or not the jury believes him and finds him credible, I think is going to be the big determining factor on whether or not they find him guilty. Adam Pennington says Chinless does not want to have a brain spar with Doc Brown. Miles Skoda says this guy is easily worth $450 an hour. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. He earned his wage very well today. Nova AMP says Ashley's playing with her ring on her left hand, though. Nate Casper says this prosecutor reminds me of the roach alien from Men in Black with the skin falling off. Kind of sounds like him too. Tyrell Dunn, thank you for the donations. Very much appreciated. Crusader Saracen says narrator, it's Christmas in LA and 13 terrorists have taken over Nakatomi Plaza. He'll have to use every trick in the book to win this one. Andrew Branca stars in the action-packed thriller Get Hard. Music and fiction. Agree or disagree? Court reporter has a nice tush. Kiernath says, Nick, sort of cheesy question. How/when did you realize that you could find a way to make law entertaining and easier to understand for us plebs? Pretty easy answer. November 4th of 2017. I was not intending to do this, but I read a lawsuit. I started to read a lawsuit. It was the dumbest thing I've read maybe ever. And so I got a little bit of whiskey, started drinking it, and turned on the camera, and then uploaded it to YouTube to share in a Facebook group. And a bunch of people watched it and said I should do it more. There you go. Jordan Wolf says, Andrew, when are you going to make a law of self-defense thermos? My father won't drink coffee from a mug to save his life. Mute.
More merch. I don't know.
The
We'll see.
immutable. Well, if you open a Teespring, it's really easy to do stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe we will. We'll take a look at it. Hey,
Again,
listen,
that's
check
the-
your Twitter DMs. I just sent you a screen capture of the expert, the doctor, the moment he was done being cross-examined by Prosecutor Martin. Prosecutor Martin just folded up his book and walked away.
Was that really what happened? Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. Look at this face. That's a man who's just completed the destruction of an attorney. You fell for the oldest trick in the book. Cara Papa says, in this trial, we've learned 2 reasons why they call Florida God's waiting room. Automata says, which prosecutor do you want to cross Reeves? Probably the shorter, the
The little
stockier one.
Yeah. Oh, the
Garcia?
stockier one. He'd be good too. They're also angry. It's
They're
really hard to pick.
They're getting angrier and angrier as the day goes. Look at that.
I think they may see this slipping away. I mean, think how embarrassing that would be for them. For 8 years, it's been a no-brainer. This was a murder over popcorn, and they're going to lose this case.
Oh, that would be just an absolute terrible look. Because everybody's going to be asking, how did you not win this? Oh my gosh, I don't have my lights on today. I'm wondering why I'm not blind by the end of the show. I just realized, I'm like, I was looking at my picture and I'm like, gosh, I look kind of dim and maybe I'm sick. And then I look up and my freaking studio lights aren't on. Oh, well. Gosh, that was, that was amazing. And they could be on the path to losing it. I think I might make that guy the thumbnail for this thing and just write "gotcha, bitch" on it. I don't know. I guess are we going to get the courtroom feed back? I mean, there's nothing happening, but there's still presumably a court clerk coming for the quote unquote rest of the hearing. But I have no idea if we're going to actually get anything.
Yeah, I'm definitely using that picture for my featured image from tomorrow morning's blog post.
Oh, it's great. It's great. I think I'm just double checking. I think I am caught up on all the chats on the various channels. Except for this one. Rumble username suck. In reference to the Boomhauer voice says it was good enough for $1. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. But say, Ryan, the editor, save one idea for a short video instead. The what the hell? The gotcha bitch thumbnail thing. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we'll have to figure out if there's. Well, I mean, maybe you could put together a video of the doctor just dominating the. Yeah, Ryan, could you do that? Could you clip out the doctor dominating the defense or the prosecutor there at the end? That would be a great segment, I think. What do you think about the Rittenhouse lawsuit? I haven't. The only thing I've seen is that he's got a the Media Project or Truth and Media Project or whatever it's called. The webpage. I've only seen the webpage. I haven't seen anything else about the lawsuit at all. I haven't watched any interviews. Just so you guys know, I'm streaming 12 to 14 hours a day. And so the rest of the time during my day, I'm taking a nap, getting something to eat, maybe running an errand in town, and then trying to read what little I can for the next show to get things ready. That's the whole thing. I don't have much time for any sort of entertainment or even much research, frankly. So I'm missing a lot of stuff other than the very specific things that I've been covering. But I'll try and take a look at it for tonight, because I should have a live show tonight like normal at 11 p.m. Central Time, and maybe that's something that we could talk about. So we'll see. Legal Weasel says Christopher Lloyd is really getting hard up for paying gigs. I'm down to $450 an hour. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think, Andrew? Do you think the court's going to come back, or are we done for the day?
No, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, I'm surprised the feed is still running. Usually they are pretty good about shutting it off. The judge did say for the rest of the hearing. God, that picture of that face. That's amazing.
I got my featured image. Defense medical expert smokes prosecution on cross-examination. Big shit-eating grin. Yeah, I'll send it to you. Let's see.
Oh my goodness. I'm just going to leave that up for now. The star of the day. So the past 2 days, everything interesting is
Twitter DM.
Perfect. The past 2 days, everything has happened in the last, what? Everything's happened in the last like 30 minutes of court that matters. That's a different one. He's still carrying the grin through that head turn.
I just flipped it.
Oh, you flipped it? Okay.
Yeah.
You want me to share it real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, here we go. So this will be the title image on Andrew's post. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. Oh my goodness. Well, I guess maybe we should wrap this up. I don't know. Did you have any other observations of court today? I mean,
I'm done.
I thought
Nothing we
that's
didn't
all
talk about throughout the day. It's
yeah, it was really slow today. Really slow. Tyrell Dunn says, do we know the age breakdown of the jurors? I have no idea. If I was the prosecution, though, I would be struggling with all I was worth to keep anybody over, literally over 45 or so off the jury. Just terrible. Terrible prospects for shooting an old man. Well, I guess we'll wrap up the show, barring the miracle that the court comes back in session while I'm saying this outro. To everybody, make sure you go to Law of Self-Defense on YouTube and also lawofselfdefense.com. I forgot to tag you in the title, or in the video description, but I'll tag you right now. Oh my gosh. Work at Law of Self. There. Law of Self-Defense is in the video description. You guys can go check out his YouTube channel. And if you go to lawofselfdefense.com, you can, of course, follow Andrew's blog. And you can do all sorts of things like you can get hard.
You can get hard.
You can have a hard sale. You can get access to all sorts of materials for all 50 states on
literally
self-defense.
thousands of blog posts, videos, and podcasts on use of force, law, and cases.
So with that, I guess we'll bid you all adieu. Guys, real quick, final thing. Follow on locals is the best way to keep informed. If the strike comes through in the next, it'd be about 2 hours from now. If the strike comes through and disables my ability to post like a community guideline strike does, locals is where I post everything that I'm doing. So you can always go there. It's free to join. But you can also follow on Rumble, follow on Odyssey, follow on Twitter. I try and make sure that everything's consistent across those platforms to maximize the amount of information. But there should be an 11 p.m. show tonight, and everything should be good on that front. Nate Casper says, come to think of it, No Chin is just getting angrier since he hasn't found the belt of Orion yet. Okay. All right, guys. That's the show. Thank you, Andrew. We'll see you
safe,
tomorrow
folks.
morning.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more of that broad. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no